Chapter 1344. Information about Feng Qingwang. In the hall on the top floor of the temple, the middle-aged man and the other two were stunned when they saw Yun Nuoxing ask this question. They looked at each other. They said in unison, "We thought you knew." The teacup in Yun Nuoxing's hand trembled. She let out a long breath and said, "I know her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. But I don't know the details. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a crystal ball. It recorded all the information about this year's contestants. The champion was naturally the most eye-catching. It didn't take him long to find it. Feng Qingwang. Her real age is unknown. Relative age is 16. She comes from a small family in China. She came with the Wind of War Academy. Oh, that's all. Siyu was pouring water for Yun Nuoxing. When she heard all the information, she was so shocked that water overflowed from her mouth. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned for a while and could not regain his senses for a long time. This detailed information was really detailed. Is there really no more? I wonder which part of China she's from. That's the information she filled in. It's not as strict as checking her household registration. As long as she's not of suspicious identity and her age doesn't exceed the age limit, it's fine. Those were all confirmed by the local academy. If there's no problem, then there's no problem. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He received some replies from his soul. It was indeed similar. He could only shake his head and said, "Of course, we've investigated it ourselves. After all, it's already the last round. However, there's no useful information. If you're desperate to know, our ancestor might be able to help. It's said that he'll be back soon." Yun Nuoxing drank a cup of tea and raised his eyebrows to look at the sky in deep thought. Siyu sat beside him and let her imagination run wild. She thought that the ancestor was probably working under Yun Nuoxing. If he really came back, who knew which side would be more terrifying? After drinking a few cups of tea and about 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have thought of something. She stood up slowly and said, "Well, forget it. I'll think of something. I might as well go and look for her instead of sitting here." She just felt that it was inappropriate to follow Feng Qingwang all day like a peeping Tom. She might as well use a powerful karma lock. Although it would cause a stir, it wouldn't be so troublesome. She didn't need to be so conflicted. The middle-aged man and the other two looked at each other and shrugged. They didn't ask him to stay. They stood up and sent Yun Nuoxing to the top of the palace. Just as they were about to send this great god off, a hole suddenly exploded in the space. Boom! Suddenly, a spatial explosion blew in all directions with a gust of wind. Billowing waves of dust whistled past, stunning the 5 people on the top floor. Before the 2 from Yun Nuo planet could react, the middle-aged man and the other 2 understood something. They hurriedly walked forward and bowed. From a space that seemed to have collapsed, a figure slowly walked out. It was a slender and tall young man. He wore a formal white robe and seemed to have just come out of banquet. He had shoulder-length brown hair and a somewhat common face. He was smiling like a big brother from the neighborhood and seemed to be very amiable. The ancestor had just walked out of the hole. He smiled and waved when he saw the middle-aged man and the other 2. "Hey, children, I'm back. The work over there has just finished. I can rest for a day or 2. There's a guest. Cough, cough." He raised his head and saw someone. Just as he was about to greet them, he almost choked on his own breath when he saw who it was. He then coughed so hard that his face turned red. The middle-aged man and the other 2 quickly went up and patted their ancestor's back. They were confused. The ancestor coughed a few times, then glared at the 3 of them. He quickly walked up to Yun Nuoxing and bowed deeply. "Lord Feng." Yun Nuoxing turned his head, glanced at him, and grinned. "Who is it?" "Air." Siyu covered her face speechlessly when she saw Qing Yun in a daze. She had a feeling that if this continued, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm would find out what kind of personality their observer had. A moment later, the ancestor of the clear cloud palace, Lai Qingyun, realized why Lord Feng had come here. He let out a long "oh" before slamming the middle-aged man and the other 2 on the head. "You 3 bastards! You didn't even recognize Lord Feng." The middle-aged man shrunk his head like a child who had made a mistake, unable to raise his head in front of his parents. He lowered his head and muttered, You didn't tell us in advance. We didn't dare to think about it. What, Lord Observer? Yes, it's too surreal. Veins bulged on Lai Qingyun's forehead. He smiled kindly and pointed outside. Go face the wall. The three of them slipped out of the hall. Lai Qingyun couldn't help but smile bitterly. My apologies, Lord Feng. Yunuashing waved his hand and interrupted him. It's fine. I don't show my face in public, so it's normal that they don't recognize me. It would be bad if people recognized me everywhere I went. Anyway, since you're back, why don't you ask them about the creations barrier you were in charge of? Hearing that they were talking about business, Lai Qingyun straightened his back and said seriously, Yes, I'm in charge of the 10,000th and 10,770th regions of the Kuan Yuan region, which are the last regions. Now, the core of the creations barrier in these 770 regions has been completely repaired. As the rules have returned to normal these days, the self-repair speed has also increased a lot. If there are no accidents, that part of the creations barrier should be repaired in 2 months. We're planning to rest for a day or two and then go to the region before 10,000th to see if we can help. Yunuashing nodded and finished a cup of tea in one go. He couldn't help burping. He had drunk more than 10 cups of tea just now. It shouldn't affect the 10,000th to the 8,000th region. Go to the Kuan Yuan region and the Ganyuan region and see if there's anyone who needs help. The creations barrier was divided into different regions to facilitate the repair. The first region was the border between the Taiyuan region and the Kuan Yuan region, then the border of the Taiyuan region and the border of the Celestial Realm, and finally the border between the two regions. There were a total of 10,770 regions, and the number of cores in each region was exactly the same. Apart from repairing the damage from the previous battle, there was also the intention of maintaining the creations barrier. The creations barrier had been hit by the void turbulence, and many of the damages had not been repaired until now. Although Yunuashing was supposed to do it, he suddenly felt lazy and took advantage of this big fuss to ask them to help with the repairs. It felt like he was abusing his power. Yunuashing talked about the current situation in the Celestial Realm. After learning that the power and nature of the natural laws were recovering, Yunuashing waved his hand to signal the end of the work. Both of them relaxed. Lai Qingyun poured a cup of tea for Yunuashing. Master Feng, are you looking for the girl named Feng Qingwang? Yunuashing nodded. I can easily find her if I look for her myself. But that's not all. I might have to monitor her for a while. Ahem, it's not the monitoring you're thinking of, so you don't have to put on a battle-ready expression. That girl's identity is a bit special, but she might have been restricted by some blind people using some method to engrave mental shackles on her spirit and soul. Furthermore, it can't be removed rashly. There's a high probability that it will cause irreparable damage, but if it's not removed, it will cause some kind of energy reaction that's accumulating day by day in her body to gradually intensify. It's like a sealed balloon that's constantly being inflated. That's about it. Special identity? Lai Qingyun paused for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. He nodded solemnly. I understand. I don't know about other things, but when it comes to information, I don't think anyone else has as much information as I do. Yunuashing felt like he had misunderstood something, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He waved his hand and said, Be careful. I don't want her to get hurt. I don't know if the person who set the mental shackles on her will show up again. TSK. Lai Qingyun thought for a moment when he saw the troubled look on the observer's face. He said carefully, Master Feng, forgive me for being blunt, but if the person behind this has done something to the girl that needs to be dealt with later, they will show up sooner or later. But don't worry, I will send an Empyrean god of origin to watch over her. Oh, that's right, it will be a girl. Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as I discover anything. Then I'll leave it to you. After leaving the Clear Cloud Palace, Yunuashing brought Siyu to the Sourcepeak region. They arrived in the blink of an eye, and Siyu couldn't help but look back. Some thoughts were running through her mind. What is it? You look like you have something to say. Yunuashing tilted his head and looked at her. I do have a small question to ask. But how did you know I had something to say? Siyu exclaimed in surprise. She stared blankly at Yunuashing in confusion. Yunuashing pointed at his arm and said helplessly, You're grabbing my arm too tightly. Last time, you were like this as well. You looked like you didn't know whether to say anything or not. Siyu stuck out her little tongue. She seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red for an instant. But before he noticed, she returned to normal and asked calmly, "Little star, in the realm of the gods, are all the Empyrean gods under your control?" "What control? They're just following orders and working in the same place." Yin Nuashing corrected her and thought carefully for a few seconds. "Yes, if that's the case, there are actually quite a number of Empyrean gods in the realm of the gods who aren't completely under our control, like I Ching and Qingjun. They're unaffiliated, about 10% of them. On the other hand, the ancient imperial realm is completely under Qingjun's command. That means they're completely under his command. That's a lot more combat power than the realm of the gods. The realm of Yao is too small, so it's not included in the calculation. But the Yao race has some connections. They do have some Yao race experts under their command, but there aren't many. I'll introduce you to them." During the Dark Age, the realm of Yao had just appeared in the realm of Empyrean. It wasn't in the southern plains like it was in the 139th era. The realm of Yao was also relatively small. Their combined power was probably only equal to the combined power of about 100 human forces. There were only 30 to 40 Yao race experts who had joined them. We knew many Yao race experts, but as usual, not many people knew about him. Siyu continued to let her imagination run wild. "Say, do you think it's one of the Empyrean gods who's controlling Feng Qing Wang?" "I don't think that's possible." Yin Nuashing shook his head, his brows knitting together as he thought of the next question. "However, if there is such a possibility, then the Empyrean god must be plotting something big. First of all, the spiritual shackles are very fragile and can be easily broken. I'm only afraid because breaking the spiritual shackles rashly would hurt the phoenix. Her power is in conflict with mine, and although I can suppress the conflict and heal her, the injured will not cooperate. This means that the treatment will not be effective and will leave irreparable sequelae. Secondly, at the level of the Empyrean god, if he wants to make any breakthroughs, he can only rely on himself. External help is useless, and it is too late for him to plot against the power of the four celestial gods. Even if he wants to control one of the four celestial gods, he should not use such a spiritual shackle. He should just use a hint to control her and make her think that she belongs to him from the very beginning. Then, he should slowly deepen the hint and impression to the point that she will not deny the hint. Nirvana will not wash away the so-called hint, and at that point, the hint will become reality. Such a simple and crude method of control will only harm the phoenix. If the Empyrean god is really behind this, I can only say that he is retarded." So you couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She had a feeling that in the near future, there would be one more guest living in the mountain. The two of them wandered around the Sourcepeak domain for a long time, constantly searching for something. Sometimes they would dive into the forest. Sometimes they would search in the sea of people in the city. Often, they would search in some of the more dilapidated old districts. When they left a place, they would take out the Book of Epics and stop. See, you noticed that a black cloud-like thing would emerge from the golden ball of light every time. It wasn't some kind of energy, but some kind of symbol that appeared during divination. She didn't feel anything just by looking at this thing that she couldn't understand. However, she found it very interesting to see Yin Nuashing's troubled expression every time. Until one time, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Are you looking for something?" Yin Nuashing nodded. She held the Book of Epics with a troubled expression. Siyu saw this expression again and hurriedly moved closer. "This cloud-like thing, does it mean that little star is confused?" "Air? No, it doesn't mean that. But I'm really confused right now." Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised the Book of Epics and walked around in circles. When he stopped, the Book of Epics was still the same. He couldn't help but sigh. This black cloud means chaos, a state of chaos. It doesn't point to anything, and it doesn't tell me anything. The only thing I know is that the thing I'm looking for really exists in this world. It really does exist at this moment, but due to many reasons, I can't find its exact location. However, there are a lot of reasons why I can't find it. Yin Nuashing sighed. In fact, that thing might not necessarily be in the Sourcepeak domain. However, he had met her in the Sourcepeak domain. He was just trying his luck to find her here. He was looking for little purple soul, that mysterious girl. However, even if he met her at this moment, he might not be able to recognize her. It was also possible that the girl hadn't fully formed yet and was still a thing. Well, this shouldn't be an established fact. After all, I didn't feel any energy related to me in Little Purple Soul. That means, even if the girl was awakened, that person wouldn't be me. Yin Nuashing pondered and nodded. What if it's 1 in 10,000? The little angel chuckled softly in his soul. Just like how you didn't find anything related to the Empyrean God in your body until one day you recalled this part of your memory and returned to the realm of the Empyrean God. That little girl might be smarter than you think. She might have hidden all those things long ago. And it's not fun. No. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Why would she hide them? Because if she grew up according to your wishes, she wouldn't be able to climb on top of you willfully. The little angel looked at him with a smile. That girl likes you a lot. She won't be able to be intimate with you when she grew up. Don't you think it's more intimate than us and Xian? Yin Nuashing was speechless. Why did this explanation sound so familiar? That's right. Zai also mentioned Lonexer back then. Even if that's the case, I won't. Okay, I'll take it that way. However, I still don't think that girl has anything to do with me in this era. The little angel tilted her head in confusion. Why? No reason. It's just my intuition. Rather than saying that he didn't feel it, it was more accurate to say that he didn't want to. In fact, there were many things that he didn't want to see, especially after he connected to the future, that long period of dozens of eras. At this moment, the little angel, in his soul, suddenly felt those things from his emotional fluctuations. She smiled helplessly. Little star, you're too gentle. You leave all the gentleness in this world, in this life, to others, but you don't leave any for yourself. Yin Nuashing turned his head away, pursed his lips, and didn't reply. His mind quickly turned to other thoughts, leaving the little angel helpless. This guy was going to change the topic again. No, he was already changing the topic. She was going to be cruel and make him face some of his own realities. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Look at the Book of Eras." This change of topic was faster than his own change of topic. Yin Nuashing was stunned, but she was willing to cooperate and turned to look. Then she was stunned. The black chaotic cloud was actually changing at this moment. It was churning rapidly like boiling water. The water at the bottom was violently floating to the surface, splashing waves and ripples. It seemed like it was going to give birth to something, just like seeing this scene. See, you couldn't help but say, it's like something is about to be born. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yun Nuashing's extremely solemn expression. She quickly waved her hand. I'm just talking nonsense. Little star, don't mind me. No. Yin Nuashing shook his head. His long black hair swayed gently in the wind. He slowly turned his head to look at the distant sky with a solemn expression. It's true. Something is appearing. Something is appearing. Siyu was stunned. The moment she turned her head around, her eyes suddenly widened. She didn't see anything. Instead, she felt something, an intense, chaotic fluctuation. Some kind of extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation had exploded out of nowhere and was rushing towards the entire God realm at a speed that far surpassed the speed of light. It was rushing towards the entire galaxy. It even spread to the void. Boom. Buzz. It was as if a sea of stars had fallen. The void had collapsed, and the sea of time had dried up. The powerful wave spread out in the form of the world's most violent storm, bringing with it endless destruction and destruction. It shattered space with a sharp whistle, causing the creation barrier to ripple. In less than 4 to 5 seconds, it spread out to the realm of the gods, causing the starry sky to tremble violently. It shook and shattered patches of galaxies. The complex information in the void where the realm of the gods was located was swept away in an instant. That place was even cleaner than before the creation of the void. At that moment, the roaring wave caused everyone in the realm of the gods to turn their attention to it. Those who were causing trouble, those who were causing trouble, and those who were still causing trouble all looked at the horizon with fear. They all looked in the same direction. Countless gazes were drawn into a straight line, looking down from the sky above the realm of the gods. Those straight lines converged from all directions and finally converged at the Kuan-Yuan region, the bottom right corner of the map of the realm of the gods. The violent storm began to condense after it attracted everyone's attention. It was an unprecedented storm that encompassed the entire realm of the gods. Not only did the people in the realm of the gods know about it, but even with the creation barrier, many of its functions were not turned on. The waves swept through the starry sky without reservation, almost causing the starry sky to dim. Even a large part of the void collapsed. At least a dozen worlds in the vicinity felt this tremor. At that moment, the convergence of gazes and thoughts. This is going to be interesting again. Yin Nuashing frowned, but a smile appeared on her face. She looked at another place in the distance, not at the corner of the Kuan-Yuan region, but at the ultimate plane region. In the ultimate plane region, Hui raised his head and suddenly waved his hand, as if he was greeting someone. Others did not understand, but Yin Nuashing understood. Their gazes crossed the entire origin region, and the two of them sent out the same signal at the same time. Something interesting happened in this world again. Chapter 1345. A spot of light hung in the distant sky of the chaotic plains. This was the edge of the realm of the gods. The sun hung high in the sky, but this place was under a dark and brilliant starry sky. However, there seemed to be something in this place, as the starlight in the sky was slightly distorted. The surrounding rocks and mountains were barren, and there were many broken rocks on the ground. However, there was not a single complete rock on the plains. It was just a barren land. There was not a single blade of grass in the barren land. Only the yellow soil stretched as far as the eye could see. The only places where rocks could be found were the towering mountains. Those rocks seemed to have been hit by something and flew across the distance of a few thousand meters, turning into a pile of broken rocks in the air. Some of them flew like meteors and exploded on the ground, sending a large pile of broken rocks into a fan-shaped surface. There's a faint remnant of fire elemental energy. It's supernatural energy. The barren land would not have a pile of broken rocks out of thin air. It must have rushed out from the mountains and smashed into this place. Look, there's a crater here, but this land has been shaken by some powerful energy impact countless times. The crater has become this small. In the dim wilderness, only a little starlight illuminated the surroundings. A figure wrapped in a tattered gray-brown robe walked to the pile of rubble. He pulled down the gray cloth that covered his nose and mouth, took off the hood, and took a few breaths. After taking off the hood, what was revealed was a handsome face. Due to being exposed to the sun for a long time, the contours of his face from his ears to his chin were a little sharp because he was relatively thin. The bridge of his nose was high, and his green eyes calmly looked around. There seemed to be some kind of energy flowing in them that shook the space, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by a lot. However, this phenomenon disappeared with his gaze. He scratched his loose, shoulder-length hair and looked up at the surrounding mountains to determine the direction of the crater under his feet. Then he pointed in the direction of the crater that seemed to be the source of the impact, and there just so happened to be a mountain erected in the direction he was pointing. It seems that it was blasted out from the mountain by that powerful energy and finally fell here. The entire land also shows signs of being washed by that energy. Unlike the explosive energy that threw this rock, this energy that appeared out of thin air vaporized the land and the broken rocks on the ground without a sound. Looks like it's right here. Let's hope it's really what I'm looking for. I've been looking for the wrong one for 1,000 years. Thinking of the 1,000 years of searching and the unexpected harvest, Xing LV couldn't help but sigh. He put on his mask and hat, and his figure flashed forward rapidly. The dark, starry sky followed him as he moved forward rapidly. Some kind of energy that he was familiar with rose from the ground, but it was very thin. It might have been diluted hundreds of millions of times before it remained on this land. Shadows and darkness came from all directions, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Vaguely, he seemed to see a hazy moon hanging in the sky. It was different from the blue moonlight. It was very large, as if it was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. His eyes noticed something that made him stop flying. Xing LV swung his cloak and stopped. His figure fell down and landed on the ground. 2 meters in front of him, there was a figure lying on the ground. He had fainted, but there was still a trace of life left. He's still breathing. Xing LV put his hand on the body of the slightly old man. He felt that there was still a faint trace of life left in him. He let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, he thought of something. He hesitated for a moment and turned the body over. He saw a face that was half burnt by the flames. Only the right side of the face was intact. The other half was a mess of flesh and blood. Not only that, the left side of the body was almost charred black. This was a heavenly god expert, but he could be burnt to such a miserable state by the flames. If he was not injured by a heavenly god of the same realm who had the divine power of fire, he could only be so miserable because of that thing. Feeling carefully, the burnt part of his body was still a little cold. There was a faint silver light enveloping half of his body, making it impossible for him to recover. Xing LV took a deep breath. The hand on the body of the old man exerted force and removed the white aura from his body. Then a scorching black energy gushed out from his palm and swallowed the white energy in one gulp. The white light flashed on the old man's body for a moment. There seemed to be a weak reaction, but there also seemed to be no special reaction. Xing LV took out a long robe from his spatial formation tool and covered the old man's body. Then he jumped up and flew into the distance. When he flew towards the mountain, the black energy that had just disappeared reappeared behind him. It condensed into a formless and chaotic appearance. It looked like a cloud with black lightning flashing across it. It was very strange. A female voice came from the black fog. It was impossible to tell her age. You really like to poke your nose into other people's business. From the aura, just now, that guy is also coming for that thing here. If I'm not wrong, it should be the last divine flame we're looking for, the 12th Yushengyan. You saved him out of kindness, but he might not necessarily be grateful to you. It's just a matter of convenience. Xing LV waved his hand nonchalantly. Just think of it as me scouting for information. If he really comes to stop us, then we'll just kill him. He's just a high-level heavenly god. A mysterious laughter came from the black fog. Aura continued to speak. You're acting quite decisive right now. Your overflowing compassion has tripped you up more than once. Didn't I get away with it in the end? It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Xing LV grinned and crossed his arms to show that he did not care. Then pray that you won't get tripped up. A soft snort came from the black fog. It slowly shrunk back into his body and went silent. Xing LV patted his chest and looked forward without a care in the world. His figure sped up again. He had confirmed the information midway. This time, he had obtained accurate information in this dark place. Although it was obtained from a half-dead person, none of that mattered. What was important was that he had confirmed that the divine flame that he had searched the entire divine realm for existed here. The 12th divine flame was like a full moon in the sky. It condensed the power of the stars to illuminate the entire divine realm. The energy of the divine flame was gentle and calm. Its temperature was not as high as other divine flames, and its destructive power was also not as high. However, its principle and power were extremely powerful. Furthermore, it possessed a powerful domain. Moon in the sky. Moon in the sky. Moon in the sky. That full moon was a real entity that could be summoned. It could stack with one's own divine domain and complement each other. It should be known that the divine domain of a deity would not be affected by anything other than their own divine energy. Even things like divine flames would not affect their own divine energy. Only this moon in the sky was an exception. Of course, as a peak origin deity, he did not really care whether his divine domain was strengthened or not. The reason why he had searched the entire divine realm for this moon in the divine realm was because, a faint energy fluctuation erupted from the mountaintop in the distance. A light blue energy burst out, causing Xing LV to snap out of his thoughts. Sensing the aura that was like the moon descending upon him, a hint of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. It was indeed the divine flame, but it felt a little strange. Moon Xingyin suddenly erupted with an energy attack, the black fog said in his mind. Did someone trigger Moon Xingyin, or is there something else? Thinking of the person who had been thrown out by Moon Xingyin, Xing LV could not help but guess that there was someone else here. This made him furrow his brows. If that was the case, he had to immediately go over. He had found it with great difficulty, so he could not just give it up. His figure trembled violently, disappearing from where he stood. In an instant, he arrived at the mountain where the light blue flames had erupted. He was stunned, because when he arrived, he discovered that the surroundings were completely calm. There was not the slightest movement. The energy explosion he had just seen was like an illusion. His divine sense also told him that he had run over here, as if he had gone crazy. But in the end, the surroundings were so quiet that there was not even the slightest movement. It made him wonder if he had been too impatient and had seen an illusion. No, that definitely wasn't an illusion. It was definitely an energy attack that erupted. The black fog was also completely confused. It was just about to obtain something that had suddenly disappeared right in front of its eyes. How could that be? Xing LV scratched his head. After looking around for a while, he suddenly felt that something was not right. The black fog also discovered it, and the two people raised their heads together. The light blue moonlight converged into a sea of light that descended from the sky. The blue aurora stretched out for thousands of miles, like a soft feather curtain. What hung in the sky was a huge moon that almost occupied their entire line of sight. Moreover, it was not the moon that he was familiar with. The moon in front of him seemed a little unfamiliar, but the patterns on the moon were also exceptionally beautiful. Observing it from such a close distance, if there was someone on the moon, they would be able to see it clearly. Moon in the sky? Something's not right. Wake up! The black fog suddenly cried out in alarm. It exploded from Xing LV's body and turned into a large hand that slapped him on the face. He was stunned for a second, but abruptly woke up in half a second. Bang! The moment Xing LV woke up, the space in front of him shattered into pieces like a crystal, and a large light blue flame rushed out from the shattered black space. Even though the temperature of the moon flame was not considered very high in the divine flame's ranking, it still had the power to burn mountains and boil seas and incinerate the starry sky. The blazing high temperature slightly surprised him. In an instant, the black fog turned into a large black flame mixed with explosive black lightning that rolled out, blocking that light blue flame. Boom bang! The two divine flames tangled with each other and exploded with powerful energy. However, the black flame with the black lightning was stronger. After it exploded the light blue flame, it turned into a sea of fire and swallowed it in one gulp. Xing LV calmed himself down and looked around. He realized that he had unknowingly walked into a long corridor with yellow walls. It was a long corridor of earth and stone that was 10 meters wide and close to 100 meters tall. The walls of the long corridor were carved with exquisite patterns. At first glance, it was obvious that it was man-made. Taking a closer look, at the two ends of the long corridor, there was a gap that was only a foot long. It seemed that the large flame just now came from there. You were too reckless just now. In a hurry, you rushed into this place without even knowing. You even got sucked into the domain of the moon flame. The black fog could not help but blame him. Xing LV laughed dryly and scratched his head. Wasn't he a little anxious? After knowing that the thing that he had been looking for so many years was right under his nose, and more importantly, it seemed that there was someone here. How could he not be anxious? Before the black fog said the next sentence, he hurriedly focused his attention in front of him. The long corridor of earth and stone led straight into the depths. It did not seem to be very far. He could see a light blue light coming from the depths of the cave or from the stone room. Because the light here was too dim and the light blue light was too strong, he could not even see it clearly. He could not tell whether the light source was the moon flame or not. This place is man-made. It seems like a tomb that was deliberately created. Is the moon flame something that was buried with someone? Xing LV said as he walked forward and sized up the long corridor of earth and stone. Xian Lei, Do you know who the previous owner of the moon flame was? The black fog heard this and rolled for a moment. It seemed like he was shaking his head. I don't know, and I'm not interested to know. In any case, it's not as strong as me. After he finished speaking, he urged again. Don't worry about the previous owner. Hurry up and get it, unless something unexpected happens. I know. Wait a moment. I'm worried that there are still traps here. Xing LV waved his hand and smiled. Just as he finished speaking, he felt that he had stepped on something. He was shocked and shouted, "It's a trap!" Suddenly, a feeling as if the stars had changed direction surged into his mind. Xing LV waved his hand, and a black flame appeared, wrapping around his entire body. Then the two people were stunned. Suddenly, they stepped on some kind of mechanism, and suddenly, they went into defense mode. Then suddenly, they saw a light blue flame appear in front of them, illuminating the spacious stone room. At the end of the corridor was a stone room that looked like a pavilion. They could see the huge roof of the pavilion and the stone pillars embedded in the stone wall. The floor was covered with a layer of gray bricks. The light blue flame floated on the roof of the pavilion, emitting a soft and bright light like the moonlight. He had a feeling that even if the flame exploded, it would not be too destructive. It was more like a gentle little girl, more suitable to stand at the back to strengthen, shout slogans, and fight head-on. It was not suitable for it. What are you thinking in your head? The black fog rolled as if to express its annoyance. It slapped the back of Xing LV's head, making the latter laugh foolishly. After confirming that there were no signs of life in this man-made stone room, Xing LV waved his hand and used a yellow stone wall to seal the passage behind him. He found a good place to sit down and formed a seal to enter a state of cultivation. Xianlei, help me take a look at this place. I need a rest for a while. I know. Stop dilly-dallying. You're obviously anxious, but you still want to meditate in this place for a while. It's just a 12th ranked god flame. You can swallow it without burping. The black fog replied while cursing. It floated out from his body and circled around the spacious stone room to slowly search and check. Xing LV scratched his head and laughed. Because he had been searching for 1,000 years, he did not need to be anxious in these few minutes. He did not believe that there was anyone who could snatch the moon flame from under his nose at this point. He took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the light blue flame. He could not help but be fascinated. It's so beautiful. Floating 1 to 200 meters above the ground, the flames circled around its core rhythmically, like 20 spirals of flames wrapping around its core. The surrounding flames formed a perfectly round shell, and the shape of a full moon could be vaguely seen. Its radiance was also so fascinating. I'm not looking anymore. You're dilly-dallying. I'm going first. The black fog that had turned into a vague human figure circled around the pavilion and suddenly jumped up anxiously. While Xing LV was still slowly recovering to appreciate the blurry moon, it suddenly jumped up and rushed straight into the moon. It grabbed the fist-sized origin flame and stuffed it into its mouth. I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality. Xing Lu was stunned. He saw Xianlei land from the sky and stretch his body, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. He even burped lazily and scolded, "It's just a weakened moon birth flame, and you're still dilly-dallying over there." Dilly-dallying? Are you a man? Xing LV's nose twitched, and he almost fainted. 1,000 years. I've been searching for 1,000 years. Can't you have a little sense of ceremony? Puff. Ceremony your ass. Xianlei snorted and slapped Xing LV, causing him to stagger. Xing LV did not know whether to laugh or cry as he moved to another place. He used a part of his mind to refine the light blue energy that had rushed into his body. Although there was no sense of ceremony, he was still very happy. After all, he really got what he had been searching for 1,000 years. It was really not easy. Phew! 5 minutes later, he got rid of the energy. Xing LV let out a long breath and looked at Xianlei, who was kneeling at the edge of the pavilion. He also knew that collecting the moon flame was just the beginning. He ran over and said, "Ahem, well, the next part is the real show, right?" Xianlei glanced at him and snorted. At least you still have a memory. You didn't get carried away by joy. Listen carefully. The god flames that we have been collecting, including myself, are all a key fragment. Now is the time to put them together. Hearing this, Xing LV couldn't help but smile bitterly. Key fragments, this description was really... In order to collect the 47 divine flames, including the profound lightning and the moon birth flame, which were 47 key fragments, he had used an entire era's time. Most of this time, he had been waiting for the already destroyed divine flames to regenerate, and there were also many scattered periods of closed-door cultivation. Calculating, this plan had probably used a total of 1.5 years' time. It was really long. Xian Lei saw his emotional face. This time, he didn't say anything. He just opened his hand, and a black flame appeared in his hand. A black thunderbolt was twining around that black flame. Third on the God Flame list, Profound Thunder Thousand Calamity Flame. He waved his hand again. A deep yellow flame and a light green flame appeared. The two colors were constantly changing. As soon as it appeared, a flow of strange energy filled this space. Many strange things appeared as if they were creating something. Fourth, Great Kiliacosm Creation Flame. Then, a deep black lotus appeared. That deep color was even darker than the endless void. It was like a black silhouette. Sixth, Black Lotus King Spirit Flame. Eighth, Great Earth Mystic Yellow Flame. Ninth, Heaven Dissolving Flame. And the 12th, Moon Flame. Flames appeared in all kinds of forms in the surrounding space. Unlike the gentle moon birth flame, there were some that were very violent and tyrannical. However, they were all in a controllable state and would not cause any harm to them. The flames that appeared in order from highest to lowest lit up the space with colorful colors, making it look like a dream. 22nd on the God Flame list, Sun Flame. 23rd, Moon Flame. 72nd, Eternal Night Flame. Xian Lei took a deep breath. Suddenly, a faint purple color appeared in the black fog. It was also a type of God Flame. However, it was wavering under Xian Lei's pressure. It couldn't even maintain its form. Xian Lei flipped his hand and took it out. He turned it into energy of the same origin and stabilized it. The faint purple color made Xing LV see two moons slowly appear in the sky. One was blue and the other was red. The faint purple color scattered in this space. It was very dreamy. If Yunuashing was here, he would definitely recognize this God Flame. And the most important one among the 47 God Flames. It's the core, Purple Night Flame. Seeing Xian Lei take out the God Flames one by one, Xing LV was a little absent-minded. When he saw this, he recalled the history of this 1.5 eras. He couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time. Yes, a long time. It's been a long time. Xian Lei couldn't help but sigh. A few seconds later, he resumed his serious expression. Next is the most important time. You're in your peak condition now. You can indeed open the secret artifact. However, once you open it, there's no turning back. This time, the fluctuation can't be hidden like when you subdued the top 10. No one can hide the movement of opening the secret artifact. And I'll be honest, even if the legendary item appears, you won't be able to get it so easily. Even if it's because you opened the secret artifact, you won't have the slightest advantage. Xian Lei said seriously. You've told me this a long time ago. Xing LV scratched his head. His eyes were firm and fearless. It's been 1.5 eras. It's not good to be discouraged now. Plus, I believe in my strength. It's good to be confident. Xian Lei's eyes twinkled. He nodded. You've passed all the 10,000 calamities in the Black Thunder Calamity Flame. You're absolutely invincible at the peak of origin. That's normal. Xian Lei saw him showing off and poured cold water on him. He shivered and shrunk his head. You need to know that there's always someone better than you out there. Let's not talk about the chaotic void right now. Even in the realm of the gods right now, you might not be able to guarantee that you're invincible. Plus, I know a force that's your biggest obstacle. A force. Xing LV was silent for a while. In the current situation, if a dozen ordinary peak origin experts came to him, he could take a few moves and find a chance to defeat them all. As long as it wasn't 100 peak origin experts surrounding him, he should be able to escape. Don't underestimate them. The peak reciprocity experts of that organization are all experts among experts, Jianshan sneered. Xianlei stood up and stared at him condescendingly. They're not the fools you dealt with before. Once they're serious and want to kill you, you won't be able to escape even if you use up all your luck. Xing Lu was so shocked by the oppressive aura that he gasped for breath and wiped his sweat. You mean the ruler of the gods' world, the protector, Hui, and the one who never shows his face? The observer, the Dark Knight executioner. With my understanding, I can only tell you that in the 48th era, there was a force that was researching some kind of forbidden power. The next day, the Dark Knight executioner, the observer who was secretly guarding and cleaning up the trash of the gods' world, wiped out the entire force in a single night. The 133 peak origin experts were all wiped out, and it was done right under the eyes of the entire city. No one noticed at all. This time, you're going to activate the secret artifact, which will definitely cause a huge commotion. In the current state of the void, activating the secret artifact will definitely attract hundreds of millions of experts. At that time, the second divine duty will definitely come, whether it's to protect the gods' world or to eliminate hidden dangers. And if they come, that origin army will definitely come as well. At that time, what you'll have to face is the direct oppression of tens of thousands of heavenly origin gods. Xing Lv's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1350. Water-like ripples appeared in the space and retreated in all directions. After the spatial ripples had traveled a certain distance, figures appeared one after another. They were orderly and arranged according to a formation, forming a huge formation together. The last time they dealt with the 3,000 divine regions, they had used the same ceiling formation. This time, they had even brought out the energy pagoda. It was enough to see how serious Yun Nuoxing and Hui were about the formation in front of them. They had not appeared here for long, and had been covered by the space of the realm of the gods, so no one could see them. It was not until the hunter squad announced that the guests had arrived that they showed themselves unhurriedly. What welcomed the 100 billion guests was the formation of tens of thousands of Empyrean gods of origin. The formation that encompassed the entire world and the aura that burst out together was so crazy that it made everyone present breathless. They had their backs to the sun, and they were like a mythical army that had walked out of holiness. The figure that seemed to be the protector opened his arms slightly, and his power was like the sacred sunlight that illuminated all things on earth. Even after many years, this scene was still remembered by those who were still alive and would never be forgotten. It was like a scene from a myth. Even if they had brought the best of the best from their sects, apart from the hundreds of people from the major sects mentioned just now, the weakest were at the beginner level of origin, while the smaller groups and forces from other worlds had more or less Empyrean gods mixed in with them. Of course, there were Empyrean gods of high or peak Empyrean gods of origin. There might be a dozen Empyrean gods of the former, and only one or two Empyrean gods of the latter, if they did not include the unimaginably large army of unaffiliated gods. This was already a very powerful force. Even so, the realm of the gods showed them what it meant to be simple and crude, and what it meant to be the largest violent group in the Order faction. The 20 to 30,000 people in the formation that formed a cross of starlight were all at the beginner level of origin, while the hundreds of people in the center of the starlight were all at the advanced level of origin. Those who stood at the very front might have even touched the threshold of that level, but it was just not the time yet. Seeing this, they only wanted to sigh. It was fortunate that the divine realm had only settled down in a corner and not expanded their forces in recent years. Otherwise, more than half of the upper plane would have been flattened by them. Who would be able to withstand such a force? The Lord of Void Court's black orb rippled. No one knew what he was feeling, but he should have been trembling. Then, his voice became much calmer. He no longer had the arrogance of wanting to take over the gods' world. It is said that there are two godhoods in the gods' world. They are the rulers of the gods' world. Are you a protector or an observer? Hui maintained his posture with one hand on his waist and met his gaze with a slight smile. That's right. His gaze pierced through the layer of void and saw the person inside. It was a somewhat thin and weak youth with sickly pale skin. Is this very important to you? They were silent, but Lao Wang and the others at the bottom of the void roared in their hearts. Of course it's important. We want to see the legendary heroic figure of the observer. Who cares if he is a protector or an observer? The handsome man from the gold firmament race laughed coldly. The people from the God's world are really awe-inspiring. For decades, you have settled down in a corner and ignored the visitors from outside the God's world. You have not appeared for a long time and looked down on us. You are so cowardly and timid that you avoid trouble when you encounter trouble. I'm afraid that you are so slow that you can't even lift your own divine weapons, right? Hui was stunned. Behind him, Lady Green, I Ching, and the others looked at each other blankly and picked their ears at the same time. He suspected that they might have heard something wrong in an attempt to deceive their rationality. Everyone who heard this could not help but feel anxious. Their teeth ached, their hearts ached, and their heads hurt. They felt that they would see the scene of blood staining the blue sky in the next second. This matter will erupt in the God's world. We are willing to discuss it together. If you want to monopolize it, you will become the enemy of all life in the void. You have to think carefully. Let's not talk about the long term. Just looking at what you see now, there are trillions of visitors. Clap. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone heard a round of applause. It sounded like tens of thousands of people were clapping at the same time. When they turned around, they saw the mythical army of the God realm. Everyone had a helpless look on their faces as they slapped their foreheads, as if they were having a terrible headache. This kid's brain was not developed properly when he was young, so he ran out. It's over. How did this guy reach the origin realm? Could it be that the void's laws do not obstruct a retard? It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. That guy said a taboo word. It's over, it's over. Lord Hui, shouldn't we first make preparations for the follow-up repair? Lord Feng is probably going to go crazy. Hiss. It's over. The whispers were so loud that everyone in the surroundings could hear them. And from the people around and those who were confronting each other, it seemed that many people had mentioned two people with a single name. One was the person in front of them, and the other. Who was it? And they all said, it's over. Why did it feel like they were not saying that they were done for, but rather, what a representative statement? Hui shook his head helplessly. After a while, he spread his hands and sighed. This is indeed an internal matter of the God's world. It only involves our internal affairs. You came uninvited, and we were already very magnanimous by not immediately doing anything to you. How difficult would it be to set up a world barrier and deal with it at the edge of the God's world? How many of you arrogant outsiders do you think will be able to survive? As he spoke, he could not help but laugh. His face was full of radiance, and the more he spoke, the brighter his smile became. Don't think too highly of yourself, outsiders. You are delusional enough to think that you represent the so-called people of the world, that you are delusional enough to think that you represent the Order faction. In the void, the Order faction does not have the right to be represented by any faction. The only reason we did not deal with you is because you are also on the side of the Order faction. If we really judge that you are not even a faction strength and that you will hinder some of our plans, do you believe that I will not let you leave the God's world? Huey's smile was as bright as the sun, but the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down everyone's spines. Apart from those from the northern underworld immortal realm, the faces of the few void overlords darkened. It was true that they would not be able to win against such a group of people, whether alone or together. The man from the Gold Age clan wanted to use the void momentum to oppress the God's world, and it was indeed a way to deal with them. However, how many of the so-called people of the world would actually go against such an immortal world that stood tall in the void for them? The name of the God's world was infamous even across dozens of timelines. Moreover, they were also worried that the latter would not even take this move. Hui crossed his arms. You want to use the void momentum, the people of the world's might, then I will let you. Hui, we have wasted enough time. The passage of the tribulation clouds is changing. We should go in. Suddenly, a faint voice came from nowhere. It contained some kind of power that made everyone in the tribulation clouds feel the terror of the void being overturned. Even their vision darkened because of this voice, as if it was an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. They really felt that the sky had suddenly darkened, and now it was slowly recovering. Everyone looked around in surprise. This time, they could not even determine the source of the voice. It was as if the entire void was whispering in their ears. It was as if there was a giant who was thousands of miles tall, talking to a person who was locked in a small box that was 10 meters square. Everywhere was the place where the voice came from. Okay. He scratched his head and sighed. His gaze swept across the many void overlords who were dividing the sky and land. Then he smiled faintly. Now move aside. If you don't go in, we still have to deal with that stinking brat inside. Guests of the northern underworld celestial realm, you can go in with us. However, there's probably nothing fun inside. If you don't want to waste your energy and take the risk, you can also sit in our VIP seats for a while. The voice that came out of nowhere sounded again. Everyone from a northern underworld immortal realm looked at each other. The charming woman thought for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled. I'm here to return the favor. If I hide, wouldn't that go against our original purpose? We're willing to explore that mysterious place together. Don't worry, we won't touch anything that belongs to the God realm. Well, it's not a question of whether or not we will touch it. This time, the voice sounded directly in her mind. The woman was stunned. This time, she heard it clearly. It was a girl's voice. It sounded like the melody of an immortal instrument. It was very pleasant to the ears. This matter is related to a certain legend in the divine realm. However, even we don't know what is inside. I'm afraid it won't be what everyone expects. In the end, even if we find out the truth, it might be a waste of effort. Well, I won't force you to do anything. But remember, preserving your strength is the priority. Thank you for your concern, little fairy. The charming woman's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. She just replied in her soul. However, after she replied, she clearly heard a sad sigh. The meaning of it was unclear. But since the other party didn't say anything, she didn't pursue the matter. When Hui saw the people from the northern underworld immortal realm floating over, he gave them a look and said something to the charming woman in his soul. The latter and the others then scattered to different corners of the cross-shaped starlight. The woman came to Huey's back and stood together with I Ching and the others. Invisibly, the power of the cross-shaped starlight increased. Wait! Another voice sounded between heaven and earth. Hui and the others stopped and looked over. They saw a middle-aged man suddenly walking out of the huge sea of people. Enforcers of the divine realm. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the divine realm. However, this matter and the mystery of this place fascinated us. Why don't we barge in together and find out what it is? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air fiercely. There was actually someone who brought up this sentence. Hui nodded. Please do as you wish. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually agreed to it. Even the void giant's cheeks twitched. This was beyond their expectations. This mysterious place is indeed related to a legend in the divine realm. However, even if I said that there might not be anything good inside, you probably wouldn't believe me. We can't be bothered to stop you. The truth is up to you to find out. Hui raised his right hand and tilted his head. Those who don't harm the divine realm are guests. If there is anything, sorry, there will be no exit. If there's really something inside, how you plan to deal with it? Another voice floated across heaven and earth. However, the source of the voice was erratic, and there was no way to find the source. We didn't stop this time. He led the people straight ahead. Rushi, what do you want? There was an unchanging smile in the faint voice, but it made the sensitive people feel a faint chill in it. Everyone's heart trembled for the third time today. No one knew what would happen at that time. Mister, you worry too much. If there is really something that involves your world, we definitely won't touch it. Another person walked out and said with a chuckle. Everyone snorted when they heard that. They just said that when the time came, it wouldn't be surprising if anything happened. They were a group of old monsters who had lived for countless years. It was useless to say such nonsense here and pretend to be young. They should first calm this group of people down. When the time came, they could talk about it when the time came. Of course, we knew what this group of people was thinking. However, he was too lazy to care. Since Maple didn't go crazy and kill everyone here, he must have his own considerations. That guy just didn't do that. If he really did, that flash would have exploded 3 minutes ago. Other than the people of the divine realm and those under their protection, there wouldn't be a single life left in this place. After reaching some agreement to stabilize the balance, at this moment, tens of thousands of people calmed down a little and no more conflicts broke out. Although the giants in the void were unwilling, they still stepped back a little. Even the man from the Golden Ash clan didn't jump out to say anything. Then, hundreds of billions of people watched as the people of the divine realm maintained their formation and slowly walked to the front of the light pillar. Just as they were about to see how they were going to break the light curtain, they saw the young man named Hui waving his hand, and the light curtain became a fleeting cloud. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Let's go. Let's rush to the destination as fast as we can. It's best to solve this matter before anyone can react. Hunter team, pay attention to the guy who opened the secret artifact and bring him back alive. After we go in, those who are stationed in the divine realm, I'll leave the divine realm to you. Understood. The communication in their souls didn't even last a second. Hui waved his hand, and the people of the divine realm and the northern underworld celestial realm maintained the same formation and rushed toward the tribulation cloud passage. Everyone disappeared in an instant. Let's go too. When the void giants saw that their host had entered first, they quickly followed and ordered everyone to enter as well. After that, the largest number of unaffiliated people followed. Those who were the most cautious were calm for less than 2 minutes before they followed, unwilling to fall too far behind. Hundreds of billions of lives were wiped out in less than 3 minutes. The tribulation cloud mountains became empty in an instant. Only the tribulation clouds that covered the entire sky rumbled and released a tremendous amount of energy. There were also many more people waiting and watching at the edge of the divine realm. The real main force stayed above because their quality wasn't up to standard, wielding strange, powerful weapons and waiting for orders. The moment he entered the tribulation cloud passage, we felt some kind of extremely familiar energy wandering around here. His body trembled slightly. Because it was his duty as a guardian, he found that after the familiar energy, even his body was affected by the space here. It's the power of law of the divine realm. Maple was right. The power of law here has been accumulating for a long time, just like the power of law at the bottom of the sea of law. However, it has been accumulating for many times longer than the latter. It seems that we can borrow the power of law here. Lord Hui, if that's the case, won't those people behind us cause a lot of trouble? I Ching couldn't help but frown. Since the power of law of the divine realm could be borrowed, wouldn't that mean, don't worry. It seems that only Maple and I can use it. After all, it's a very ancient power of law. It's so ancient that it can be frozen. Only people with enough authority can use it. In other words, this space has existed for a very, very long time. I can even feel a little bit of power related to the previous era. We couldn't help but sigh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. They were scared to death. They thought that it would really be borrowed by others. If that was the case, it would be ridiculous for a large number of lives to borrow the power of their own world to deal with themselves. Lord Hui, I sense that the lives behind us have entered the tribulation cloud passage, Monarch Green suddenly said. Act according to the plan. Let's begin. Hui waved his hand and said, Yes. Everyone shouted. Those people at the edge of the cross-shaped starlight immediately slowed down a little. However, they still maintained their formation. The cross-shaped starlight changed from a neat plane to a three-dimensional one. Suddenly, the two protruding ends in the middle flattened. Those who slowed down began to rapidly form hand seals while flying at high speed. The people in front pulled the former a few meters away. They were also mobilizing their energy to arrange something. At the same time, the people in front would also pull them back. Then, the people in front would also be busy with one hand. The flirtatious woman turned around to take a look. She saw large and small arrays, runes, divine runes, seals, mysterious symbols, and a bunch of things thrown on the ground. Because they were rushing forward, those things that were not part of the arrays disappeared in an instant. Judging from their speed, it seemed that every 200 to 300 meters, there would be an array of arrays and other things arranged neatly on a flat surface. Can I ask what you're doing? We turned back and grinned. He gave a thumbs up. Arranging obstacles. Every 200 meters, we set up some small obstacles. For example, an illusion array, a huge obstructive energy field, a tough energy barrier, a chaotic space, a tough sealed space, a confusing array, a divine pattern that reverses time and space, a teleportation array to the end of the void, a lost soul array. Although we won't obstruct them, we didn't intend to let them come together. Although we can't completely obstruct them, it shouldn't be a problem to block them for a few hours. The charming woman trembled all over. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking back, she could no longer see below and sighed silently for those people. We're still too lucky. Monarch Green shook his head with his hands on his hips. If it weren't for Lord Feng thinking about the overall situation and not intending to wipe out those outsiders who don't know what's good for them, this place would be much quieter now. Overall situation? The charming woman tilted her head. Oh, I haven't told you about this yet. Hui patted his head and pondered for a moment. Then he told her about the abyssal death mist, the underworld, and all those stupid things. I Ching, Monarch Green, and the others helped to fill in the gaps. They told her about the thrilling things they saw during the investigation. In short, it's a disaster for the entire Order faction. A grand, eternal war. In order to gather the strength of the Order faction, we had no choice but to let the other worlds in the timeline come to this place to prevent them all from being defeated one by one. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to unify the strength of the Order faction yet. Now is a good opportunity. This is what Feng said. Let's see if we can make good use of it. At this moment, the charming woman finally understood why this group of people who clearly had endless energy were so restrained in their actions. They were not as domineering as they claimed to be. It turned out that there was such a concern in the middle. The Northern Underworld Celestial Realm is willing to contribute. Since the Lord Guardian of the Celestial Realm is willing to make such a sacrifice for the overall situation, we have nothing to hesitate about. The charming woman bowed slightly to Hui and said, Use this to repay the kindness of being saved by you people from the Celestial Realm back then. Well, the entire Order faction can't escape. It's just a matter of time. Hui shrugged and did not reject anything. He would just treat this Northern Underworld Celestial Realm as the first step in unifying the strength of the Order faction. Lord Hui, there's a huge energy reaction in front of us. Monarch Green raised his head and looked ahead, interrupting Huey's thoughts. Activate the Star Crown Barrier. Activate the rule-breaking mode. Unleash 10 times the power. Charge forward and crush everything in front of us. Destroy everything that stops us from moving forward. Yes, Lord. The 30,000 warriors of the Celestial Realm shouted in unison. They unleashed an energy that caused the tribulation cloud passage to tremble. The people of the Northern Underworld Celestial Realm were mixed in with them. They felt their blood boiling, mixed in such a mythical army. Even their souls were mobilized and released energy involuntarily. Not far ahead, a patch of dark light suddenly appeared. They could see that there were dragons and snakes entangled with dense lightning. The tough barrier formed by the chaotic rule power had not dissipated yet. It still contained an extremely powerful energy. It was the powerful rule power that belonged to the Celestial Realm. If a high-level heavenly god of origin touched it casually, he would be severely injured or even destroyed. However, Hui and the others did not seem to have seen it. They charged forward with the huge golden barrier. They turned into a golden cross and charged forward, piercing through the black rule power with one strike. The shattered black rule power turned into energy particles and dissipated in the surroundings. The instant collision only slowed down Hui and the others a little. Then he waved his hand. Endless rule power gathered in the tribulation cloud passage, forming an even larger and more terrifying rule power barrier below. There was even energy that belonged to him hidden in the wandering energy. In this tribulation cloud passage, they thought that after passing through the layer of rule power, there would be nothing behind. However, the result was far beyond their imagination. Along the way, there were many holes in the passage that burst out with a huge amount of rule power. They felt that this passage had been open for a long time. In fact, the passage in front of them had not even stabilized by itself. However, it was useless to pursue the matter of whether the passage was open or not. Hui and the others rushed forward as fast as lightning and left more and more troublesome obstacles behind. The passage came to an end after an hour. Not far away, they could see a little light. It was like a little starlight in the endless night. The sudden appearance of the huge light in front of them made everyone squint their eyes. They could feel the fluctuation of another space from the light. Everyone be careful. Release all of your space energy to resist the effect of the possible space splitting. We yelled, and the blue space power surged from everyone like a wave. The moment their space power gathered, the white light in front of them occupied their entire line of sight. Then, everyone plunged into the light. We felt that he was standing on flat ground, and the feeling of rushing forward had disappeared. He blinked his eyes, and, several times, he couldn't see clearly what was in front of him. After a while, the white light dimmed a little, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. Hui was stunned when the scene became so clear that it couldn't be any clearer. He didn't expect that the scene in front of him would be like this. Chapter 1351. What appeared in front of them was a long road made of rugged rocks. Well, a long corridor. Well, a long bridge. Probably something like a bridge. In front of them was a road that was more than a kilometer wide. The ground paved with stones looked like small stones in the backyard of a garden, stained with green moss and gold from some traces of energy flow. On both sides of the road, there were piles of stones piled up with the smallest 1 or 2 meters wide and the largest hundreds of meters wide. However, no matter how tall and big the stones were, the highest point of the stone wall was only 1.5 meters above the ground. The large stones were all embedded in the bottom where they could not see or stretched out far, like a long bridge made of stones. A thin layer of cloud floated on the ground of the long bridge. We stepped on the solid ground, as if he was floating on a layer of cloud. It was an energy cloud condensed by ordinary energy, a sign that the energy here was very abundant. He could not help but look up. Above the space where the long bridge was located, there was a starry sky. Dark red and dark purple nebulae and stars shone in the distant sky. Looking down at the two ends of the long bridge, there was an energy ocean condensed by concentrated energy. It really looked like an ocean. The surging waves and the surging undercurrents made the surface of the ocean and the bottom of the ocean constantly appear. The long bridge was right above the ocean, and right below the bridge was a huge crack. It spread forward with the long bridge, and the end could not be seen. It was not an ordinary crack like a vertical valley, but a distortion phenomenon for unknown reasons. At the edge of the crack, the energy ocean did not fall into the crack vertically like a waterfall. In fact, the energy ocean rushed into the crack at a rather slanted angle. Looking at it from a certain angle, it seemed that the entire energy ocean was slanted, and looking into the crack, the bottom could not be seen. There are a lot of distortions around that rift valley. When space and energy flow through there, they suddenly fell from a normal straight line to a slanted downward. It is some kind of solidified distortion phenomenon, as if there is something of an unusually large mass, heavier than the stars in the sky, in the crack, causing the space to distort due to the pressure. Then, that thing suddenly disappeared, but the distortion it caused did not disappear at the same time. Instead, it was fixed here and became a distortion phenomenon in normal space. As you can see, it has become a rift valley. If you go all the way to the bottom of the rift valley, you should be able to see the water of this ocean converging. We stood at the edge of the long bridge and poked his head out to look at the distorted rift valley below. Then, he turned to the others and said, "It seems that even though we've taken precautions, we've still been separated by some kind of spatial rupture effect. I just don't know which space they're in. The few of them looked around and shook their heads blankly. Their companions who were beside them just a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. They were a little flustered, but it was not serious. After so many years of experience, they had seen all kinds of storms and waves, and had seen this kind of spatial isolation effect countless times. Hui gathered his spirit and soul power and groped in his soul for a while. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although we have been forcibly isolated, everyone seems to be in good condition. I Ching, Green, how is the situation on your side? Green's voice was the first to ring in his soul. Oh, Lord Hui, the situation here is good. I have 26 people with me. That idiot I Ching is not with me, and the other team leaders are not with me. I Ching, who was treated as an idiot, twitched his cheek and sighed helplessly. Lord Hui, I'm fine here too. The number of people is about the same. I have just confirmed with the other team leaders that the order of the teams has been messed up, but there is no problem with the number of people. Also, Lord Hui, Brother Ching, where are you? There's a stone bridge in front of me. What about your side? Yes, a long bridge. It seems that it is the isolation of the same layer of space. Now, everyone has been separated into different spaces. The teams should take care of each other. At present, we can only continue to move forward. There seems to be no other way. We glanced ahead and pondered for a moment. Everyone can see the huge bridge that goes straight ahead, right? A series of responses boomed in his soul. This time, he was sure that everyone was in the same space. Huey's brain buzzed for a moment, and he quickly shook his head. After thinking for 3 seconds, he made a decision. Anyway, let's head towards the deepest part of this space. Don't casually touch any energy in this space. I can feel that a lot of things have settled down here. That's right, by all means, don't fly too fast. Don't be too far away from each other, and it's best to use a rope to hold onto each other. Phone, how is it on your side? After arranging everything, we've directly shouted at a certain guy. In a hurry, he forgot to withdraw from the public soul communication. Everyone heard this shout, and those who were about to move forward stopped. There was only a hollow sound of energy in his soul. He couldn't hear any response that contained thoughts. He couldn't hear Feng's voice. Phone, Hui anxiously shouted again. Although he didn't think that the guy would encounter any mishaps in this space, but when he knew that everyone was isolated in the same space and couldn't see each other, and suddenly there was a person who didn't have any signs of life, and they didn't know whether he was dead or alive, anyone would feel a little anxious. He anxiously shouted another 3 or 4 times, but all his voice was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response. Even Hui was a little panicked. Some of the same anxious emotions appeared in his soul. Just when everyone was worried about the observer, there was finally a weak response from his soul. I'm fine. Go deeper. Be careful. Something in this space. Collapse. There's something in this space. There's not much time. Although the voice was intermittent, there was indeed a response. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more at ease. Although they didn't know what happened to Feng, they thought that he should be fine. However, when Hui heard this sentence, he changed the meaning. They had known each other for many years, and he knew how that guy would tell him what he wanted to say in the shortest time possible. Just like last time when he shouted, "Open the door," he knew that something was wrong. He listened to Feng's voice. Perhaps there was some reason that caused the intermittent words, but there was another more likely situation. He couldn't speak completely. For example, he was half-dead tired and had to speak. For example, he was really half-dead. Phone, it's fine. Let's all go forward along the stone bridge. Everyone will meet at the end of the bridge. If something unexpected happens, if we can't meet in the end, well, we'll talk about it later. Everyone responded through the soul transmission. Then, they cut off the transmission and walked towards the front of the stone bridge. We let out a long sigh and waved to the 10 people beside him. That's it. Let's hurry up and move forward. I have a bad feeling about Maple jumping the time just now. Oh, I don't know how long we'll have to walk. The stone bridge and the crack below obviously coexisted. It looked like the stone bridge had pressed the space of the sea of energy into a rift valley. This strange space was full of incomprehensible energy everywhere. A lot of energy flowed in the space disorderly, making the sea of energy below even more turbulent. The edge of the sea could not be seen. The stone bridge was like a lonely island in the sea. At a distance from the stone bridge, a huge water column erupted from the sea like a fountain. It rushed straight out of the sea for tens of thousands of miles. At the top of the water column, a wide water splash bloomed. A considerable part of the splashing energy water fell on the stone bridge and blended into the energy clouds. There were many fountains like this in the sea, and they were not arranged neatly along the two ends of the stone bridge. Around the stone bridge, there were many huge rocks floating in the air. Many crushed stones and huge rocks were pieced together to form a huge stone ring that surrounded the stone bridge. Above the stone ring, there was also an irregular rock that measured at least 10,000 feet in both width and length. It looked like a floating island in the sky. On the left and right sides of the floating island, there were two scattered stone pillars that were paved with crushed stones. They curved and pointed straight ahead, parallel to the stone bridge. Hui and the others moved quickly on the stone bridge. He was still worried about the guy who could not even speak a complete sentence. He used the Guardian's power of law to wrap them up and move forward quickly. The energy clouds would leave a shallow trace because of their rapid passing and then quickly close. Along the way, there would be energy vortexes on both sides of the stone bridge near the stone walls. After a while, the vortexes would spew out a small water column only half a meter high, just like the water column in the sea of energy. As they moved forward, we could not help but touch Maple's soul seed again. But this time, no matter how long he waited, he did not get a reply. Only the strange sound of energy surging lingered in his ears, like the sound of the passing wind gradually dissipating in his ears. The only thing he could confirm was that the guy looked fine. Well, 5 minutes ago, he felt fine, but now, he obviously felt something was wrong. Some strange energy came from his soul, but he was still alive. Are you worried about your friend? The charming woman looked at his frown and could not help but ask. Hui was stunned. He scratched his cheek and nodded. Although he was still worried, he did not show it on the surface. I can confirm that he is safe. They don't seem to be in the same place as the others. Well, he can take care of himself. At least there is nothing in this space that can kill him. Probably. The charming woman nodded and did not say anything. She did not know what expression to show. She just could not help but want to say something when she saw him frowning. After moving quickly on the long bridge for more than an hour, perhaps the energy in this space was too strong. They who relied on energy to eat also felt a little uncomfortable. They could not help but stop and walk slowly for more than 10 minutes before they started again. This time, their speed was slower than before. We began to pay attention to and analyze this space. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Their intuition told them that there was no danger in this place, but the alert energy circulating in their bodies had been in a very low active state, which told them that there might be something here. There might be something a little wrong lurking here. Before it was exposed, there would be no unusual danger, but once it was exposed, it was not necessarily so. Lord Hui, there seems to be something remaining in this space. You must be careful. I just punched it and my hand is swollen. Qing Jun's voice in his mind made Huey's wild thoughts return to calmness. He was stunned when he heard the words. It's some kind of image in this space. It may be some kind of image condensed by the residual power of the rules and the energy here that Lord Hui mentioned earlier. It released some hostility, so Big Brother Qing preemptively punched it. It hit the stone, and that thing dissipated into thin air. Hui was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before he took this matter as a common occurrence. But when he heard Qing Jun's silly laughter in his mind, he could not help but have black lines on his face. In short, is that image some kind of hostility released by this space? Or some kind of unknown enemy? I'm not sure about this. Will there be any so-called enemy in this space? Qing Jun scratched his head and responded. It's hard to say. Hui sighed and shook his head. It may be that the rules that existed in the divine realm of the previous era were shattered by the void shock, leaving behind large pieces of rule fragments. There may even be a lot of information mixed in the middle. It is possible to project some kind of unconscious fragment into the future across time, and the probability is not small. In short, be careful of everything that may appear around you. As soon as his voice fell, Huey's expression trembled. He looked at the thing that emerged from the space in front of him. From the thin energy cloud under his feet, a fist-sized mass emerged, colorless, darker than black, so black that there was no color. Mud-like thing, floating in the air and constantly wriggling, but the body of this strange object was a little unstable. It was constantly trembling like flashing lightning, as if it would disappear at any time. The thing in front of him was probably the image that Qing Jun and I Ching were talking about. Indeed, looking at the frequency of its trembling, it was like some kind of image that did not exist in the present world. But just because they couldn't find it didn't mean that he couldn't find it. The wriggling mud that was as black as the void actually existed. What was projected in this place was an exact existence that had a physical body. Crash! When the people around him saw more than a dozen lumps of mud that suddenly emerged, they all stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were very serious, and their energy surged wildly. Wait, let's take a look first. I feel that something is not quite right. Hui quickly waved to stop them. If they let their guard down and accidentally hit the energy, not to mention the dozen lumps of mud in front of them, even the long bridge might be smashed into a pit by them. Lord Hui, have you seen it over there? Please be careful. Hui responded, but he stood still and did not move. He just looked at the dozen lumps of mud that seemed to have emerged because of their arrival. After a while, he raised his hand fiercely, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his palm. In an instant, it was attached to one of the lumps of mud, and they also trembled violently because of his sudden action. Like an image that had lost its energy, it disappeared all of a sudden. There was no movement during the whole process, as if they just came out to get familiar with their faces or something disappeared. Huey's expression became a little strange, and he revealed a strange expression. The golden light attached to the mud obviously sensed a movement similar to a space switch. That thing did disappear from their eyes, but it just went through a space jump and then disappeared in front of them in an instant and appeared in another place. Just as Hui was concentrating on sensing, he suddenly felt a dark and crazy breath coming back from the golden light. The black mud was like a hidden volcano that contained a crazy, dark, destructive power, and it was different from all the dark and crazy breaths that he knew. It was just that it suddenly erupted at this time. If it suddenly appeared and attacked them violently at the beginning, the dozen of them might be caught off guard. There would not be any casualties. At most, they would be startled. But then suddenly, there was an explosive growth of dark energy. He could not judge. Maybe if he came into contact with it directly, he would be in a very difficult situation, the kind of difficult situation that would kill him. Those things may have gathered together. Be careful of anything you may encounter on the road ahead. Hui said to everyone in the soul. He waved his hand and continued to lead them forward. But this long bridge was really boring. Except for the strange mud that just appeared, there was no more reaction. It had been almost 4 hours since they walked into this space. The long bridge was the strange-looking sea of energy next to it. The starry sky, filled with nebulas, looked fantastic and strange, and the road in front of them seemed to never have an end. This place is so boring. Except for us, we can't see anyone else. By the way, where did the guy who opened the secret artifact go? Why haven't we seen him yet? He entered this space a long time before us. Since he has the ability to open the secret artifact, he should also have the ability to solve the crisis here, Hui replied. If I'm not wrong, he may have already reached the deepest place. Well, maybe he's just a little faster than us and hasn't reached the end yet. 3 minutes ago, a powerful spatial explosion was observed. It's suspected to be a rupture caused by an unstable space. We haven't seen anything like that in the previous stretch of the road. Lord Maple mentioned a rupture earlier. Could it be that he's already ahead of us? Hearing I Ching's words, Hui immediately judged that they might be walking at the front, and Maple might be faster than them. He had already gone who knows how many steps ahead. Just now, he could still sense his condition from a soul seed, but now he couldn't feel it at all. He only knew that he was still alive. Hui shook his head and threw those terrible, terrible, very bad, and worse guesses into the depths of his soul. Hui took a deep breath and slapped himself in his heart. Everything was in a state of uncertainty. Whatever he said and felt was just a guess. It was more important to concentrate on moving forward. Besides, deep in his heart, he really felt that Maple would never die in this place. At most, he had encountered some trouble. Oh, then he had to move faster. If he met up with him, he could laugh at that guy. Then he would go up and see if he could help. Bang! As this thought flashed through his mind, just as he increased his speed, Hui and the others heard a crisp, shattering sound, and then a large amount of energy swept over like a storm. However, just as the storm that was mixed with a large amount of space energy was about to hit the long bridge, a huge wave rolled up and scattered the storm on the spot. Hui and the others were slightly surprised. They turned their heads and saw a huge crack across the sky in the distance. This space was still not stable enough, even if it was much more stable than the tribulation cloud passage just now. It seems that the stability of space starts from the inside and then goes to the outside. We are probably close to the end of the long bridge. Let's speed up a little. Qing-jun, you guys slow down a little. Wait for us, Hui. Hui. Lord Hui. Phone. Lord's condition. Ga. An urgent message was sent from Qing-jun to all the people's souls. Anyone who read the message directly had a drastic change in expression. That careless guy who had brashly crossed the void was reporting something, and he actually fainted because of fright. More than a dozen of the highest level alarms of the same situation were issued at the same time. Probably, the team following Qing-jun had arrived and then saw something that horrified them. We didn't even have time to ask. He lowered his head and rushed past. The energy that burst out from the impact made the long bridge tremble. The switch in space was very sudden. A faint white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, which made everyone squint. 2 or 3 seconds later, they opened their eyes again and saw that they were already in another space. It was still the long bridge, but there were no wide springs on both sides, no cracks that could crush space. The sea of energy flowed very smoothly. The sky was a little darker, and a purple-yellow nebula with thousands of stars occupied the whole sky. We took a few steps out slowly and saw the space in front of him. There were other people around him, and other people were constantly appearing. Not far away, Qing-jun, who had already recovered, and a dozen people led by him were squatting in a circle on the right edge of the long bridge, as if they were protecting something. Seeing Hui and the others coming over, they quickly waved their hands. Hui hurriedly walked over and found that there was a holy, white figure in the circle they had formed. It was, no, he didn't know her name. He only knew that she had an inseparable, intimate relationship with Feng. It fainted on the ground, and its body was almost immersed in the energy cloud. If it hadn't been for the divine energy shimmer it exuded and the wide wings that attracted the attention of others, perhaps no one would have noticed that it was lying here with a white wing wrapped around Siyu in its arms, as if it had just encountered an emergency and been attacked. It only had time to hold the little girl in its arms to resist the impact, and then it fainted. We looked around doubtfully. Where's Feng? They're here. There's no reason for Feng not to. Hui, Lord Hui, heavens, heavens. I Ching shouted in a voice that was 1,000,000 times more horrifying than Qing-jun's. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the right end of the long bridge. Their eyes widened, and there was an unconcealable look of horror in their eyes. Not far away in the sky, where the sea of energy and the starry sky converged, there was a huge and strange pattern, as if a corner of the divine pattern had been magnified 1,000,000 times. Looking along that arc, some things gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight, patterns that covered the sky. Looking a little further away, they could see that the colorful patterns seemed to be divine patterns, some kind of rune, and some kind of huge and twisted creation formed by the combination of divine patterns and some kind of dark and evil lines. Every inch and every foot was surging with incomparably sacred and huge mixed energy that was incomparably dark and crazy. The sacred energy was like a falling meteorite, dragging out hundreds of energy tails that were tens of thousands of miles long. While the dark and crazy energy was like a ball of mud, everyone widened their eyes in shock and fear. That was the mud that they had just seen and disappeared in an instant. So it turned out that the mud had come to this place. The divine patterns in the sky should have been dazzling, magnificent, and incomparably divine. But because of the mud's existence, they were only left with endless, strange, and crazy darkness. And in the center of that strange core were the hundreds of billions of lines spread out. What appeared in the very center was a figure that seemed to be drowned by endless vines, foam. Hui murmured and clenched his hands. No one knew what he was feeling right now. He just hung there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep. Only his shoulders and head were exposed. The origin imprint grew crazily from his body, turning into a tangible energy creation. It turned into vines that wrapped around his body and then spread out in all directions. It was as if they had taken root here. It was incomparably strange. Chapter 1352. In the sky on one side of the long bridge, an incomparably sacred, yet endlessly strange image was frozen in this scene. Like a god and a mad demon, two auras were fighting for control with the body of the man hanging in the sky as the battlefield. Only one of the two auras could be distinguished, the aura of the origin energy, and there was more than one. He could roughly guess that something had happened in the world where the rules materialized last time, but he had no idea what had happened. As for the other kind of energy, he had no idea at all. He had never seen this kind of destructive non-order energy in the void. It was so dark and crazy, countless times stronger than the nirvana element on Maple's body. If the origin energy represented the origin, order, and holiness, then the black mud-like energy represented the opposite of the origin energy, the end, chaos, and darkness. That energy was on par with the origin energy. At this moment, these two types of energy were fighting with Maple's body as the battlefield. However, the latter's desire to destroy and destroy was very firm, while the origin energy seemed to be just casually defending. It seemed that it was only because it had encountered their carrier that it had to defend symbolically. It was full of inertia, although the mark of the origin energy expanded in the air, and the energy reaction was so brilliant and magnificent, it was actually lazy. Anyway, when Hui saw through this grand confrontation, he was a little desperate. Maple, a shout containing the vibrating energy of the rules, penetrated the space and rushed into the confrontation domain. Hui tried to wake Maple, who seemed to be in a coma, but it was useless. When the energy rushed to the edge of the area, it was shattered by the aftermath of the confrontation. What the hell is going on? Hui was so anxious that he was sweating all over. Maple had been following them secretly, and they had entered this space together. However, when they sensed that something had happened to Maple, it was when they had just entered this space. Didn't that mean that when they entered this space, Maple had arrived directly in this space and was affected by that strange energy? Now, little angel, and see you were also unconscious. No one knew what had happened. They stood still and looked at each other blankly. Maple, I heard you. I heard you. I'm not dead yet. Can you not shout so sadly? After Hui shouted again, Maple's helpless and weak response suddenly came from the soul. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. But then their expressions became serious. Although they had confirmed that Maple was fine, but the current situation, what the hell was going on? Hearing Maple's forced and calm tone, Hui hurriedly said, "What the hell happened? We entered this space together. How did you? Were those things? What is it? I also want to know. But soon, I will probably know what it is after a while." Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly in the soul and slowly explained what had just happened. Fortunately, they were not separated. However, the situation was a little different. They were directly thrown into the second long bridge. The nightmare also happened the moment they appeared. The moment they entered, Yun Nuashing could feel that the origin energy was stimulated and suddenly rushed out. Then, the space was like a chain reaction. The black mud that was colorless immediately appeared from the space and covered the entire sky. It was as if it had gone crazy. He only had time to push the little angel and see you out of the space, but the impact of the origin energy and the unknown energy still knocked them unconscious. Then he was hung in the sky like a fool, watching the two forces of energy fight with all their might. They wanted to kill him at the same time, but he could do nothing about it. Oh, actually, that was not the case. Well, that's what happened. Yun Nuashing said in a relaxed tone. We guessed that he was going to shrug when he said that. We don't know more details. There's some kind of true reflection in this space, lurking here together with the rule fragments of the realm of the gods. That is to say, they have appeared in the realm of the gods and left a deep impression on the realm of the gods. Also, they were stimulated by the origin energy because I brought the origin energy and stimulated them. So, I seem to have thought of something. Hui, have you thought of something? Huey's face became gloomy and incomparably solemn. The latter part of their conversation was communicated in each other's soul seeds, and no one else could hear it. If your memory is not wrong, it involves the origin energy, the realm of the gods, and the mud. These three things put together to form a scene. The scene you saw, the scene where the heavenly god of destruction was defeated by the unknown race and the unknown, vague, dark energy. That mud, perhaps, is that dark energy the same level as the origin energy? That makes sense. This could also explain how they could injure and even kill the great heavenly god of origin. But does this kind of energy really exist in this world? Huey's eyes widened in horror. Does this kind of energy that is the same level as the heavenly god of origin, but completely opposite in nature, really exist in this world? I've never even heard of it. That's not something we can delve into now. Yin Nuashing sighed. So, we don't have to waste our time on this place. The origin energy and this, let's call it annihilation energy for now. I felt part of its nature when I fought against it. So this name should be quite suitable. They still have to fight for a while. I have a way to solve the problem before us, but the success rate is still uncertain. However, according to my own nature, the success rate is actually quite high. What I mean is, you guys don't have to worry about me and keep moving forward. I can feel the presence of life in the depths. Perhaps that fellow who opened the door has already reached the deepest part of this dimension. Oh, by the way, leave the two girls with me. I have to wait for them to wake up before I make my move. Hui wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth for 2 seconds, he took a light breath and pursed his lips in silence for a while before finally saying quietly, If that's the case, then we'll wait for your safe return. After saying that, Hui waved his hand fiercely. Let's go. Keep moving forward until we reach the deepest part of this dimension. Everyone stared blankly at the Lord Protector, who stubbornly left without looking back. Gritting their teeth, they remembered Lord Feng's words and Lord Huey's words, and collectively saluted Lord Feng before bursting into the depths of this dimension. Seeing the group of people rush forward with their hearts in their hands, Yin Nuashing helplessly let out a long sigh. He struggled free of his bound body and let out another long sigh. This time, it was truly a troublesome situation. He controlled his mental and soul strength, and the space in front of him quickly distorted due to the collision of several types of energy. The distorted vortex suddenly caved in, and an explosive energy burst out from the distorted space. The distorted black lightning burst out for a distance of 4 to 5 meters, tearing open a crack in this abnormally tough dimension. Phew! He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last of his mental and soul strength. He felt that in a situation where two of the most powerful types of energy in the world were fighting against each other, forcefully using his mental and soul strength to move something was suicidal. He could only use 2 types of energy to protect his weak soul, and now that he had used most of it, his soul became much dimmer. The small crack in the spatial vortex lasted for about a minute before the entire dimension suddenly stabilized. Then, a sharp purple-black object slowly emerged from the bottom of the vortex. When most of its body had emerged, it could be seen that it was the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Originally, it had been suppressed by the energy in his pendant and couldn't move. Now, because the two types of energy were fighting against each other and couldn't divert their attention to him. He forced a hole in it. This action alone drained him of all his strength. After the Netherworld ruined sword emerged from the dimension, it floated to the side. The two types of energy here, the two types of energy that couldn't be bothered with it, didn't affect it. However, Yin still saw it spontaneously use part of its energy to create a vacuum of energy, just enough to protect itself. This slight display of rationality made Yin eyes flicker. The Netherworld ruined sword from the Dark Age wasn't damaged, but for some reason, its soul and consciousness were completely dormant. It was so dormant that he couldn't sense its consciousness at all. In fact, until now, in Fongling's memories, he hadn't seen the Netherworld ruined sword show any signs of self-control. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed danger, which was why it barely reacted. I don't know why, but I really miss the unreliable soul in the Netherworld ruined sword. Yin let out a long sigh that hurt his teeth. He thought for a while and felt that it was because it was a little troublesome for him to control what was about to happen. So he especially missed the Netherworld ruined sword that could float around on its own. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered that in the ancient age, the Netherworld ruined sword's soul and consciousness were completely unresponsive. At that time, it actually showed signs of damage, but it was just a little and didn't have much of an effect. It wasn't until the 139th era when the Netherworld ruined sword was completely destroyed. Oh, that was his own fault. When he fell in the ancient age, he went crazy and self-destructed, destroying the Netherworld ruined sword along the way. The other divine swords were nowhere to be found. Yin separated a part of his soul and attached it to the Netherworld ruined sword. Fortunately, even though he wasn't the original owner of the Netherworld ruined sword, perhaps because he had carried it for a long time, it didn't reject his soul. At that moment, he was experiencing the novel feeling of looking at the world from the perspective of a sword. After a few seconds, he stopped playing. There didn't seem to be any difference, and the place where his vision appeared, the place where his eyes were located, was actually where the sword's guard was. But the Netherworld ruined sword didn't have a guard. Yin controlled the Netherworld ruined sword to fly around in the sky, drawing out streaks of energy trails. After playing for a while and waiting for his soul to recover a little, he took a deep breath and shouted into the soul of Little Angel, "Girl, wake up." Awakened by a familiar soul power, the Little Angel opened her eyes in a daze. She saw a large, thin, purple-black energy trail. She paused for a moment, then took a closer look. It was the Netherruin sword that was accelerating and accumulating an enormous amount of energy. When it rushed out with that energy, it caused the space around it to tremble slightly. "Little star, lass, wake up and get ready. No matter what you see later. You just have to trust me. After that, if something jumps out from my body later, you have to kill it first. Don't worry about me. Remember this well. Kill anything that might come out of my body first. Don't leave a single speck of dust behind." Yin voice sounded in the mind of Little Angel. She tilted her head and hurriedly got up from the ground and flapped her huge wings. When she woke up, she suddenly remembered the last scene before she fainted. When she turned her head, she saw the scene that shocked her. "Little star, you? Okay, I got it." She didn't care about the cause and effect of everything. She would find out later anyway. Now, she hurriedly adjusted her state and began to gather energy in her hand. This time, the angelic holy sword was no longer in the shape of a slender longsword. Instead, it was a special version that was engraved with part of the Netherworld ruined sword's power. Little Angel couldn't control it very well. She wouldn't take it out under normal circumstances. If he hadn't said it so seriously, she probably wouldn't have used it. When Little Angel was ready, she took a deep breath and used her free hand to protect Siyu with holy energy. Then, she nodded at Yin in the strange scene. She was ready. When she received the signal, Yin eyebrows twitched. She gritted her teeth and drained all of her energy. She emptied her body to the point where the two extreme energies could enter her body at any time. She poured all of her energy into the Netherworld ruined sword. The netherworld ruin sword that had been flying in the sky and accumulating energy and speed left a huge purple-black curve in the sky. It turned around and rushed toward its controller. Little Angel saw this and wanted to rush out in fear. However, the netherworld ruin sword was faster than her. In a flash of lightning, the giant sword pierced through Yun Nuoxing's chest. The condensed energy pierced through his mind, soul, and body. The collision of the two energies created a huge gap of thousands of feet. The special energy of the netherworld ruin sword cut all elements and energies in the area in half, including Yun Nuoxing herself. Unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, Yun Nuoxing looked down at the hilt of the giant sword in front of his chest. The pain made his pretty face contort into a hideous expression. That unreserved attack with the netherworld ruin sword's energy attribute had cut him in half. The physical body of energy quickly faded away, leaving only the body of energy. Moreover, it was rapidly dimming as the three energies clashed and exploded. The purplish-black energy surged in his body, cutting the two energies that had occupied his body in half. The origin energy was forced back into the origin mark. The sword that pierced his chest made him feel as if his soul, spirit, and body were about to be split apart and then cut into two independently. In that strange sensation, he seemed to have vaguely seen something as some fragments burst out of his body. They were not his own, but had surged into his body along with the annihilation energy and into his soul. Those fragments that burst out contained a lot of information, and he could vaguely see some terrifying scenes. Standing on the realm of the gods and looking up at the sky that was almost burnt out, the fragments of the world's light were burning and spinning as they fell from the void and withered. He saw the blurry figure of what seemed to be the heavenly god of origin being pierced by the annihilation energy that drowned a part of the void, and he saw it from the first-person perspective. He also saw that figure. It was that figure again, who had single-handedly repelled an army and was besieged and hunted, but this time he did not see the flash of destruction. Many scenes flashed before his eyes like a merry-go-round. In that instant, he forgot about the pain, and his eyes were blank. The black energy, after throwing up a large pile of energy fragments as if he was vomiting blood, quickly dissipated like the ebbing tide. It gathered from all directions in his body, and finally condensed into a colorless ball the size of a head where the netherworld ruin sword had pierced his back. It broke free with a squelch and hurriedly flew into the distance, as if it wanted to escape. Seeing this scene, the shocked little angel immediately reacted. Wrapped in light, she appeared in front of the ball's escape route. The angelic holy sword, which contained part of the netherworld ruins sword's special energy, swept across. The annihilation energy, which did not have time to change direction, crashed into the angelic holy sword and was sliced in half. The angelic holy sword in little angel's hand collapsed, turning into a sea of golden fire that enveloped the two halves of the annihilation energy. The high temperature of the flames caused the space to distort. Little Angel could feel the scene of the crazy and dark energy being purified, but there was no movement at all. It also seemed to feel that there was a consciousness that originated from the annihilation energy, watching it burn itself into nothingness. The strange feeling made Little Angel's heart tremble a little. Little Angel did not hear the analysis of the two people, and she felt a faint fear of this energy that was about to destroy itself in such a cruel and self-destructive way. However, when the origin energy confronted her, it was severely injured by the netherworld ruin's sword. Little Angel was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was soon burned into nothingness by the angelic holy flame that she had been accumulating for 4 to 5 minutes. Little Star, turning around abruptly, the origin energy and the mark of origin disappeared along with the disappearance of the annihilation energy. The moment it turned around, it happened to see the mark of origin turn back into an ordinary mark. Seeing him lose consciousness and fall into the sea of energy below with the nether void ruined sword, it hurriedly flew towards him and caught him, who was so weak that he was on the verge of dissipating and flew back to the stone bridge. The Netherworld Ruins sword had uncontrollably detached itself from Yun Nuoxing's chest through spatial teleportation. It floated by the side. The purplish-black greatsword was stained with golden blood, making it look more terrifying than ever. When the little angel was not paying attention, the golden blood quietly melted into the sword. A golden light appeared on the blade of the sword, and then it dimmed. The Netherworld Ruins sword seemed to have gained something else. The converted pseudo-divine power flashed on her jade hand and healed the huge wound that pierced through her energy body. She put on an expression that was hard to tell whether she was laughing or crying. She could not suppress the pain in her heart. The sword seemed to have stabbed her, and she could feel the pain too. You? How can you not even let yourself go when you're crazy? Well, I have no choice. I'll die if I wait any longer. The origin energy and the annihilation energy have split me in half. If I don't get rid of them as soon as possible, I'll still die. Let's take a gamble. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. His body had been annihilated, and only a pure energy body was left. He was actually struggling at death's door, but even the energy body had been annihilated. He could no longer feel pain. The only thing he could feel was that he was watching his life slipping away bit by bit. Actually, I was lucky this time. The replicated annihilation energy was not controlled, and the origin energy was also carelessly defending against it. Both of them had been weakened, and they were only resisting with a little bit of instinct. I don't dare to imagine if these two types of energy at the level of the origin heavenly gods were really messing around in my body. I would probably be dead by now. The little angel did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only bend down and hug him gently, using her own energy to restore his energy body that was about to be extinguished. Yin Nuoxing grinned. That thing is definitely dead, right? Yes. I've been really unlucky recently. Whether it's this era or that era, I've been really unlucky during this period of time. There are always some terrible things happening. Yes, it'll be fine. The annihilation energy, the culprit or accomplice that caused the fall of the origin heavenly gods. I think I saw something just now. The burning void, the fallen heavenly gods. It's all in the past, yes. Yin Nuoxing's eyelids trembled slightly. I'm sorry. I might need you to look after me for a while more. I'll wake up very soon, very soon. Hearing the voice of the person in her arms gradually disappear, the little angel bit her lip and looked at the energy figure that was about to completely disappear. It was so transparent that she could see her own hands that were hugging him, as if there was only a layer of glass between them. She revealed a smile that was slightly better than crying. Anyway, I've already gotten used to it. You're the idiot that makes people worry. You're the most hopeless idiot in the world. She sniffed, and her wings wrapped around the unconscious CU. Her arms carried the idiot that was about to disappear, and she quickly flew into the depths of space. Chapter 1353. Looks like someone's coming in. At the end of the bridge was a huge platform that was pieced together by countless flat stones. It looked normal on the surface, but when one looked below and around the platform, one would feel that they were looking at a stone porcupine. It was more like a floating island, with a radius of around 30,000 meters. Here, it was more like an island in the sea of energy, with one side of the stone platform so flat that it could be seen at a glance. In this space, the sea of energy became turbulent once again. The huge waves on both sides of the bridge rose to a height of 1,000 miles and slammed heavily on the surface of the sea of energy, creating a 10,000 zhang-wide crack in the sea of energy. It would take a while for the seawater to submerge this place again. A 10,000-mile-wide tornado appeared on the surface of the sea of energy, sucking the sea of energy into the sky and turning it into raindrops that were thrown over a radius of 100,000 miles. There was also a violent storm that was faster than the speed of sound. However, there was a faint layer of energy radiance floating on the bridge that resisted all the violent elements and allowed the raindrops to fall on the bridge. This time, the turbulent sea of energy did not extend to the front along the line of sight. After it passed the floating island platform, it suddenly tilted at an angle as if the ground in front of them was rising abruptly, forming a 60-degree angle with the ground. That was how the sea of energy before them was. When it rushed to the space before them, the entire sea tilted at that point. At the center of the tilted slope, a dark and deep vortex appeared. The vortex was thousands of feet wide, swirling seawater and stirring up huge waves on the surrounding sea. Even if the waves were to reach the distance away from the slope, they would not directly crash down from the sky and would simply slam back onto the slope. That place seemed to follow a different rule, or perhaps it was only the sea of energy that was the case. The white-haired Xing Lu's robe was fluttering in the wind. He and Xianlei were standing at the furthest point of the floating island, sticking close to the slope. The position parallel to the platform was the center of the giant whirlpool. From this angle, they could see the whole picture of the whirlpool. They could also see the deep darkness in the center. They couldn't see the bottom. They could only see the endless darkness as if it led to the endless void. There were other sounds in the space other than the one he was in. It came from far behind, and Xing LV could not help but look back. At the end of his sight, there was no one else on the bridge, but he was sure that someone was coming from there and could possibly bring along 100,000 levels of firepower to stab him in the back. Xing LV deeply believed so, and he knew that once those people behind him arrived, he would most likely lose his life. What he could use as a bargaining chip now. He looked back at the front again, and Xianlei was floating about 2 to 3 meters away from the stone platform. There was a crystal formed by his energy between his hands. Xianlei closed his eyes slightly, sensing something through the crystal. The vortex in the sea of energy seemed to be fluctuating because of his sensing control. The edge of the vortex trembled slightly, and the whole thing was somewhat unstable. The spinning speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the surrounding waves would occasionally hit the vortex heavily, almost causing it to collapse a few times. As the entire vortex became more and more unstable, the movement from the depths of the vortex became more and more obvious. There were muffled sounds as if something huge was breathing, and there were frequent energy explosions at the edge of the vortex. Xianlei heard him and opened his eyes. After a while, he gently closed them again. The energy nodes I left behind can sense their arrival. They are very fast and should still be within the allowed range. I'm almost there as well. I can take out the secret weapon in at most 5 minutes. Although it's impossible for us to reverse the current situation, but it should be able to help us negotiate. After all, it's a legendary item in the realm of the gods. They should care a little about it, right? Xing LV couldn't help but smile bitterly. What he was most afraid of was that the crowd of masters of the realm of the gods would rush up without a care. They were not interested in the so-called secret weapon at all. Then he would really be finished. Speaking of which, his right eyelid kept twitching. Was he finished? Right now, he could only believe in Xianlei. It was the person he trusted the most. Right now, there were only the two of them, and he couldn't help. He could only pray that it could take out that item a little faster. Boom! A huge and violent energy explosion came from behind again. This time, the explosion was very close. The shock wave caused by the explosion caused the supersonic storm in this space to stagnate for a few seconds. The long bridge shook violently for a few seconds, and dozens of tornadoes in the distance were almost shattered by the shock wave. It was the first time Xing LV felt such an unreasonable level of destructive power. His eyelids trembled, and a few black lines drooped down. He felt that his shoulders were a little heavy. With this kind of movement, they are attacking the gatekeepers formed by the rules. We used a trick to go around the gatekeepers, which saved us a lot of time. If they want to break through it directly, it should take a lot of time. Although that's the case, there are only 3 gatekeepers in total. With that kind of destructive power, I'm afraid it won't last more than 5 minutes. Xing LV swallowed his saliva and turned around. Xianlei, you can do it. I'll go and see if I can block it. Block! Xianlei was stunned. When he turned around, he saw Xing LV rushing out with an aura of death. He hesitated a little because of this. 2 seconds later, he gritted his teeth and focused all his attention on the crystal in his hand, guiding the item in the vortex to quickly float up. Boom, boom. Xing LV stopped when he was still 100 miles away from the entrance. As soon as he stopped, he felt an energy that made his soul tremble explode in the distance. The explosive energy rushed into the sky and formed a huge destructive energy ring. Even if he was separated by 1 or 2 dimensions, he could still see it clearly. Furthermore, he was definitely closer this time. He could feel the tremors of the bridge becoming clearer and clearer. As he got closer, one of the tornadoes was destroyed. The energy seawater that was swept up seemed to be rushing out of a huge container, rushing in all directions. Xing LV took a deep breath and said, "The second layer of defense has been broken through." The last gatekeeper is a very strange thing. Although it is a life engraved by the rules of the realm of the gods, I can't think of any life in this void, in this great Yuan realm, that has such a strange energy aura. That aura seems to want to annihilate everything in the world. No matter how strong they are, they should need 1 or 2 minutes to deal with it. I might be able to deal with it for 2 minutes. There's still time. Just when he finished his analysis and his confidence skyrocketed, a white light suddenly flashed in the teleportation zone 100 miles away. At the same time, a huge wind blew by on the right side of his body, making his robe and white hair dance wildly. He opened his eyes wide and turned his head stiffly to the back. His neck made a sound that sounded like a rusty iron door opening. Boom! It was only at this moment that the sound exploded, but it was already over. He stiffly saw a thing that was thousands of feet tall, surrounded by energy that was even darker than the endless void lying there. It was the last gatekeeper. It had just brushed past his ear, just a millimeter away. This should have been calculated, right? It only blocked for less than half a minute. No, it was a topic worth discussing whether this could be considered as blocking. This gatekeeper seemed to have been sent flying in a single blow, and it was a one-hit kill. Its body collapsed in 2 or 3 seconds, leaving only a part of it. Xing LV adjusted his heart rate, which was a beat slower, and turned his head abruptly to look at the teleportation zone. There, streaks of white light appeared, and they were already moving forward even before they materialized. Each of these figures carried an aura that was driven to the point of insanity, as if these people had gone mad. Xing LV looked at the thousands of figures that appeared and felt his teeth and heart twitching. In just 5 or 6 seconds, 10,000 figures had appeared in the teleportation zone, and the teleportation showed no signs of stopping. The figure at the front had already materialized. It was a handsome young man in a white robe, surrounded by an incomparably holy aura that made Xing LV feel a sense of closeness. Even if that holy aura was like the sun with a hint of madness, it reduced Xing LV's hostility by half. In an instant, Xing LV knew who this figure was, the guardian of the celestial realm. He was very close to the millions of lives in the celestial realm, and basically no one would take the initiative to go against him. These were all legends, and this was the first time Xing LV had seen this legendary figure. He could not help but look at him a little more. He was holding a long sword that was 2 to 3 meters long, and the tip of the sword was a foot long, sharp, diamond-shaped. The whole sword was engraved with holy patterns, and as he walked, a golden trail was left on the ground. He was clearly a guardian, but he had such an extremely tyrannical killing aura that Xing LV could not stand. Swoosh! At this time, the teleportation in the entire teleportation zone finally stopped. Xing LV looked around and saw that there were about 30,000 people, more than 1,000 high-level origin, more than 100 peak-level origin, and the rest were basically all mid-level origin. He felt that it would be better if he just surrendered. He finally understood why the Guardian was sent flying as soon as they met. Against this army, unless it was the heavenly god of the beginning, anyone would be sent flying as soon as they met. He was delusional to think that he could last for a minute or two. Boom! Just as Xing LV was thinking about how to look better by surrendering, a combined aura suddenly pressed down on him, making him tremble violently and almost suffocate. His eyes focused, and he saw that the people who were still some distance away from him suddenly appeared in front of him. 10 people surrounded him in the center, and all their auras fell on him, including the Guardian. Hui stared at the young man in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a terrible light. The Guardian's holy sword behind him made a buzzing sound, as if it wanted to beat the person in front of him up. Xing LV shrunk his neck. No matter how he calculated in his heart, his chances of winning were just decreasing from 50% to 0. He could not help but laugh. "Well, do you treat the captives well?" Hui narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down. 59 divine flames and devil thunders, and 47 divine flames and devil thunders in a chain reaction. It seems that the second secret weapon has been opened. "Boy, you really know how to cause trouble for me," seeing that the people around him, including the 30,000 soldiers, were looking at him as if they wanted to tear him alive. Xing LV's body suddenly trembled. He thought that the opening of the secret weapon had caused too much trouble, but he did not know that Hui was talking about the trouble in this space. He did not know what happened to Maple. Although he had returned to normal, he had become incomparably weak. Right now, he was so angry that he wanted to swallow the person in front of him alive. It was a pity that this person was from the realm of the gods, and he looked like a good seedling. With proper training, it should not be difficult for him to reach the peak of the source realm. And he was also special. Huey's face was gloomy, and he reached out to Xing LV. Xing LV's face was pale, and he was a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the main culprit who caused the current situation in the realm of the gods. More importantly, he could not beat them. Just as he was about to stretch out his neck to be slaughtered, he saw Huey's hand fiercely pat his shoulder. He used a little too much force, and Xing LV was directly slapped to the ground. Then he heard the Guardian say in a deep voice, "Tie him up and take him away. As for how to deal with him, let Maple decide." "Yeah." Xing LV grimaced in pain, but when he heard those words, he was stunned again. When he saw Green cupping his hands, 2 people came up to him and dragged him up from the ground. He was so confused that he asked, "You're not going to kill me? You should be glad that you're from the realm of the gods." The one who answered him was not Hui, but Green, who was dragging him away. At this moment, his face was also as gloomy as water. "But this is just a reason to let you live for the time being." Xing LV's face was blank. Was he going to kill him or not? He wanted to ask whether they were going to slice him or not, but when he saw the frozen air, he did not say that sentence out loud. "What do you mean? There is something dangerous hidden in this space that has affected the observer. He is now in danger. The reason is not far-fetched, and you don't have to be dissatisfied. Right now, the realm of the gods is being watched by a whole 1,000 trillion lives. This is just a base number. The actual number that will appear in the end may be several times this number. It is related to a legendary secret of the realm of the gods. So the 2 of you have no choice but to come and take a look," the other person who was dragging him away explained in a deep voice. Xing LV suddenly felt that even if he suddenly died, it would be a matter of course. The legendary observer was indirectly half dead because of him. Just thinking about it was exciting. Oh no, just thinking about it was killing him. "Let him go." A delicate voice suddenly made the atmosphere in the space even more solemn. Countless eyes suddenly turned to look at the tilted vortex. There was a figure that was emitting black energy and thunder. Its palm was pressed against a long diamond-shaped cylindrical crystal. The surface of the crystal was purple, and inside it was a cloud of energy that was constantly rolling like a nebula. It cast a beautiful color, and if one looked at it, it was as if they could see a starry sky. This crystal was taken out from the whirlpool of the sea of energy, but it wasn't completely taken out. There were still some energy lines connecting the crystal and the bottom of the whirlpool. However, after this 3-meter-tall crystal was taken out, the space suddenly showed signs of instability. The sea of energy surged with huge waves, and the tornado expanded wantonly. It became even more violent, and the vibrating energy made the space on the verge of collapse. The mystic thunder calamity flame, 3rd on the divine flame list. We looked at the situation in the space, frowned, and did not pay attention to it. We won't let him go. He is your host, right? Go back. For the time being, we will not do anything to you. It is another person who should make the judgment. Being stared at by Black and the others, Xian Lei's body trembled. He looked at Xing LV, who was caught, gritted his teeth, and said, "Once the secret weapon is taken out, this space will collapse. It will take some time for those people to come over. With your ability, you should be able to handle this. Let him go, and I will give you the secret weapon." "No, we don't care. Whether it is the secret weapon or those people, we don't care. We just came to see which bastard made the commotion." Huey's indifferent words made Xing LV and Xian Lei smile bitterly. Sure enough, it was the worst result. The Guardian did not care about the so-called secret weapon. This time, they really had no way out. They could not beat them, and there was no bargaining chip. It seemed that they could only brace themselves and walk forward. They could only pray that the mysterious observer would be safe and sound. After all, his little life was tied to that lord. Xian Lei was also afraid of taking action. He racked his brains and could not think of any perfect way to get out of this situation. He and Xing LV had been in the world of the gods for so many years, but this was the first time they encountered such a desperate situation. He had no clue at all. "No, wait. You take out the secret weapon first." Just when Xian Lei was about to be caught in despair, Hui suddenly said thoughtfully. His words made Xian Lei stunned. If the secret weapon is taken out from the core of this space, it will cause the space to collapse, right? Then everyone will be gathered together, right?" Hui thought of something and showed a faint smile. "If so, then take out the secret weapon. Of course, you don't have to rush to run. I may need your help later. If you fight well, I will consider letting you go this time. How about it?" Xing LV and Xian Lei were both stunned. They looked at each other across the space, and a series of question marks appeared in their heads. What did he mean by fighting well? And a team like yours actually needs help. Wait, they seem to have thought of something. "You, don't tell me you want to deal with those people. I just suddenly thought of it." We continued to say with a faint smile, "It's already an established fact that you've caused so much trouble. Even if we can really take the things away without anyone noticing, those people who broke and didn't see anything, what do you think they'll believe? What will they think? They will probably think that someone got here first. And the people from the realm of the gods who came here first will be the first to be suspected. The realm of the gods will still return to chaos." Xing LV and Xian Lei were silent. We casually paced around. "If so, why don't we take this as an opportunity? This is what I just thought. Chaos is inevitable. Why don't we make use of it? That, Lord Guardian, may I ask what you want to do?" Xing LV raised his hand to show that he had a question. "Unifying the forces of the Order faction in the Void. This is a plan that has been in place for a long time." We saw Xing LV's shocked expression and guessed that he might have thought wrong. He shook his head. "It is not to rule the Void. It is just to unite a force to fight against the upcoming disaster." "Disaster?" Xing LV was confused. "I say, you haven't left the realm of the gods for a few eras, have you?" Xing LV nodded dumbly. Well, that is another matter. I will tell you when I have time. Now, Xian Lei, take the secret weapon." The charming woman from the northern underworld celestial realm had been listening at the side. Her expression became a little strange. He had this plan before they came here. He just looked like he was thinking. After a while, she understood. It turned out that this guy wanted to trick these two culprits to the point where they had no choice but to be his henchmen. She saw the expressions of the people around her and knew that they must have known long ago. They were just watching their boss trick others. Xian Lei listened to the conversation on the other side. However, he was so focused that he couldn't hear clearly. Especially when he saw Xing LV's surprised expression, he couldn't help but frown. He wanted to go closer to listen out of curiosity. Pop! Suddenly, there was a sound like a radish being pulled out. Xian Lei was stunned. He quickly came back to his senses and saw that the energy threads around the purple crystal were all broken. Boom! The moment the energy threads broke, the space that was already on the verge of collapse suddenly shook violently, as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Cracks that penetrated the line of sight appeared randomly in the space. This huge movement shocked everyone. Hui glanced at it instantly. When he saw Xian Lei's tearful expression, his cheeks twitched. He waved his hand to open the star-crowned barrier. This space was suddenly occupied by black cracks. Then, with a bang, it exploded. At the moment when the space exploded, the feeling of being on the ground disappeared. Hui and the others kept their bodies floating. The sea of energy, the whirlpool, and the long bridge all disappeared. What came into view was a huge and boundless storm cloud. They were still in the storm layer of the tribulation cloud. Not far away, they could still see the light purple beam. This passage hadn't disappeared yet. Looking at this slightly familiar scene, Hui turned his gaze to Xian Lei, who was holding the crystal and floating in the same place. Xian Lei was stared at by Hui and turned his head away awkwardly. This is an accident, really. Chapter 1354. No one knew exactly how thick the tribulation clouds were. Looking up, it was difficult to see beyond the range of the storm clouds. The lavender light beam still went straight to the bottom of the tribulation clouds. During the time Hui and the others were in, the tribulation clouds seemed to have expanded by dozens of times. This space had also stabilized, and there were no more thunder and lightning in this place. The surrounding tribulation clouds were still shining with terrifying energy, but because the space had expanded, it was not so easy to touch that side. Those scenes had completely disappeared, and, at this moment, only this tribulation cloud storm was left in this space. This place is really good as a battlefield. Hui sized up the space and could not help but laugh out loud. He waved at everyone. I Ching and the others immediately understood what he meant. Orders were quickly transmitted through their souls. Then, the huge cross-shaped star formation appeared again. As the formation was reassembled, the energy towers also appeared from the void. They were like energy nodes that landed in the formation. On the other side, the communication between Xian Lei and Xing Lu had just finished. Xian Lei held the crystal and floated in front of Hui, looking him up and down for a while. Then, he reluctantly handed over the secret artifact. Here, it's for you. Although I had expected that the efforts of several eras would be wasted, I did not expect it to be so fast. Hui was stunned for 2 seconds and waved his hand. No, didn't I say that I'm not interested in this thing? If you had not caused such a big commotion, we would not have come to clean up the mess. You keep it first. He saw Xian Lei's helpless smile and felt a little curious. Is there a problem? Xian Lei nodded. The secret artifact is now only revealed in the space of the present world. The real legendary item is in the secret artifact, but it has not yet materialized. It is still slowly taking shape, so the secret artifact has not been opened yet. And in this process, I just tried it, and there is no way to put it into any space. Hui let out a long "oh." Before he could speak, Lady Green said first, "So you intend to give it to Lord Hui and let him help you attract hatred, right?" Xian Lei turned his head awkwardly. "We can't handle an army of hundreds of billions and thousands of trillions. Then we can only hand it to a team that can handle it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have opened this thing." I Ching could not help but let out a long sigh. As long as Xing Lu and Xian Lei were activated, they would attract endless attention. In the chaotic situation of the void, it was impossible to take them away safely no matter what. The only way was to hand them over to a sufficiently powerful force. They could not just hand them over to the guests from the outer realm. Based on the current situation, they could only hand them over to Lord Hui. I went around in a circle and tied a dead knot. Xing LV couldn't help but laugh bitterly after he figured out the problem. He scratched his head in embarrassment. "All right, we were too rash this time. Sorry." We looked at the two of them with a headache and sighed. If I had known this would happen. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's just say that I'm interested in this so-called legendary item. This way, we won't be entangled, right? Also, don't tell me the two of you are planning to open the other 2 secret artifacts as well. Seeing Xing LV and Xian Lei heave a sigh of relief. We couldn't help but open his eyes and smile. Xing LV laughed dryly and turned his head away, pretending not to hear anything. Lei simply pushed the crystal to Hui and then shrank back into the former's body like an ostrich, leaving the matter to him. Behave. The void is troublesome now. Well, we don't object to the people from the realm of the gods doing strange but harmless things. But next time, if you really want to open the secret artifacts, please give us a signal so that we can open the barrier. Don't look at me like that. We just don't want to take the trouble. We'll close the door and you can go in and take it. If you can't take it, it's your own business. Xing LV laughed dryly and lowered his head to continue playing with his fingers. Just as their conversation came to an end, the space around them suddenly lit up. A huge sea of light appeared, and then figures emerged from the light. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of billions, and they were the people who entered the secret artifact space with them. At this time, they also emerged as the space collapsed. They were constantly panting, and their faces were covered in sweat. Hui wrinkled his nose and waved his hand to throw the crystal in his hand to the top of the energy tower behind him, replacing the golden crystal on the top of the tower. He held the golden crystal in his hand and then poured the guardian's power into it. The light was so dazzling that it was as if a sun was shining. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but praise. As expected of the Lord Guardian, his reaction was really fast. This countermeasure made them speechless. There were also a few people who looked at it and quickly changed the golden crystal in the energy tower next to them to purple so that it wouldn't look too abrupt. They were suddenly bounced back to the original passage from another space, or even from the depths of the passage. For a while, they were a little confused. After constantly looking around for a while, they finally saw Hui and the others floating some distance away from them. They recognized that they were all from the realm of the gods, and immediately became vigilant. In their vigilance, they saw the 2 or 3 meters tall energy crystal in Huey's hand. With their eyes, there was no way for them to distinguish what the crystal was. Suddenly, they associated it with this space, and instantly there were more changes in their eyes. Haha, I didn't expect that you guys from the realm of the gods would be so fast. You took out the treasures in the space so quickly. The collapse of the space gave me a shock. In the crowd, the Lord of Void Holy Court took a few steps forward and left the sea of people. A faint smile came from the black fog. I wonder if you guys have any special gains. We would also like to take a look. Well, there's nothing special. We looked at the crystal in his hand thoughtfully and said, it's just an amalgamation of some of the realm of the gods' law fragments. There are some special records about the things of the previous era and the current power of the realm of the gods' law, and so on. After saying that, he raised the crystal in his hand and threw it up as if he didn't care. He caught it again. See, I already said that the last thing we see might not be anything special. You guys have these things in your own world. It's just a small piece of the realm of the gods' law fragments. What a waste of time. Let's go. Hui yawned lazily and let go of the energy crystal to float 1.5 meters away from him, as if he didn't care. Then he led the others slowly down the passage of the tribulation clouds below. Wait. The young man from the Demon Gods League suddenly stood up, and a smile appeared on his young face. Since it's useless, why don't you let us deal with it? What use do you have for something that involves the origin of the realm of the gods' law? Hui waved his hand casually. First, this thing can't be absorbed and refined. Second, it can't be used to strengthen the power of the realm of the gods' law. No matter what, it's a worthless thing. But it's still something from the realm of the gods, and it contains some secrets. How can we give it to you? What a load of nonsense. The young man from the Gold Firmament clan sneered. You guys found it first, so you got it first. It's up to you. Don't think that you can fool us with such a cheap excuse. Everyone from the god realm looked at each other in dismay. Then they collectively sighed and said in unison, "Ah, lost youth. If you don't believe us, we can't do anything about it. Lord Hui, it's just trash anyway. Rather than bringing it back and burying it, why don't we just get rid of it here?" I Ching sighed and whispered into Lord Huey's ear. Although he whispered into Lord Huey's ear, everyone could hear him. Hui thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He took the golden crystal and looked up at the young man from the Gold Firmament clan. Hey you, that's right. Take it. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the young man from the Gold Firmament clan frowned. When Hui finished speaking, he felt a golden light flash in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and quickly reached out to take the crystal. As soon as he touched it, he felt an unimaginably large amount of energy with the power of the realm of the god's law. He quickly let go of the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was the golden crystal that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Buzz! While he was in a daze, the golden crystal let out a soft, buzzing sound. The powerful power of the realm of the god's law and the power of the realm of the gods gushed out like a long river. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings, and some gray, blurry images appeared. An ancient aura that had settled down for countless years suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked, and many people cried out in surprise. "You're just a country bumpkin. Haven't you seen the manifestation of energy before?" Lady Green shook her head and clicked her tongue. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said to Hui, "Lord Hui, that is an item from the realm of the gods. If it falls into the hands of people from other realms, they might be able to tinker with it. At most, they might be able to replicate the power of the realm of the god's law. It's not authentic anyway, so let them be. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go, let's go." After so much trouble, it turned out to be a useless thing. What a waste of time. The whispers of the two were so loud that everyone present could hear them. At that moment, the expressions of those who were still crying out in surprise changed. Could it really be a useless thing? They wanted to get a more accurate answer, but they did not dare to block Hui and the others' path alone. At that moment, the leaders of the Void Giants were frowning and hesitating. Occasionally, they would look at the golden crystal and then look at the people from the realm of the gods who were gradually moving away. They were stunned for a moment. No matter what, this is an item from the realm of the gods. The enforcers of the realm of the gods also said that they might be able to replicate the power of the realm of the gods. Even if they could only replicate part of it, it would still be several times more powerful than the power of the realm of the gods. A voice came from somewhere unknown. After hearing it, everyone could not help but nod. That's right. After coming here from across the void territory, we can't go back empty-handed. However, the young man from the Demon Gods League nodded in agreement. However, his tone suddenly changed as he said to the people from the realm of the gods below, "Everyone from the realm of the gods, since we can't verify the authenticity of this item, why don't we ask you to watch from the side? Once a fight breaks out here, the situation will be very chaotic. Just now, there are some people who had some ideas about this world. I'm worried that your world will be invaded during the chaos." "What? We've given you the item, and you're not letting us go?" "That's a good excuse, but you don't have to worry about it." What a joke. We stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at everyone. He said with a faint smile, "Please understand that this is the realm of the gods. This is our territory. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying that everyone here is a turtle in a jar. If I want to kill all of you, it'll only take a few minutes." Boom! Monarch Green and the others shouted. The aura of more than 30,000 heavenly gods of origin burst out together and rumbled. The entire tribulation cloud trembled along with it. Hundreds of billions of people were thrown off their feet. The heavenly god-tier beings were directly pushed back into the tribulation cloud and were drowned in it. There was not even a trace of sound. The leaders of the few giants in the void territory held their breaths for a moment. They were pushed back for a distance before they managed to stabilize themselves in a sorry state. Their faces were as gloomy as the rain. "If you understand, then go and do your own things. Hee, you can join forces to stop us. When the time comes, we don't know who will benefit from the crystal." Hui sneered and waved his hand. This time, everyone opened a crack in the void territory and calmly walked into it to leave this space. Hui was the last to leave. Before he left, he turned around and smiled faintly at everyone. "By the way, thank you for helping me throw away the trash. Due to the powerful deterrence of the people from the realm of the gods, no one dared to say a word this time." Their expressions changed several times before they all turned to look at the golden crystal that had fallen into the hands of the Gold Age clan. Many colors appeared in their eyes. Boom! A powerful energy torrent surged out of nowhere and surged toward the young man from the Gold Age clan. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden development. The enormous energy caused the heavenly gods of origin of the Gold Age clan to join forces and form a solid energy barrier. When the energy landed heavily on the barrier, the destructive energy caused an earth-shattering reaction. Everyone in this space saw as if a huge sun had exploded in front of their eyes. They felt as if they were blinded by the light. Several torrents of energy swept out from the center of the energy explosion and sent a large number of people flying. The aftershock of the impact caused a large number of people to fall to the ground. Hundreds of people were slapped into the tribulation cloud and were swallowed by the energy there. Almost no one could walk out of there alive. The few heavenly gods of origin who had formed the barrier were stunned. Logically speaking, the energy barrier that they had formed in a hurry should not have been able to withstand such a huge commotion. The handsome man also felt that something was wrong, but he obviously did not have much time to think at this moment. The Void Court, the Desolate Devil Court, the Godly Destruction Sect, the Demon Gods League, and many other giants quickly approached the Gold Age clan with many experts. Some of them had grim expressions, some of them had undisguised sneers on their faces, and some of them did not even look human. They surrounded the Gold Age clan. Seeing the crowd closing in on them, a sinister look flashed across the handsome man's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Why? Do you really plan to attack us? I suspect that the people from the realm of the gods are behind all this. Why don't we prepare ourselves and bring everyone to their door to ask for a specific explanation?" The young man from the Demon Gods League grinned innocently and nodded. "Of course. However, we are also very interested in the crystal that contains the laws of the realm of the gods. Why don't we study it together?" The leaders of the giants did not speak directly. However, judging from the glint in their eyes and the surging of energy, it was obvious that they had the same idea. Although Hui and the others from the realm of the gods treated it as trash, the powerful laws of this world contained in the crystal were much more powerful than the laws in their own origin worlds. If they could obtain it, they might be able to upgrade their own worlds to a higher level. They might even be able to take a peek at that level. This was a power that only outsiders had. To the people from the realm of the gods, it was indeed something that was dispensable. Another's worthless grass was my treasure. This was how the saying went. In the void, Hui and the others were hiding nearby, closely watching the scene in the tribulation cloud passage. I Ching looked at the dozen or so void giants who were ready to fight. He could not help but ask Hui, "Lord Hui, will they really fight?" Of course, none of them know each other at the moment. I'm talking to the extent that they can be allies. They might have communicated or had conflicts in the void, but they haven't formed an alliance. Among this group of people, the Void Court has the most combat power. But because of this, if they fight, they will be the first to be targeted. They are still stalling for time, probably communicating in secret. After all, there are more than a dozen parties staring at each other, and none of them have absolute power to control the situation, so it won't be easy for them to fight. Behind them, a bunch of scattered people are also watching in fear. Just now, the guidance didn't cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, it would have exploded directly, and there would be no need to wait. Oh, look, although it was a few minutes late, didn't it start now? Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes. In the void, in the tribulation cloud passage in the realm of the gods, a huge impact of energy suddenly burst out, scattering the group of people who were besieged. The people of the Gold Ashen clan took the golden crystal and rushed down the passage. Obviously, they did not intend to fight force with force while being watched. Right now, they were planning to gather outside support first. Oh, it was the Void Court that attacked first. Not surprising at all. Although we know that the Gold Ashen clan can escape, it will take a long time to chase after them. Or Hui, why don't we do something? Hui shrugged. Jing Yuanji, I will leave it to you. Seal the escape space. Jing Yuanji stroked her light blue hair and nodded with a smile. She pointed at the void in the realm of the gods, and the power of the divine right quietly surged. Then everyone saw that half of the void in the tribulation cloud passage suddenly froze. The way in front of the Gold Ashen clan was blocked by a distorted void vortex. The hundreds of people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. They hurriedly stopped. A few people did not have time to stop chasing and crashed into the void vortex. Then, a huge energy phenomenon with particles scattered all over the void. Those people were completely dead, and the overflowing energy formed a phenomenon that only appeared when they died. This is not strong enough. Let me do it. Qing Jun grinned grimly. He waved his hand and pinched fiercely at the position of a group of unaffiliated people behind him. A violent power of rules suddenly broke out, shaking those guys who were a loss at a distance, and sent them flying like flies. Many people were even blown into the fighting circle by the energy storm. Suddenly, a group of people who were in a hurry to protect themselves and those who were vigilant against the intruders roared and clashed with each other. That white blood, that red blood, TSK, 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 how tragic. I Ching looked at the battle that broke out in front of him across the void and could not help but smack his lips. It seems that the life forms in other worlds are mostly physical. Not every life form in every world can easily transform into an energy life form. Unlike us, who can do it the moment we ascend to the rebirth state. We can choose however we want. We stretched his body. We stretched lazily. Generally speaking, energy life forms are stronger, especially the pure energy form after removing the restrictions. However, once we enter that form, we will also become a kind of energy. If our spirit and soul are not strong enough, it will not be fun to be restrained by the enemy's means of restricting energy. In order to make up for this small shortcoming, what we usually show is an entity formed by energy. There is no problem in removing the restrictions at will. Unless we are seriously injured, we will not be beaten back to the pure energy form. Jing Yunji listened and could not help but say, although the energy form is indeed much stronger, I still prefer the physical form. Oh, then you can go and talk to Maple, we said. Huh? Maple's life form has a physical form in the normal state, and it is the kind that is 100% restored. When he fights, he will use energy to manifest the physical form. Compared to the upper level, he has liberated part of his strength, so you can occasionally see him spitting blood while fighting. Energy life forms do not have this ability. At most, the energy will leak out from a wound. As for the final pure energy form, the one that is completely liberated and berserk, I feel a lingering fear. Let's not talk about it. We watched the group of outsiders fight with interest and told others about his old companions. Everyone could not help but praise him. After a moment of silence, they realized that something was not right. A first-stage transformation with a second-stage mutation and a third-stage berserk. You can't afford to provoke a berserk Maple. We sighed to everyone. While they were chatting and watching the battle, no one noticed that the nebula-like energy inside the purple crystal suddenly trembled slightly. Then, a small vortex appeared inside and absorbed the energy in the crystal. The movement was like the birth of a star. Chapter 1355. Boom! The opening scene was a violent explosion of energy like a new star. The huge void energy turned into a storm that swept in all directions, swallowing space and time. A huge crater thousands of kilometers wide appeared in the sky, and the area covered by the energy was left with nothing but nothingness. The people who were swallowed by the energy did not even show any signs of death. The void energy erupted without any hindrance. If it was allowed to do as it pleased, the tribulation cloud channel would collapse. When everyone saw this scene, they clearly understood what would happen if the black hole continued to grow. Immediately, countless people who were still fighting mobilized their own energy, causing it to erupt from their bodies like a monstrous wave. The endless energy, along with the destructive power of many laws and powerful divine right, crashed into the black hole. Seeing this scene, some people who were fighting in twos and threes looked at each other and tacitly stopped fighting temporarily. They launched powerful energy attacks at the crazily expanding black hole. Tens of millions of energies converged into an ocean and surged toward the gaping hole in the void. The boundless energy gushed into the black hole like clay oxen entering the sea and died, causing everyone's expression to darken. But a moment later, they saw that after the black hole received all the attacks, its expanding volume suddenly stopped. The destructive suction force also disappeared. The black hole, which was originally invisible like a flat black circle, suddenly arched high up and collapsed on the other side. The color of the black hole rapidly faded, turning into a wriggling ball of mud. Streaks of blue energy patterns appeared on its surface like cracks. The entire ball of mud trembled visibly with the naked eye, then suddenly contracted violently and expanded abruptly. The expansion lasted for a short 5 seconds. At this time, everyone felt a fatal threat. The aura made their scalps tingle, and they hurriedly retreated. Layers of energy barriers covered their bodies, and the ball of mud, which had undergone some kind of transformation, expanded to its limit. Then, with a boom, the void exploded, washing the endless energy into pure void energy. The primordial and powerful energy exploded, tearing the entire space into pieces. It was a pure black light, but it made everyone feel like their eyes were about to be blinded. Those who could not escape in time were once again dragged in by the exploding void energy and disintegrated into nothingness. The Lord of the Void Divine Court appeared in the distance. The black ball on its body surged rapidly, as if it was about to shatter. People could faintly hear a muffled groan from the black ball. It coldly looked at everyone. It did not expect that its attack would attract so many people's attention. A group of scattered people and a few powerful figures worked together to break the attack. Then, it stared at the flustered young man from the Gold Age clan and said in a cold voice, "Why do you still want to resist? You should know that you won't be able to protect that crystal. Why don't you hand it over as soon as possible and leave this place quickly?" "Hand it over?" The young man from the Gold Age clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed evilly. "Sure. Who should I hand it over to? These days, it's not very useful to sow discord." The young man from the Demon Gods League smiled. "You just need to let it go. You can see that you are the first to be attacked. You don't have the power to fight anymore." "Is that so?" "Seems like it," the young man said coldly. He grabbed at the side, and the golden crystal floated up beside him. He flipped it up and down a few times. Seeing the undisguised gazes of those people, he said, "You want the law crystal? It's not that easy." He sneered, and the space around him suddenly distorted. A golden beam of light swept up the golden crystal and shot into the distance. And the direction it flew toward was actually a place where countless rogue cultivators were gathered. "Bastard!" An angry shout came from the black ball. Black energy rushed out, causing the space around the golden crystal to darken. The people from the Void Divine Court also released a huge amount of energy at the right time. Huh, you're in such a hurry." Just as the golden crystal was about to be taken away by the Void Divine Court, a faint laugh sounded. Suddenly, a huge beast claw appeared in the space and slapped the crystal away. The space was directly shattered. "Old bastard who's pretending to be young, you're not slow either." The black ball looked at the young man sitting on the huge beast. Its hollow voice was a bit angry. It hurriedly turned around and said to everyone, "Hurry up and do it. In the void domain, even you'll be affected by me." The black sphere bellowed out furiously. The energy of the void expanded wildly, about to form a domain that completely enveloped the entire space. However, just as its domain expanded to several times its original size, two powerful bursts of energy swept over from the side, forcefully causing its domain to tremble violently. It almost shattered. The black ball turned around furiously and saw the young man and the young man from the Gold Age clan walk over together. The former sneered, "I don't want it anymore, but I don't want it to end up in your hands either. Speaking of which, we still have a debt to settle." The black ball felt a sliver of pressure from the two peak reciprocity experts. A hollow, angry laugh rang out from the ball. An abnormal energy appeared in the frozen void domain. It only appeared for a moment, but it caused the turbulent space to darken even more. However, just when the energy was about to surge out, the black ball seemed to suddenly think of something. After a moment of hesitation, it calmed down the void domain and sneered. Do you really think you can stop me with just the two of you? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from the void domain. The energy that could be said to be the origin of the primordial realm condensed into a storm that swept the two of them in. The figures of the three void giants collided in each other's energy domains, and the energy that erupted blew away all the energy shockwaves within a radius of 10,000 miles. The three peak powers fought fiercely here, and the destructive energy constantly caused the space to explode. The people who were watching from the side all retreated in horror, afraid that they would be affected. The giants of the desolate Devil Court and the others could not help but frown when they saw the three of them fight. Just when they were about to take action, they saw the golden crystal charge into the place they did not want to get involved in the least. They all clenched their fists and forcefully stopped themselves from taking action. They could only watch for now. The crystallization of the laws of the God world. It can make the laws of your world several dozen times stronger. Attack. On the largest and most chaotic battlefield, everyone suddenly felt something. When they turned their heads, they saw that the golden crystal was only a few kilometers away from them. They could touch it with just a stretch of their hands. Immediately, fiery red gazes turned toward it. It could make the laws of their world several dozen times stronger, close to the God world. If they could get their hands on it, they would be able to form a team like that legendary army. The crystallization of laws. That's mine. Suddenly, an even more violent explosion of energy connected together. Everyone exploded with powerful energy to break free from their opponents. Their figures instantly became illusory. In just an instant, thousands of figures reached out their hands toward the crystallization of laws. They were not far away from touching it. Those who were armed to the teeth were even using their teeth at this moment. They saw an old man open his mouth and spit out a torrent of energy that killed a group of people. Even a row of teeth he spat out were like meteorites that knocked several high-level heavenly gods of origin who were close to him, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. When everyone's eyes turned red from killing, they felt a little ashamed. In such a crazy confrontation, it was as if the entire world was violently erupting with energy. Divinity domains could not be open at all. Once someone tried to open a divinity domain to control a part of the world, they would be shattered alive by the countless energy explosions. It would shatter before it could even take shape. When the divinity domain shattered, that heavenly God could only retreat with heavy injuries. Therefore, in the battle before them, they could only rely on their own energy and laws. Because there were too many people, a group of heavenly gods and experts above heavenly gods could not use many of their techniques. When they fought in a chaotic battle, the battle formation was similar to that of a primary god. It's mine. A young man with 6 bony wings on his back passed through the many energy explosions at an unbelievable speed. When everyone was surprised, he hugged the golden crystal in his arms. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His bony wings flapped lightly, leaving behind tens of thousands of shadows that flew in all directions. His real body was hidden in one of the shadows. However, just when he thought that he could escape with his life, nearly 100,000 destructive energy laws suddenly erupted in the space where his real body was. That space annihilated his entire body in the void. The golden crystal was also shaken by the huge energy and flew into the distance. Not long after, it fell into the hands of another person. This scene repeated endlessly. Oh, how brutal, how chaotic. In the bottom layer of the void, Qing Jun and the others could not help but smack their lips when they saw the scene of huge destructive impacts erupting from time to time. They were not afraid of anyone there, but when everyone's eyes fell on them, TSK, this was probably the scene. They felt a little overwhelmed. If we really have to fight with all our strength, I will take the lead and use the creation domain to connect all of our spiritual and soul forces together to build a huge divinity domain to cover the whole place. The odds of winning will be more than 60%. We spread out his hand next to him. But looking at it this way, A direct confrontation is really exciting. Even if we don't use the creation domain, we can still hold on for a long time by just relying on our combined strength. We can take advantage of the gaps between their outbursts and use the energy towers to clean up all life without any worries. After 30,000 rounds, our odds of winning will still increase greatly, but that's just cleaning up. The so-called extinction is not the ending I want to see now. I still have some use for these guys. I Ching looked at Qing Jun, who was secretly drinking there, and could not help but swallow his saliva. He poked the latter with his elbow and pestered him under Qing Jun's helpless gaze. After a while, he grabbed a jar of wine and poured it into his mouth. He let out a long sigh of relief. What if Lord Feng can participate in the battle? Oh, then we just need to provide support. Hui spread his hand to the side, and Qing Jun gave him a jar of wine. He took a sip and said happily, "You probably haven't fought side by side with Lord Feng yet. Let me just say this, you don't have to think about cooperating with him to fight or something. That will only kill you. If we want to fight with Lord Feng, it's fine to provide support or help him block the extra people." I Ching recalled the only one or two scenes that he had seen Lord Feng fight so far, and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with Huey's words. Qing Jun took a sip of wine. "Lord Hui, are we still not going to play? It feels boring to sit here and watch." Glancing at Qing Jun, whose face was slightly red, Hui couldn't help but say, "I Ching, sober him up. We can indeed play now. We didn't actually have to leave at the beginning, but for the sake of convenience, we were too lazy to waste too much energy and there were risks. From the time we left until now, the energy that erupted in the Tribulation Cloud Passage has been enough to destroy 100 million worlds. If this space had not been covered by the Tribulation Clouds and was stable enough, I'm afraid it would have collapsed." Huey's eyes swept across the field. After the infinite energy burst, there were still many energy aftershocks left in place. The remaining energy solidified and remained in the space, turning into energy clusters that were blown around by the energy storm. At any time, they would pour into some of the explosive energy, making the explosion even more violent. Well, there will be a time to play. Let's wait patiently for a while. By the way, remember what I said just now. Later, according to the assigned team, suppress those big guys. Don't be lenient, just don't kill them. Understood. The purple crystal behind him, the cluster of nebula, had completely turned into a vortex that constantly rotated around a cluster of blazing energy. A lot of energy emerged from the edge of the crystal and collapsed toward the inside. The energy of the crystal was constantly flickering, but it was not eye-catching. Hui and the others were all focused on the Tribulation Cloud Passage and did not pay attention to the crystal left on the energy tower. I Ching let out a burp that reeked of alcohol and lay on his back in the void. It was only when he stretched that he saw a purple light flickering in the corner of his eyes. He raised his eyes and saw the crystal trembling. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Lord Hui, that crystal, Hui turned his head and saw that it was trembling restlessly. His eyes widened slightly, and then he frowned. "Well, I haven't come into contact with this thing. I don't know what it means. Xing LV, do you know what's going on?" Xing LV was stunned and quickly shook his head. "I don't know. We only learned about the secret artifact from some words and records of the previous era, but we really don't know what it is. I was just shocked by the horrifying conditions to open it, so I was very interested and used a few years of effort." As he said this, he kept asking Xianlei in his mind. Unfortunately, the latter did not know more. It only knew these things and knew how to open the secret artifact after entering this space. It did not know how to take out the secret artifact from the beginning. It was probably because it was a part of the key fragment. Well, if only Foam was here. He should know what I don't know. Hui looked at the crystal and felt that it had changed, but he could not identify it clearly. He could not help but sigh. "Where is Lord Foam?" "I don't know. There's no movement, but I can feel that his condition is getting better. He seems to be recovering very quickly in this space. He should be able to come in the middle of our plan. Hee, this is a rare situation where you can see him in action. You're in for a treat." Everyone was a little fascinated by Lord Huey's sinister smile. Lord Feng's strength had always been a mystery. It was not difficult to know from the words of their own Lord Protector that he was an extreme, violent, and crazy violent maniac, and his combat strength should be much higher than his own. Although I Ching had seen a little of it, it was only the tip of the iceberg. It was difficult to see the truth, so when Lord Hui said that, he could not help but feel a little hopeful. Lord Hui, let's deal with that crystal. I keep feeling that it's not quite right. Hui looked at the purple crystal that suddenly flashed faster and felt a little uneasy. He was silent for a moment and said as he reached out his hand, I'm not too sure how to deal with this kind of standard creation. Well, let's just casually deal with it first. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted almost subconsciously, Get down quickly. Open your defenses. Half of the people were highly concentrated and half relaxed. They gathered together almost as soon as they heard Huey's surprised voice. Before they could react, they had already subconsciously opened their defenses. The group of people propped up a huge combined barrier. The light of the purple crystal suddenly dimmed, and a few seconds later, it became bright again, but this time, it was brighter than any previous flicker. It was like a constantly expanding star that did not stop brightening. In just 5 seconds, it became as dazzling as a purple sun. Everyone was slightly surprised. Under Huey's command, they aimed their energy at the crystal. Alert, bang. Just as he was on guard, the crystal suddenly flew up from the deck of the energy tower. With a bang, it shattered the space beside it and charged out of the space at the bottom of the void. In a flash, it appeared in the tribulation cloud passageway. Oh my God! Hui was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. How did that damn thing run into there? Lord Hui, what should we do now? Green sobered up at once and quickly jumped up to look at the space in the real world. What do you mean, what should we do? Lead the troops and kill our way in. That thing can't fall into the hands of those bastards. Hui waved his hand ferociously. Hearing his ferocious aura, everyone roared, and their auras surged up layer by layer. When a huge passage was opened in the void, we took a look and found that the purple crystal was flying toward the place with a lot of residual energy. There were even a few times when it was close to the edge of the tribulation cloud storm. It was seizing energy, and seizing an unusually large amount of energy. What is that thing doing? Hui frowned. When he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about those things. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone into the passage. Although it was a little earlier than planned, there was no other way. He was worried that the purple crystal would go out of control. The energy contained in it was enough to blow up half of the realm of the gods. He didn't dare to put such a dangerous bomb in a chaotic battlefield. The purple crystal that was like the sun rampaged through the tribulation cloud passage to plunder energy. The red-eyed people didn't react for a while, and the huge energy light around them was much more conspicuous than its light, so no one discovered it in a short 2 minutes. And the first person to see the unknown purple crystal was the 7 feet tall, skinny old man from the desolate Devil Divine Court. At that time, he wanted to dodge because he felt a huge energy reaction, but when he turned around, he saw the crystal that contained a huge amount of energy rushing past them. For a moment, he felt a little suspicious. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that this purple crystal was more important than the golden crystal. Under the influence of this strange thought, the skinny old man saw that no one had reacted, so he waved his hand and led everyone to quietly disappear from the battlefield, and came to the side of the purple crystal without anyone noticing. Buzz, buzz. That purple crystal was still wantonly plundering the energy in the space. It didn't feel that someone was watching it, and it didn't treat it as a big deal. Its energy absorption speed was very fast. With a flash of purple light, it absorbed the energy equivalent to that of a high-level heavenly god. After that, it disappeared from where it was in a flash. The skinny old man who had just appeared from the space immediately pounced on empty air. Chase, be careful. Don't attract the attention of others too quickly. The skinny old man frowned, said a sentence, and continued to disappear. In order to not attract attention, the dozen or so people who followed him also disappeared into the space. The group of people jumped quickly into space, and in a few flashes, they came in front of the purple crystal again. This time, the absorption speed of the purple crystal wasn't as fast. Seeing this, the skinny old man directly broke through the air from the overlapping space. His big hand suddenly reached out, sealing off all the escape routes of the purple crystal, and that space suddenly collapsed and solidified. Pong! The purple crystal was stunned. It hurriedly gave up on that delicious ball of energy and exploded with a powerful energy. In an instant, it broke through the space sealed by the skinny old man. With a flash of purple light, it disappeared from where it was and appeared in another area of energy, greedily absorbing all the energy. Moreover, the commotion it caused this time was not small, and it was about to attract the attention of others. This thing, what a powerful energy! The skinny old man's expression froze. He gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to continue chasing, his body suddenly stopped. His eyes turned serious, and he looked to the side. He felt a huge amount of condensed energy coming towards them. The game time is over, everyone of the desolate devil court. A voice sounded in their ears. The people in the dark also knew that they had been discovered, so they didn't hide anymore. The heavenly gods of origin from the god world came out together. A dozen people who were close to the peak of the origin walked out with smiles, and behind them were hundreds of mid-level and high-level heavenly gods of origin. This energy completely suppressed the skinny old man and the others. The same scene happened one after another in other places. In front of the people of the Demon Gods League, the people of the godly sect of perdition were also surrounded. As for the young man of the Gold Firmament clan and the master of the Void Holy Court, they were surrounded by 5 peak heavenly gods of origin, a dozen high-level heavenly gods of origin, and hundreds of heavenly gods of origin. The strong people of the god world entered the battlefield in the most unyielding manner, and the destructive energy that occupied half of the space was extinguished immediately. When the Void Giants saw the people of the god world appear on the battlefield again, they stopped them in the most unyielding manner. The combined energy around them made their hearts palpitate. They didn't know what the people of the god world wanted to do. Looks like you people of the god world came prepared. The skinny old man looked at this scene, and his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He looked at the purple crystal again. And you fooled everyone. Well, the golden crystal you're chasing after does contain many fragments of the laws of the god world. It can't be considered fooling. After all, you were chasing it with all your might, weren't you? The person standing in front of him said with a smile, and his hands were in his sleeves. He looked very relaxed. Then, everyone, listen carefully. The people of the god world spoke in unison, from the perspective of righteousness. Because we're all from the same lawful faction. We're giving you outsiders who have invaded the god world 2 choices. The only 2 choices are in front of you. The group of people said 2 or 3 sets of lines, and the overlapping voices echoed in everyone's ears. The passage of the clouds fell completely silent. No one dared to act rashly. We sincerely invite you to put aside your disputes and maintain the power of the lawful faction. Save your strength and fight against the enemy together. Or, everyone laughed in unison. They sneered, and mocked, and said in unison, "We'll kill you all here." Chapter 1356. Inconceivable. That was the feeling of everyone present. They could not understand what the people of the celestial realm were talking about. But even if they could not hear it clearly, it did not stop them from trembling because of the last sentence. That naked threat, that monstrous murderous aura, and that murderous aura that could destroy the balance of life. Only the heavens knew how many lives these people had destroyed to be able to condense such a heavy and maddening aura. What they said was absolutely true. Whether it was the righteousness that they could not understand or the slaughter to the last, they were all serious. Today, those who opposed them would not be able to leave the celestial realm. Although slaughter to the last is just a threat, Hui walked slowly as he walked. Hui walked slowly in the calamity cloud passage towards the innocent amethyst who had no idea what was going on. Wu Wang, Wu Wei, Wu Wei, Wu Nian. All the powers in the Order faction have been united into one. The prerequisite is that we have to eliminate those who can't achieve greatness. Is this what it means? Is this what Maple wants to do? No, not only that, it's just that I don't fully understand it. But that's the general idea. The focus of our lobbying is gradually shifting from the middle realm to the upper realm. It's time to spread out from the celestial realm. I wonder how things are over at the Saint Spirit realm and the Chanyuan realm. Although it would be good to conquer one world after another, I don't know how much time we have left to slowly implement it. Roughly unifying the entire void and forcefully twisting it into a battlefront is the best we can do for now. I hope we can make it in time. We turned back to look at the passage of the tribulation clouds that had completely quieted down. He took in the restless emotions of the people. There were calculating eyes, panicked eyes, uneasy eyes, fearful eyes, and even more confused eyes. Many of the beings that appeared here today did not understand what was going on or what their intentions were. It had been 70 or 80 years since the time of the timeline's resonance. Many of them still could not figure it out. They were busy spreading their lives for what they saw in front of them, conquering the void and becoming stronger. To put it bluntly, those who were forcibly moved from other timelines to this place, or were originally here, had mostly become robbers after the timeline's resonance. However, there was nothing wrong with that. The law of the jungle and some of the instincts of life were vividly displayed here. However, that was not enough for the beings of order to overcome this obstacle. They had to make a choice, whether to continue doing what they were doing or to mindlessly throw themselves into the void and order's righteousness. They could not understand these things. Phew. We let out a long sigh. After a moment, he turned his head and walked towards the purple crystal that was less than 100 meters away from him. He took a few steps and stopped in front of it. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters. He looked at the crystal and saw that it was still greedily absorbing the remaining energy in the place, as if it was holding a feast. Perhaps because he carried a lot of the aura of the realm of the gods. The purple crystal did not know that he had come. Perhaps because the aura of the two was similar, it was difficult to distinguish between the two. Or perhaps because we did not come with any hostility. Looking at it circling around and absorbing a lot of energy, we finally could not help but reach out his hand and poke it gently. "Hey, what are you doing?" Amethyst was startled by this sudden poke. She was so startled that her entire being, the entire crystal, jumped up and scurried around like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Seeing this, he could not help but be stunned. Just as he was about to chase after it, it suddenly stopped in midair. The blazing vortex inside once again became extremely bright, and even the entire crystal became extremely dazzling. A wave of energy, unknown whether it had been suppressed for too long or if it could not withstand it, was suddenly released from the center of the crystal. Huey's eyes twitched. An extremely dangerous feeling spread out from his heart. He did not even have time to think about it. He hurriedly shouted to everyone, "Quick, dodge! Defend with all your strength." In this deathly silent scene, a sudden roar rang out, causing everyone's tense nerves to jump again. The highly concentrated minds made everyone not pay attention to who the voice was. They subconsciously put up an energy barrier and retreated quickly. At this moment, the warriors of the realm of the gods also came back to their senses and quickly put up a huge defensive barrier. Then, boom! An indescribable violent energy suddenly came from above. The extremely dazzling light made everyone feel as if they were facing a falling star. The vast energy new star was accompanied by a destructive roar that could split heaven and earth. A torrent of energy that was enough to illuminate the thick tribulation clouds burst out. Countless bursts of energy were released thousands of times per second. Thousands of times fused into one shock wave that swept wildly in all directions at the speed of light. Hui, who was closest to it, only had time to let out a wah before he was blown away by the violent energy and disappeared. The hundreds of billions of lives gathered here, under Huey's hasty reminder, only had time to use their instinctive defense. The defense strength was not too high. The moment the shock wave burst out, nearly 30% of the defense barrier shattered. The rest, whether the defense was broken or not, were blown away by the shock wave. They were like broken ribs that were thrown into a pile and rolled out like a ball. The light purple pillar of light in the passageway flickered a few times, as if its energy was about to be exhausted. As the light pillar at the core of the passageway flickered, the huge tribulation cloud in the surroundings also had a huge movement. The thick tribulation cloud that was originally resting in a corner suddenly rumbled with the sound of rolling thunder. The movement of the tribulation cloud surged violently, causing the entire space to become violet. The energy new star and the energy flash that could split heaven and earth passed in an instant. When they saw each other again, the energy phenomenon had already ended. Everyone who had been thrown off their feet suppressed the dizziness and slowly climbed to their feet, or just so happened to have not fainted. A considerable portion of those whose barriers had shattered at first had already been reduced to dust. Apart from the Empyrean god, there were not many who were in particularly good condition. It was also thanks to that energy new star that the void giants who had been separately trapped broke free during the chaos and gathered with their own teams. The divine warriors had no choice but to gather after some thought. They too felt helpless about the sudden scene. They had clearly been holding down the criminal and preparing to be executed, and now that the criminal had slipped away, they would have to capture him again later. What a headache! Hui appeared at the front of the team and patted his robe that had become a little tattered due to the energy new star. The plan is all messed up. Well, it's not just that. Because of the declaration just now, the tourists are now generally emotionally unstable. Look at their little eyes. With so many eyes, if there's no accident, they should be trying to escape now. Qing Jun looked up into the distance. Being stared at by nearly 100 billion gazes, his eyebrows could not help but twitch, especially when more than 70% of the gazes were absolutely hostile. It was only now that Hui noticed that the energy barrier that Qing Jun, I Ching, and the others had put up during the energy new star was too large, even helping some of them to absorb a lot of the energy impact. They were pushed far away by the huge energy blast, and just happened to be below the tribulation cloud passageway, the place where the pass was guarded. To be fair, it was just a coincidence, but it had a different meaning in the eyes of so many panicked people. Combined with the declaration just now, especially the last sentence of the declaration, we could now imagine what they were thinking. These divine fellows might have shed all pretense of cordiality and wanted to keep them here. Forget it. Who cares what they think? Hui put one hand on his waist and muttered angrily, "Our purpose has never changed, and our ideas will not change. The only thing that has changed is the means of doing things. Since the shortcut has been smashed by a stone, let's use the most direct means." He did not suppress his words in the slightest, so that everyone in the passageway could hear him. When the already mentally unstable people heard this, their expressions changed even more. Then they saw the law enforcer of the divine realm take out a long sword that looked like a divine light of salvation and pointed at them. The divine power actually carried a monstrous, murderous aura, which made them turn pale. Either you surrender or stay here. The master of the void divine court stared at the formation in the distance. Looking at the 30,000 Empyrean gods of origin, he felt a great headache. With this kind of formation, even if he drained all of the combat power of the void divine court and raised everyone's strength out of thin air, he still would not be able to defeat them. Now, the people of the divine realm seemed to have some righteous goal and did not casually kill them all. It was easy to get out alive, but also very difficult. They just had to surrender. However, these people had been roaming the void for so many years and were indomitable powerhouses in their own world. They were the leader, one, so how could they be content to submit to others? Everyone, no matter what happened before, no matter what grudges you have, I'm afraid we have to work together if we want to get out alive this time. A voice came from the black sphere. Its gaze fell on the tender young man, the skinny old man, and the others. These people were the top forces outside of the divine realm. If they were unwilling to work together and fight separately, the outcome today would be unimaginable. And the rest of you, after it finished speaking, it turned its gaze to the many scattered people behind it. You've seen what happened before. The divine realm is aggressive and wants to kill us all in one fell swoop. We don't have enough strength. If we want to get out of here alive, we have to work together. Otherwise, we won't be a match for them. Of course, they have another way out. If you don't want to die, surrender now is also a way out. The young man of the Gold Firmament clan pondered for a long time. Then, he coldly glared at the black sphere. That seems to be the case. Although working together with you gives me goosebumps, it seems like it's possible now. We'll settle our scores after we get out of here. Seeing him nod, the tender young man looked at the skinny old man and the others. The latter didn't say anything. They just took a step forward. The energy in their bodies surged. It seemed like they were going to use their actions to speak. Seeing that the Void Tycoons had made their stand, the scattered people behind them looked at each other crazily. The small groups of scattered people all looked at their own captains. Their gazes attracted the attention of many lone wanderers. They all looked at them, making the captains of the small groups feel miserable. However, in the face of such pressure, they didn't have any better ideas. If they didn't want to surrender, then they had to fight. Thinking of this, tens of thousands of people similar to captains walked out. They looked at each other, then looked at the Lord of Void Court and the others in front of them. They nodded. If that's the case, we're also willing to help. The cooperation, this time, was no longer for the sake of obtaining anything. The golden and purple crystals had been forgotten by the greater pressure in front of them. The most important thing now was to defeat the people from the realm of the gods. If they didn't get rid of them, no one would be able to leave this place, let alone take anything out of this place. Seeing that the scene was divided into two distinct sides, the atmosphere was tense and ready to break out at any moment. Xing LV couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and said to Green, "I really didn't expect there to be such trouble. The trouble you've caused is really not small. It could be ranked in the top 10 of all the trouble I've seen in my life." Green nodded and said bluntly. Xing LV laughed bitterly. "Well, you reap what you sow. Is there anything you can help with? Well, your energy is a little special. Just provide energy for the energy towers." Green pondered for a moment. Our battle isn't so primitive and crude. In a situation like this where the great world is clashing head-on, we usually fight a positional battle around the energy towers. It's just that we don't even have a positional battle here. We can only improvise. In the end, he added in his heart, it's just not as refreshing as rushing up alone and punching the flesh. We've seen this kind of battle formation countless times. Those worlds that were turned into ashes under the iron hooves of the realm of the gods. Their final resistance was just as resolute as yours. Hui smiled faintly. His smile was still as bright as the sun. He waved his hand, and the star corona barrier shrouded their cross-shaped starlight. The powerful energy barrier leaped with complex and terrifying energy, causing people who saw it to have no other thoughts other than their scalp tingling. This is the first time that the realm of the gods isn't cleaning up trash, punishing people, or anything else. Instead, they are fighting for war, for the void, for the order faction, for the future. Today you must submit to us. As the light shout fell from his mouth, the warriors of the realm of the gods suddenly burst out with energy. The energy towers that had been ready for a long time gathered all the energy in the energy crystals. A light flashed, and thousands of huge torrents of destructive energy that were thousands of miles long suddenly shot out outside the star corona barrier, covering the entire space. The moment they met, it was a saturated bombardment. Seeing this, the faces of the Lord of the Void Court and the others changed dramatically. Attack together. Fight it out with them. A shout came from the black ball. Everyone in Empty Space Court screamed at the same time. Empty space energy flooded out of empty space. It turned into pure, colorless energy that rushed forward. When the others saw this, they unleashed their best attacks. Thousands of different types of energy combined with the empty space, quartz empty space, quartz empty space, quartz empty space, quartz, 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 empty space, quartz attacks. Those who did not have any long-range attack methods took out their various weapons one after another. They made a last-minute effort to activate their energy to launch long-range attacks. They swept across the entire battlefield like raindrops falling. In this violent environment, if there were raindrops, it meant that there would soon be a torrential downpour. The energy attacks of billions of lives fell like billions of raindrops, connecting into a curtain of energy. This formation made everyone who launched the joint attack feel a chill in their teeth. They kept measuring themselves. Under such circumstances, the ones who were besieged were not the people of the realm of the gods, but themselves. Then what would happen to them? Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion of energy interrupted everyone's thoughts. The energy that exploded in the space was like dazzling fireworks in the starry sky. The energy storm that swept out was mixed with a huge amount of void energy that constantly stimulated the evolution of all things. That energy seemed to be able to devour everything. Just a moment ago, everyone was still on guard against this energy. Now, it had become a powerful card to deal with the people of the divine realm. The exploding energy fireworks occupied their entire line of sight. As far as their eyes could see, they could only feel the monstrous explosion of energy and the surging aftermath of the destructive energy. The raging energy storm, catalyzed by the void energy, seemed to have the intention of continuously expanding, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Not good. Quick, defend. The black ball suddenly sensed something and let out a hurried cry. Everyone was shocked and only had time to subconsciously release their energy defenses. The next moment, the energy storm in front of them was suddenly torn apart from the middle in the most violent manner. The two halves suddenly disappeared, turning into an endless amount of energy that gradually withered away. What tore apart the energy storm that was like a great wall in the starry sky was a large energy torrent that violently swept over. The enormous danger that erupted from within caused everyone to feel fear and trepidation. The energy torrent that could cover an entire area headed straight for the black ball, the tender youth, the skinny old man, and the others. Oh, it included them as it whizzed towards everyone. It could be considered an attack that was almost indiscriminate because everyone was included in the attack range. In the face of such a huge attack, the defense that they hastily condensed seemed too weak. Boom! There was another round of violent energy explosion. The explosive energy was like a fiery meteor that rapidly streaked across the atmosphere and was instantly destroyed. From the center of the explosion, there were tens of millions of gorgeous energy waves that spread out in all directions. It was very beautiful, but under that beauty, there was an endless amount of destructive energy. The violent energy only lasted for a dozen seconds before it was suppressed with the movement of energy compression. The gorgeous energy fireworks suddenly disappeared, and the traces of a large number of lives were revealed in that space. Even though they had survived such an attack, it was only the result of piling up numbers. The tender youth, the skinny old man, and the others bore the brunt of the attack. Even more than half of their clothes were destroyed, and there were bloody wounds on their bodies. The black ball had become much smaller, and gradually, a blurry figure appeared. It looked like a large black cocoon, revealing a short 10 centimeters of feet and hands. Even at this critical moment, seeing the Lord of the Void Court like this, some people's bodies stiffened. They were all holding back their laughter. He made it? Not easy, but that was just a warning. It can't even be considered an official attack. He raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. He waved his hand, and thousands of energy towers were charged again. If it weren't for the fact that all of you are on the side of order, you would have already reported to the underworld. What I said just now still counts. Surrender to us, and let all of you see the truth of this world. Or, he chuckled and did not say anything. He just shook his head faintly. In the eyes of everyone, that gesture was not that simple. Everyone felt a chill run up their spines to their brains. Hurry up and do it. Don't let them launch a second attack. The leader of Void Court didn't care about how funny he looked right now. He waved his hand, and a ball of extremely condensed void energy shot out of the void territory. It condensed into a ball of condensed void energy that was tens of thousands of feet long. Everyone, give me a hand. Disturbed by the colorless light in the void, everyone quickly came back to their senses. Immediately, a large number of powerful people leaped into the air. All kinds of strange energies and moves, which Hui and the others had never seen before, were displayed in front of their eyes at this moment. The storm of tribulation clouds became even more violent under the mighty attack that covered the sky. Hui and the others could not help but praise when they saw the dense energy that was like a sea that covered the sky. In the face of such a terrifying battle, Hui and the others were not in a hurry. They just let the energy light that the star corona barrier gathered a little stronger. The energy towers were still gathering energy at a moderate pace. Even the energy in the tribulation clouds was absorbed by their energy towers. A wave of condensed energy rippled in the space and spread out. Just the aftermath of the condensed energy caused the space to shake and split into a few thousand miles long spatial abyss. Seeing that the enemy was not in a hurry, the Lord of the Void Court was furious. However, in addition to being violent, he also felt a little strange, especially when he caught a glimpse of Huey's smile. That strange feeling climbed to the peak. However, at this moment, all the powerful people attacked together and displayed their special skills. There was also someone who plundered the energy in the tribulation clouds and smashed it into the mass of void energy. At this moment, the special energy that came from the realm of the gods made the mass of void energy extremely terrifying. Even the Lord of the Void could not control it. Bastard! I don't care anymore. Go to hell. The black ball roared angrily. The mass of void energy exploded with a void impact under its release. Then, the back half of the mass of energy opened into a whirlpool that covered the sky and the sun. The mass of energy condensed from the attacks of hundreds of billions of lives and turned into a huge cannonball that shot forward. The energy that came from hundreds of thousands of worlds tumbled inside, repelling and fusing with each other, creating an even more violent and crazy energy. Through the surface of the void, one could see the colorful, surging energy. It was like a restless star. Just the power that it revealed caused a huge crack in the space it passed through. Even the people who launched the attack had never seen such a movement in their lives. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, the mass of void cannonball charged toward the star-crowned barrier at a speed that was even slower than that of a celestial god. In a short 3 seconds, they could no longer see the people from the realm of the gods. They could only see the energy ball that was still roaring and plundering all the energy. If they wanted to see what was happening behind it, they could only desperately extend their senses. Then, they saw that the mass of void cannonball had already stuck to the star-crowned barrier. This made them almost cry out in shock. Then, the space fell silent. The mass of void energy was still roaring and expanding, but nothing happened. It did not move forward even a centimeter. Huh? What's going on? The earth-shattering explosion that they expected did not appear. Everyone was stunned. As the main controller of the Void Divine Court, the master of the Void Divine Court was the first to be stunned. However, he was also the first to react. When he anxiously extended his senses, he was shocked to see that in the narrow gap between the mass of void energy and the terrifying and brilliant energy barrier, a translucent white arm had appeared out of nowhere. That arm easily stuck to the mass of void energy. Then, the energy that contained the fury of billions of lives calmly stopped just like that. How lively! A smiling voice slowly rang out in the tribulation cloud tunnel. It was like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ears, but it made all the lives that heard and sensed it shiver. They also saw what was happening in the gap at that moment. A person had appeared there at some point. Based on the human race's aesthetic standards, she was beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a city. She was like a demon, but her strength felt like a monster. Bang! Her hand that was stuck to the mass of void energy gently squeezed. The madly expanding mass of void energy suddenly made a few sounds of energy colliding. Then, under the gazes of countless lives, a dark red light flashed out of the mass of void energy, wrapping around the entire mass of void energy. Then it crazily squeezed inwards. In a few breaths of time, the violently resisting mass of void energy was compressed to the size of a fist. It was wrapped in a dark red light, like a restless red and black eye. Crack! The slender hand squeezed lightly, and the mass of void energy that contained billions of lives was casually crushed like a glass ball. Shards flew out of her hand. There were tens of thousands of shards that continuously fell from her hand. Along with them, countless people's uneasy hearts fell. Chapter 13:57. The crisp shattering sound did not only shatter the accumulated energy of billions of lives, but also the taut line of defense in the hearts of countless people. That simple and brutal scene seemed to be mocking them for overestimating themselves. Not to mention the others. Even the faces of the void overlords had turned green. They could not stop thinking, and the more they thought, the more confused their minds became. When it was to the extreme, they even thought that they were still in a dream. Right? A dream. This must be a dream. Everyone was dreaming. They must have been under too much pressure recently and had some unimportant dreams. As long as they woke up, everything would be fine. Lord Foam, you're back safe and sound. Unlike the deathly silence on the other side, when a figure appeared, many people from the realm of the gods could not help but cry out in surprise. Their faces were full of joy, as if they were telling the good news. Then they felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Lord, we did not say anything and only had a gloomy expression, which made them very worried. Now that they saw their Lord Observer appear in front of them safe and sound, there was nothing more exciting than this. When they heard the excited and surprised voices from the God Realm side, the morale of the people on the Void Court side fell to rock bottom. That person was in cahoots with the God Realm. Guardian, Observer, two divine roles in the realm of the gods. The Lord of Void Divine Court's gaze swept wildly between Hui and Yun Nuashing. In the end, he shuddered violently and stared at the latter. The words that came out of his mouth almost made his heart stop beating. Infinitely close to the primeval realm. You're the observer of the realm of the gods. You know a lot about the realm of the gods. Are you a native of 0 Point World? Have you ever crossed paths with the realm of the gods? Yin Nuashing looked at the black sphere with a faint smile. A layer of void energy, strengthened by divine right, could not block his vision. He could clearly see the figure inside, and to his surprise, it was not some old man, middle-aged man, or young man as he imagined. The one who hid inside the black sphere and spoke with a hollow voice that was neither male nor female was a pretty girl of 16 or 17 years old. Of course, age and appearance were all nonsense. She looked like a girl, but in reality, she could be several years old. I don't have much malice toward your arrival. Beings who come to the realm of the gods are always welcomed with open doors as long as they don't have the intention to cause trouble. Yin Nuashing spread his arms and took a few steps forward. He stared at the sea of people and laughed faintly. Unfortunately, my guests, you don't seem to think so. You don't have to be in a hurry to refute me. When something related to the world origin appears in your own world, you can't wait to protect it. Why would you let outsiders touch it? Don't you think so? Everyone's pale faces were now showing some embarrassment. They could not help but turn their heads away. No one dared to look him in the eyes, because that was the truth. Who would allow outsiders to touch their own treasures? Unless it was an extremely special situation, such as rushing into someone else's world, no matter how much they said, could not escape the word greed. The void has always been a world where the strong prey on the weak. The winner takes all. It's not over yet. Whatever you say is useless. The Lord of Void Divine Court's hollow voice sounded as if he was gnashing his teeth. He roared angrily and gathered the energy of the void again. Everyone, attack with me again. His roar fell in the tribulation cloud passage. This time, very few people responded. Only a few numbly raised their hands. Even among the people in the Void Divine Court, only 50% responded to his voice and began to gather energy. Don't be led away by his aura. He's not as strong as you think he is. Hurry up and attack. Just hold on a little longer, and the tribulation clouds here will dissipate. Our connection with the outside world is being restored. Once again, a loud shout rang in everyone's ears, causing everyone's expression to tremble. The might of the quadrillion lives appeared in their minds, and the battle intent that had already died was reignited. Many people shouted at the top of their lungs and began to use all of their energy. Those who were not good at long-range attacks even rushed towards Yun Nua planet with their weapons in their hands, wanting to engage in a close-range attack with reddened eyes. Seeing the overwhelming energy sweeping towards them, he was about to gather his army to defend when Yun Oshing reached out her hand to stop him. "Shh, don't be anxious. Today's matter won't end so quickly. That crystal is still incubating. Until it's done, today's matter won't be considered over. Furthermore, that little girl is right. The tribulation clouds are about to dissipate. The space between the outside world and the outside world will soon reconnect. There's no time. Well, although we can't kill them for the sake of the entire Order faction, we're not the type to just take a beating and not fight back. It's not a problem to beat them half to death and not kill them. Hey, did you hear that? Although it's not a particularly good thing to kill all of you for the sake of the greater good and the bigger picture, I'm a person who hates trouble. So, I might beat all of you half to death. Are you mentally prepared?" Yin Nuashing chuckled softly. Dark, red energy spread wildly outside her body. All the energy that she had prepared long ago was now listening to her summons. Gradually, a vast and boundless sea of formations appeared behind her. Layers upon layers, one after another, one after another. If one was far enough away, they would be able to see that the formation that occupied the entire passage of the tribulation clouds outlined a mysterious rune. With a mighty impact of energy, the so-called Allied Army's attack was annihilated. Those who had just surged with battle intent turned pale once again. Their minds were on the verge of collapsing. Wow, it's this level again. I Ching's face twitched. He could not help but smile bitterly. The appearance of this vast and boundless formation was enough to cause an irreversible psychological and physical blow to the enemy. Under the cover of this formation that really covered the sky, he had almost forgotten about the power of the trillions of lives. Damn it! Seeing that her attack had been nullified once again, the Lord of the Void Holy Court roared angrily. The black sphere that wrapped around her body wriggled rapidly and disappeared. Her slender body appeared in everyone's sight for the first time. That beautiful face of hers was filled with uncontrollable anger. Her figure that had just been revealed disappeared once again. However, this time, she was no longer hiding in the black sphere. Strands of black and purple energy began to appear from her legs. In the end, it enveloped her entire body. It was as if her entire body had been soaked in the energy of the void. The void is the origin of this world. It is the origin of all things. Her voice that had just returned to that of a normal woman's became hollow again. It became hoarse and murky. Her body that had been completely soaked in the energy of the void gradually melted under Yun Nuashing's gaze. It turned into something that looked like a rhombus in an ellipsoid. The rhombus-shaped core was pointing at her from afar. An ancient and primordial energy that seemed to have come from the beginning of the world instantly spread out. Everyone could feel that the void that they had lost contact with was responding a little at this moment. It was as if the Lord of the Void's desperate stance had guided the void, causing the gap between this space and the void to become much thinner. This is the most primitive energy in this world. This is the energy that can create destruction and new life. This is the power that can create the future for the Void Holy Court. Damn it, let's fight it out with her. A ferocious look appeared on the faces of the immature youth, the skinny old man, and the others. They patted their chests and spat out blood, took things out, and changed their hand seals wildly. Seeing that the master of the Void Court and the woman were going all out, they also began to play with their lives. Even the loose cultivators were shouting and burning their lives and souls. They all put on a look of not stopping until they died. Even the corners of Green Lord's eyes twitched violently. This scene of hundreds of billions of lives playing with their lives was really shocking. It was as vast as the sea, carrying with it an endless aura of annihilation. It was as if a catastrophe had come from beyond the heavens. Even the tribulation cloud passageway was collapsing at an even faster rate under this combined power. The power that was as heavy as the void was like the sea of the void, carrying with it an endless amount of power that swept up everything in the world. The warriors of the celestial realm showed a serious expression on their faces as they secretly prepared to defend themselves. Once the observer could not hold on any longer, they would instantly step up to protect her. Hui raised his hand to block the overly bright light in front of his eyes. He inadvertently turned his head and saw that the magic array behind Yun Nuashing had disappeared into the void. At the place where his hands were clasped, dark red energy was entangled with a mass of golden divine energy. In the center of the mass of energy, the dark red energy was entangled with a mass of golden divine energy. It spun rapidly in the center of the mass of energy, sketching out a red and golden yin and yang diagram. There were also several different colors of energy that carried the aura of origin that turned into chaotic energy particles. They condensed into a mass and condensed into thunderbolts that surrounded the two energies in the center. His low voice rang in his ears. Chaos, Origin 0. Damn it. Full defense. Don't be affected by this lunatic's attack. This familiar scene made Hui so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue. With a loud cry, he took out the Guardian's shield and stood in front of him. He shrouded the star corona barrier with a layer of gilded barrier made of divine energy. Seeing his exaggerated movements, everyone shuddered and quickly switched the attack mode of the energy tower to defense mode. Layers of energy barriers covered the cross-shaped starlight formation. The chaotic world of mortals is just like the chaotic illusions in your hearts. I am willing to turn into the red lotus karmic fire that cleanses all sins. I am willing to become the origin and tear apart everything that is false. At the end of this origin, all of you will turn into chaotic dust that fills the void. The beautiful mass of energy was only the size of a fist. When it floated out, it was not eye-catching at all. However, when it floated out, everyone felt that everything in this world had slowed down. The energy that had the power to destroy the world like the sea of void. The movements of countless people became abnormally slow. Even the person who created the mass of energy was so slow that he did not withdraw his hand. In this world, only the mass of golden red energy was floating forward at an abnormally fast speed compared to this almost still picture. When it reached the front of this sea of void, it slowly stopped and then suddenly bloomed. The still picture was released, and the Chaos Origin 0 point was also released in an instant. The dark red and golden light merged into a huge sun in an instant and then suddenly expanded. The star-like sphere burst out with a huge, devouring force that made everyone feel despair. The energy that they tried their best to burst out was swallowed up by the expanding star the moment the still picture was released. Then they noticed that everything in the world disappeared. They could no longer feel the familiar aura of the void, the world, space, and energy. They could not feel anything at all. It was as if their consciousness had been banished into the land of nothingness and separated from their bodies forever. All the senses in this world were just illusions and illusions to them. Of course, space collapsed, and so did the world. Logically speaking, a completely destroyed space would not show the sea of time, but the golden ocean appeared before them and was swallowed up by the star. The violent suction force was pulling everything in the world over. The mountains of tribulation clouds that could not hold on any longer were like mountains hanging beside an abyss. They could no longer withstand the pressure of gravity and collapsed. The thick clouds of tribulation clouds came down from all directions at an unimaginable speed and swallowed everyone. But this was just in passing, because the place they were really going was the center of the star, and the collapse just happened to cover the billions of unlucky souls. In fact, if not for the clouds of retribution, everything in the divine realm, including the millions of stars in the world where the divine realm was located, would have collapsed here. The chaos origin that had not been fully unleashed before was enough to block the endless death mist-spawn of the Yangdan realm. And this time, the Chaos Origin Zero that was unleashed at full power, along with the Origin Energy's Chaos Origin Zero, was enough to devour the entire void. As long as the Yunhua star did not cancel its assault, the assault would continue until the Zero could not hold on and blew itself up. In the instant that the tribulation clouds were devoured by the 0 point and vanished, Yin Nuoxing grabbed the 0 point with her right hand and flung it to the edge of the realm of the gods. In the instant that she did that, the strange static effect appeared again. Only the 0 point was moving slowly, as if it existed on another timeline independent of all things in the world. And as it moved, all things in the world should give way to it. As a result, when the trillions of outsiders at the edge of the realm of the gods saw the tribulation clouds dissipate and were about to take a look inside in delight, a dark red star suddenly crashed into their eyes. That was the last thing they saw in their lives. All of a sudden, a devastating explosion erupted across the skies. The storm of destructive energy that erupted from the top of the realm of the gods was dark red, and carried with it an extremely balanced, destroying energy that filled the vision of every living being in every corner of the realm of the gods. Almost a third of the unlucky outsiders took the brunt of the impact head-on, with even the high-tier Empyrean gods spitting out mouthfuls of blood and having their divine souls almost extinguished. That third of the living beings were almost completely annihilated. The heavenly god-tier tourists who stood further away at the edge of the realm of the gods fared better, but they still took the shockwave head-on and were forcibly blown to the edge of the world. The entire starry sky shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Most of the starlight in the massive planetary system that surrounded the realm of the gods dimmed, as many of them were detonated by the shockwave, echoing one after another across the stars. A violent new energy explosion. This time, Yin Nuoxing had deliberately shifted the second part of the explosion. If he had allowed it to explode right where it was, the violent explosion caused by the frenzied attacks of billions of living beings combined with his origin energy, there was no doubt that half of the realm of the gods would have been destroyed. However, even though he had shifted the point of the explosion to another location, the realm of the gods was still greatly impacted. After all, the shockwave of the energy explosion had already affected the other side of the starry sky. Using the observer's eye, he could see that there were at least 3,000 gigantic cracks on the ground, and that was the result of him deliberately directing most of the energy into outer space. That was why he hated fighting in his own territory, as it would tear the realm of the gods apart at any moment. Yin Nuoxing sighed. As for that 1/3 of 1,000 trillion, that had nothing to do with him. If he had the time to care about those ill-intentioned outsiders, he might as well fix those 3,000 abyssal rifts. What the hell? This is too damn exciting. Hui, who had shrunk behind Yin Nuoxing, trembled as he poked his head out from behind the guardian's shield. When he saw that the space in front of him was cleaner than when the void was first created, he could not help but shudder a few times. Where are those people? Did you kill all of them? No, they all fled back to the main group the moment the thunderstorm disappeared. They're still hanging in the sky now. Yin Nuoxing pointed at the edge of the realm of the gods. Aside from the heavenly gods who were not strong enough, there was also a group of people who were quite cautious, such as the group from the Void Court and the group from the Gold Age clan. At present, it seemed that those void giants had fled when the thunderstorm disappeared. As for the remaining scattered people, whether or not they could survive depended on their own luck. They are probably preparing now, so they did not run away immediately. Hey, I'm really curious. What did they see that made them so stubborn that they could not see the difference in combat power? Oh, speaking of which, we scratched his head. We scratched his head and told him what happened when he was not around. Yin Nuoxing understood what was going on after hearing it. It was not because of something that made him so stubborn, but because that declaration had stimulated others. Could they be thinking of taking out the realm of the gods while they still have allies? Yin Nuashing spread her hands and sighed softly. Well, no matter what they are thinking, they have been sent here today. I have no intention of letting them leave this place safely. Creation's barrier, seal this world, as an invisible will spread out at infinite speed. The huge creation's barrier once again enveloped the entire realm of the gods. After that, huge divine runes began to appear on the world barrier of this world. Countless traces of energy passed through the vast galaxy and connected with the creation's barrier, forming a great sealing formation. At this moment, the countless outsiders who were still in this world suddenly realized that their connection with the void had been cut off again, and they could no longer sense the presence of other places. It was as if they were trapped in a prison. The sudden feeling also flashed through the hearts of Hui and the others. Hui touched his chest and answered vaguely. Seeing that Yun Nuashing seemed to want to take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack, he hurriedly pulled him back. Feng, wait a moment, look at that thing. Hui pointed at the sky, not far away. Yin Nuashing looked in that direction and saw something floating about 100 miles away. He could not help but be stunned. That area was definitely within the devouring range of the origin of chaos, 0 point. It was a miracle that there was still something left. When he saw what it was, he could not help but exclaim, Fairy Record Number 2. Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy. I never thought that I would be able to see such a legendary item in my lifetime, and it actually appeared like this. His exclamation was the first to start, and the people of the realm of the gods could not help but whisper to each other. However, it was obvious that only an extremely small number of people had heard of this so-called Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy, and they were now telling the others about it. Its status is equivalent to the origin beast that was indirectly created by the heavenly god of origin. It is a special law creation that was born when the realm of the gods evolved on its own. Everything about it is ominous. I don't know where it will appear or what form it will take. I only know that it exists, but it is also because of the observer's authority that I know about it. Yin Nuashing could not hide his amazement as he spoke. I never thought that the so-called secret artifact, the so-called legendary item, this thing's form is ominous. It seemed to have appeared a few times in the previous era, and the first time it appeared, it was in the form of a ball of fire. Therefore, there is also a saying in the fairy record that the legendary 3 fairies are actually 3 types of divine flames. Perhaps it is also related to the fact that this secret artifact uses divine flames as the key to open it. However, in reality, the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy does not have a specific form. It could transform into any form. The fire element may be one of its normal forms, so when it appeared in that form, it was regarded as a divine flame. When Yun Nuashing said this, the amazement in his tone did not disappear. Even we cannot help but sigh. There is actually something in this world that could make him feel amazed. The fairy record recorded a total of 3 legendary fairies. The second one is the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy. What about the first and third ones? We cannot help but ask. The subtle difference between the 2 clergies caused a strange situation where he knew something that Maple did not know, and Maple knew something that he did not know. Of those 2, the third one has not yet appeared in the world, so there is no record of it in my knowledge. As for the first one, Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said softly, the light of chaos, origin, has a subtle relationship with my element of extinction. Subtle? Hui frowned, but before he could ask in detail, the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy that was floating not far away showed a crack with a crack. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their gazes. The burning nebula in the center of the purple crystal was glowing with a golden light. It's coming out. The main body is coming out. Yin Nuashing could not help but swallow his saliva. He waved his hand and said to everyone, Hui, come with me. Qing Jun and the rest of you stay here and strengthen the defense. Be careful of outsiders attacking or anything else. If anything happens to us, The realm of the gods will be in your hands to protect. Lord Maple. Qing Jun was so frightened that his face turned pale. I Ching and the others also cried out in alarm. When they saw the dignified expression on his face, they knew that this thing was not as simple as the creation of the realm of the gods. It might be some kind of disaster that contained an unusually powerful energy. That thing can't be left unattended. Well, that's all for now. Hui and I will be back soon. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly and smiled. He nodded at Hui, and the two disappeared together. When they appeared next to the crystal, everyone's heart, which had just been relieved, tightened again. Chapter 1359. The grand one-day tour of the Divine Realm had caused a huge commotion. Hundreds of worlds had been dragged into the void, and if they were to include those who were just watching from the start, the number would probably jump up a few more times. Even though things had gotten out of hand and ended up in a stalemate, that was not a big deal. That was because there was an even more serious matter at hand. If they did not handle it well, they might have to fight with the trillions of lives outside. Moreover, if they really did fight this time, there would be no mercy, and both sides would not rest until they were dead. They had never been afraid of the Yun Nuo planet. Quadrillion lives and whatnot. In the past, they had destroyed at least 7 digits of worlds. Furthermore, in the past, they didn't have so many people around them. It was just him, Hui, and about 100 or so people. Although their numbers had slowly increased, the biggest movement was when they rescued the Middle Plane 1,000 years ago. After that, they gathered so many people around them. Oh, it was a little off topic. He mainly wanted to show that he wasn't afraid of those fellows outside at all. The origin of chaos, 0 point, that he used with all his strength. Unless he met someone who was a few levels stronger than his divine right and laws, no one would be able to make it collapse on its own. That would require the power of an incipient heaven god. Just that ball alone would be able to wipe out those fellows outside the divine world. However, this way, the power of the world of order would be weakened again, which went against their original intention. Righteousness and whatnot is not something that we can just talk about, but we have never forced anyone to sacrifice or die for the sake of righteousness. We have not reached such a situation yet. So, if those guys from beyond the sky attack us, we will just treat it as a normal invasion after they understand everything. The current situation is just right. Those vanguards are scared by Maple's power. They are in a state of mental breakdown and mental exhaustion. At this time, a dose of strong medicine should be effective. I just hope that this dose of strong medicine will not be overshadowed by suppressed anger and inexplicably inflated self-confidence. If that is the case, well, let's be careful in case he is right. When Siyu woke up from the soul world of the little angel, she noticed that something was clearly wrong. After learning from Yin Nuoxing and the other two about the current situation, she rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly hugged her. Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He did not tell the little brat the exact numbers and plan. He only told her that there were many people watching the celestial realm, and there were many lives from different worlds. If they did not handle it well, it would cause a lot of panic. The little brat probably thought that it was only a few 100,000. Therefore, when she found out that even after killing 1/3 of the unlucky people, there were still trillions of lives left, she did not hesitate to faint like he did half an hour ago. On the celestial realm side, the 2 highest leaders were here. Even if they fought, it would not cause any panic. Even if they fought, they had a way to restrict all the movements to 2 places. One was the Kuan Yuan region, and the other was the starry sky. The Kuan Yuan region had already been arranged when the tribulation clouds erupted. Even if the place behind it collapsed, it would be better than tearing the celestial realm apart. As for the message, although we can directly project it into everyone's souls with our divine souls, there are many outsiders who are very hostile. If they resist, it will be troublesome. We can't guarantee that the message will be delivered completely. We scratched his chin. There are trillions of lives. Can we guarantee that all of them will receive the message completely? It won't be troublesome to just divide the area and use the projection crystal to transmit the message. In a situation where we can't use our divine souls to transmit the message, if we really do it one by one, we will die of exhaustion. The current situation is also not suitable to summon those leaders. Whether they will listen to you or not is a problem. If we say, I summon you, come here in this situation, won't you be attacked by a wave of fire? Everyone, why did you say it in such a tone? I Ching laughed dryly. Hui rolled his eyes and said, I Ching is right, so it's better to tell them directly. Let's use the projection crystal and let the hunter team project the crystal to those outsiders. We'll talk about the rest later. If they ignore it, if they don't do anything. Oh, all right, let's not care about that. There will be those who leave peacefully and feel that there is no hope in the void and that their future is bleak, right? We can't force them, so let those who want to leave. When the time comes, we'll let them know the reality. If they want to stay, we'll fight them head on. Then let's kill them. As soon as Yin Nuashing said this, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by 100 degrees. Everyone could clearly feel the whistling snowflakes of the southern ice realm hitting their hearts. The cold air carried the smell of blood. Anyway, let's prepare the projection crystal first. I don't know how big the mother crystal would be if we were to talk about it to thousands of lives at the same time. Have you guys made such a big model before? We coughed softly. Everyone shook their heads. The fragments that were knocked out of the mother crystal could project the image that appeared on the other side of the mother crystal. Usually, they would make a wash basin-sized piece and then knock it a few times, or simply make a fist-sized piece and break it in half and put it in their house. Occasionally, they would chat with the people they cared about. However, it was far less useful than soul communication. The projection crystal was more often used between ordinary people and some individuals whose soul power was not very strong. People of their level would not use such an inconvenient thing. Sorry to trouble you. He knocked his head with a headache. To put it bluntly, the projection crystal was a means of communication used by the people. He suddenly knocked his palm. Oh, the hunter team will each prepare a projection crystal, and then we will talk in the soul. A double broadcast is fine. Yin Nuashing instantly understood what he meant. Her face twitched. Should we set up the venue or something? After all, this is a conversation for hundreds. Thousands of worlds. Everyone. Seems a little necessary. A row of black lines appeared on Yin Nuashing's forehead. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. Just as she was sighing, she heard the sound of the earth shaking. She turned around and saw a group of people who were overly active had already started working when the plan was approved. Furthermore, they were planning to use the local materials to build it. From the looks of it, they were planning to build a great hall, and they were already more than halfway done. Yin Nuashing covered her face and waved her hand to stop herself from looking at the image. Just as she was thinking about how to make Hui express their intentions in a simple and detailed manner, the Great Hall was already completed. Furthermore, a lot of precious materials were used to build it. Conservatively speaking, it was as if they had thrown in all the possessions of some unlucky Empyrean god of origin. The magnificent hall was luxurious, noble, grand, and magnificent. At first glance, it was as if they were going to summon all the beings of the void to discuss the survival of the void. Why do I feel like these guys chose the wrong talent? Yin Nuashing finally couldn't help but blurt out. Huey's cheeks twitched. Hee hee. By the way, I Ching, has there been any news from the Hunter Squad? Have the guests reacted in any way? Changing the topic. Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly. As for the commotion, he had indeed heard some commotion. Or rather, he had heard it long ago. At the moment when the creations barrier was holding up the world barrier, he could hear almost everything in this world. However, that would drive him crazy. Probably no one wanted to experience the experience of having several quadrillions of beings shouting into their ears at the same time. That was why he had only limited himself to the area around the realm of gods. However, a quadrillion was a quadrillion after all. When he heard the buzzing sound in his ears, he immediately wanted to blast those noisy idiots away. Sir, we've used Immolate to squeeze out 10 times the power, but we still can't open the world barrier. The space is also completely sealed. That wave of attacks has been reflected back at us. Space formations are ineffective. Void formations are ineffective. What the hell is going on in this godforsaken world? I just skipped work and came here to join the fun. How did I get trapped here? There's no response to the realm of gods at all. It seems like the enemy doesn't want to talk to us. I'm afraid they want to trap us here until we die. Tell those noisy idiots to be quiet for this, Daddy. Do these damned mobs think they can break the seal of the realm of gods with their strength? Those were the voices that echoed in his ears. It seemed like someone was already attacking the world barrier and analyzing space and other things. Even if they really tore space apart, they wouldn't be able to borrow any void energy. Furthermore, there were no beings here that could break through the creation's barrier. In other words, even if they worked together, they might not be able to escape this world. Oh, he felt that the fourth sentence of the loud voice was quite to his liking. Phone. I prepared my lines. Yun Nuashing raised his head and was surprised to find that he had been moved into the hall that had just been built. A group of people were really busy setting up the venue here. Hui walked over from the side and stuffed a crystal ball into his hand. There shouldn't be any problems. Take a look. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, Don't worry. Take a look. Yun Nuashing took the crystal ball and gave a cursory glance. There was also a recording of the fierce battle when they were assisting the Middle Realm. The battle that broke the void was very effective. There shouldn't be any problems. You don't have to show it to me. Just do as you see fit. Hui nodded with a smile and turned to leave. All right then. Just read it out loud. Wait. Yun Nuashing reached out his hand and stopped a certain guardian who was trying to slip away. His pretty face darkened. I might have been hallucinating just now, but it doesn't matter. I'll leave this glorious mission to you. After he finished speaking, he pressed the crystal ball into Huey's arms, turned around, and jumped away. But before he could jump away, Hui, who was being hunted by a fierce tiger, grabbed his waist and almost fell flat on his face. Yun Nuashing grabbed the floor that had just been set up and struggled desperately to escape. You guardian, it's your duty to show your face. Go up and study obediently. Lord Observer, the strongest person in the God realm, just showed his face and intimidated everyone. Now that things have gotten to this point, you still want to run away. Damn it, I just killed 1/3 of the outsiders. You want me to show my face just to attract their attention, right? I'm afraid that I'll be bombarded from the sky the moment I show my face. You want to intensify the conflict so that you have an excuse to kill those guys, right? I don't care. You go. I won't. You go. The people in the hall who were quickly decorating the venue saw the Guardian and Lord Observer rolling on the ground and wrestling with each other. Their jaws hit the ground, and they all turned into statues on the spot. Come on, let's duel. Hui roared and threw Yun Nuashing back to the center of the hall. Energy surged out violently. Yun Nuashing had just stood up when she saw Hui rushing over aggressively. She was shocked and hurriedly reached out to block him. Wait a minute. You bully people, I've never. The words and the subconscious actions happened at the same time. Seeing that the two lords were about to fight, everyone hurriedly withdrew from the monument state and formed energy barriers. Their faces were covered in sweat. Just as they closed their eyes and couldn't bear to see what would happen in the next second, the surging momentum of the two suddenly disappeared. The hall returned to calmness. Everyone opened their eyes with sweat on their faces and looked at the two people who were less than a meter away from each other. Then, they looked at their gestures and couldn't help but vomit blood. The two of them waved their fists forcefully. Huey's 5 fingers were wide open, and Yun Nuashing's 5 fingers were clenched into fists. That posture was like two little kids playing rock, paper, scissors at the entrance of a village. But this couldn't be said. If they said it, they would be beaten to death. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and saw Huey's victorious smile. She waved her 5 fingers in front of him and then looked at her fists. Her pretty face instantly turned red. It's not fair. I've never won. Everyone was shocked. They turned their heads and didn't say anything. After thinking for a second, they decided to bury themselves in work. If they looked at them again, they felt that they would be suffocated to death. They didn't expect that the two lords would have such a just cute side. It's over. They felt that if they continued to think about it, something would collapse. I Ching walked over with a stiff face and handed a crystal ball to Hui. Then, he quickly walked to the side. After Hui read the information in the crystal ball, he grinned. Well, it's settled then. I just asked the hunter squad to take a look at the situation of the guests. It was a little beyond my expectations. I thought that they would really resist and attack the realm of the gods or something. Yin Nuashing looked at her fists gloomily. She sighed and put her hands back in her sleeves. So what's the result? There's no special attack against the realm of the gods. Some stubborn people hit the creation's barrier a few times, but the punishment form reflected 70 to 80% of the energy and almost killed themselves. The world barrier had a similar effect because it was taken over by the creation's barrier, but it wasn't as strong. Half of the people were encouraged to attack the world barrier and almost killed themselves. After that, there were only a few who tried to break it. There were also some who tried to analyze the space, some who wanted to get into the sea of time, some who meditated on the spot, some who went crazy. Hui tossed the crystal ball in his hand. Anyway, let's just leave those guys alone. Soon, those panicking fellows will cause some trouble in the sealed space. So Feng, don't resist anymore. Hui smiled sinisterly and patted Feng on the shoulder. Lord Observer, you also need to stand in front of the stage. Yin Nuashing's face was twisted into a grimace. Huey's back was sweating, but in the end, he still agreed. Okay. I'll go. Okay, it's done. Hui laughed sinisterly this time. He knew that if Yin Nuashing resisted to the end, he wouldn't be able to get her up there even if he wanted to. Plus, he would get a bump on his head. He didn't know what was going on this time. The guy who usually hated to show his face in public actually gave in. Hui laughed and clapped his hands. Lighting. Music. Let's get high. Yin Nuashing was so angry that she wanted to knock him awake. Anyway, by the time the two of them finished arguing, the Great Hall had already stopped being extremely busy. The decorations, he didn't know how to describe it. In any case, it looked a little too grand. We're going to tell them something, not to film a blockbuster. Why did I lose the emblem of the realm of the gods? The original emblem I lost didn't look like this, right? Can you tell me what you're planning to do with all these benches and chairs and the style of the Great Hall? Hey, don't worry about it. Just go and read your lines. Hui pushed him to the side. Go. Don't set up the scene in front of us. This is the first time the realm of the gods is officially talking to the void. If we don't make it grand, won't our reputation be tarnished? The realm of the gods is known for its ferocity in the outside world. That little angel, take him to change his clothes and put on his makeup. Yin Nuashing was just about to protest when Hui pushed him to the side of the little angel. The little angel's soft laughter drew his attention. As soon as he raised his head, he was pulled to hide behind a screen that blocked his vision. Then, the little angel slowly took out a piece of clothing that left him a little regretful. Where did you get this? Yin Nuashing was stunned again. The long robe and long cloak that appeared in the little angel's hands were dyed in the familiar purplish-black color of the starry sky. There were gold and red patterns drawn on the robe and cloak. The patterns, as a whole, looked like the emblem of the realm of the gods. The edges were even dotted with the origin marks patterns. These clothes were AF * King replica of the clothes that Xian and the others made in the Qin family's residence. They just changed the color and logo a little. The little angel grabbed him and put the clothes on him as she said, "It's only been a few days. I think these clothes look pretty good." Yin Nuashing wanted to cry, but had no tears. They did look good, very gorgeous, and but girl, wearing these clothes made him look like he was about to get married. It didn't suit him at all. Right now, he was about to show his face and shock everyone, not announce that he was about to get married in the void. Why did he feel so tired today? After coming out of the barrier that isolated space, the little angel pulled him in front of the mirror. Yin Nuashing looked at himself with black lines under his eyes. The robe that contained the mysterious colors of the starry sky flowed like water. The mark on the shoulder that represented the observer was engraved on the thin cloak. No matter what, the mysterious and symbolic emblem of the divine realm and the origin mark that could not be mistaken. There were also 2 colorless streamers that extended from the shoulders under the cloak. This set of clothes once again appeared neatly in front of his eyes, And there was something else added. Siyu walked over from the side with unconcealable amazement in her eyes. Little Star is married. Yun Nuoxing almost burst into tears. When everyone saw that the screen had disappeared, they also looked inside curiously. As a result, everyone's worldview almost collapsed into pieces. The man was first stunned, then when he found out that Master Phone was a man, he wanted to poke his own eyes out. The woman's eyes were wide open and her face was red. Jing Yuanji, who had a special affection for him, walked up to him directly. She wanted to dig out her eyeballs and stick them on him to record this scene. Then, under Huey's gaze, he walked to the innermost part of the hall and stood on the high platform. Hunter team, spread the crystals to every corner of the world. Make sure that every life form, even if it's an outsider, must be seen by it. Yes, God. The hunters who were hiding in the void at the edge of the celestial realm raised their longbows and projectile weapons in unison. One of them materialized a huge catapult with energy and filled it with shards of reflection crystal. As the countdown rang out, everyone threw the shards of reflection crystal into the reality realm. The hunter team in the realm of the gods also threw out the mirror crystal that they had prepared. In short, they tried to project it next to the marked life forms as much as possible. As for how many people would receive the message, no one knew. The tiny crystal shards were probably only the size of a finger, and the largest was no more than the length of a finger. They quietly scattered all over the marked areas in the realm of the gods and appeared next to the outsiders. Due to their small size and lack of presence, no one noticed them at all. It was only when the huge image appeared in the realm of the gods and appeared in the realm of the gods that they were noticed. At that moment, the entire realm of the gods fell silent for a moment. The life forms that were madly attacking the realm of the gods and running around in panic all stopped. As for those who did not see it immediately, they felt that something was wrong the moment they sensed the silence in the realm of the gods. Most of them ran towards the realm of the gods. Because of this chain reaction, 90% of the life forms should have seen the image that traversed the realm of the gods. They also saw the realm of the gods in the realm of the gods. They also saw the majestic realm of the gods and the majestic realm of the gods. In the middle of the realm of the gods stood a young lady in a formal dress. She looked as if she was about to get married. I am very happy to be able to gather with all of you in the realm of the gods. I am Feng Ling, the observer of the realm of the gods. In your realm of the gods, I may be called the guardian, enforcer, realm master, or some other titles. But that is not important. Now I will show you the hidden truth of this realm, the other side of this realm of the gods that you do not know. Chapter 1360. He recited the script that he had prepared beforehand. When he recited the script, he also released the battle memories that might add up to 10 minutes long, but actually spanning over 1,000 years. He also mentioned the distorted creations at the edge of the lower plane, and even more, so that these fellows who lived deep in the upper plane and didn't know about the calamities of the middle and lower planes would have a preliminary or in-depth understanding of the situation. After he finished reciting these things, Yin Nuoxing let out a light breath. He looked around and could only see the crowd in the hall. He couldn't see the situation in the starry sky. He thought for a moment and added, "We don't have absolute malice towards your arrival. Be it hostility or war, it's all because of your arrival. It's a necessary means to achieve a certain goal. Just like now, at least there's a false period of peace where we can say a few words." The group of outsiders couldn't help but curse in their hearts. There was no malice, no enmity, and he had arranged them so well that their brains were bleeding. Damn it, he had just wiped out 1/3 of them. But then again, if it wasn't for his thunderous oppression, they might have already started fighting in the celestial realm and turned the place into a pot of porridge. Under such circumstances, who would listen to the so-called observer of the celestial realm? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat them and was still trapped here, he would have already caused a huge ruckus. The many outsiders in the stars looked at each other, some curling their lips in disdain, but all of them had their own thoughts. It would be a lie to say that they were not shocked by the images just now. Half of them knew about that thing, but that was all they knew. They only knew about it when they came to this zero-point world to gather information. And they also knew that it was now standing in the middle plane like a void wall, cutting the plane in half. There was a force belonging to the Order faction guarding the front lines, and there were intelligence agents there as well. As for the other half, they did not know about it at all. And just as Yin Nuashing and the others had guessed, there were still many beings in this zero-point world who were unaware of the existence of the abyssal death shroud. That's all I have to say. There's no point in talking any further. We will be opening the gates to the realm of the gods in 3 days. At that time, if you have anything to say, if you want to complain, if you want to understand, or if you want to fight again. Yin Nuashing's lips curled into a slightly evil smile. Then, I look forward to meeting you again in 3 days. The colossal image that stretched across the stars slowly faded, but before it vanished, a sentence was faintly heard before the image could vanish. It's fine as long as a few words can solve everything in the world. So, prepare what you need to prepare. If there are any troublemakers in 3 days, sink them into the void and grind their bones to dust. Identify those who have the potential to become a force that stands in the way of the Order faction, and destroy all the worlds behind them. It doesn't matter if there are 1 or 2,000 more worlds destroyed. The image vanished completely, and all things returned to silence even before that sentence was finished. Amidst the silence, a bone-chilling coldness crept into the hearts of the heavenly gods and the Empyrean god of origin, so much so that they felt a little nauseous. It seems that in these 3 days, we really should be quiet and think things through. At first, he said that he meant no harm, but then he said that he would grind their bones to dust. That was practically hell with a single thought, and there was no heaven. As long as they stood on the wrong side, there might not be a single world left behind after 2 or 3 days. That was a demon, and his tone was serious. He would not care even if someone unrelated to him died in the flames. The Void Court and the Desolate Demon Court's teams had gathered together in a rare occasion without causing much commotion. More than a dozen Void Giants had gathered together, and their teams were lined up neatly in the void like a wall of stars. At that moment, the leaders of the Giants were conversing across the stars. Master of the Void Court, what do you think of what the observer from the realm of gods said? The thin old man turned his gaze to the tall, slender woman who had been knocked out of her void state. Everyone looked at her as well. As far as they knew, in this region of the void, excluding the realm of gods, this woman's Void Court was the strongest. She was also slightly stronger than them. If even she submitted to them, they would have no other choice. The tall woman's pretty face was as cold as ice. She glanced at everyone, then lowered her gaze and clenched her fists tightly. Why are you asking me? Your plans are your own business. They have nothing to do with me. After saying that, her consciousness quietly faded away, leaving only the others looking at each other. The thin old man looked outside and couldn't help but shake his head. The young ladies these days were more stubborn and cold than the last. Even though they spoke so coldly, they still didn't make the team leave the formation. Forget it, forget it. There's nothing to say. There's no point in playing riddles here. If you have time to think about other things, why don't you think about how we're going to face those from the realm of gods in 3 days? If they really want us outsiders to die, it'll only take them a little time. The thin old man sighed and stood up. He shook his head and walked into the darkness. I'm old. The biggest mistake I've made in my life was following the waves to the realm of gods to watch the show. I've been slick my whole life, but now I've finally thrown myself in. The others looked at each other, then looked in the direction the two had left. They shook their heads helplessly and said their goodbyes before returning to their own teams. Their minds were filled with more and more chaotic thoughts. However, before they could settle those thoughts, they still had to adjust their physical condition. If they waited for 3 days with this broken body, then there was really no hope. Even if they couldn't recover to their peak state, they could at least recover most of it. In such a dangerous place, it was always good to have more strength. It was also because of this that these Void Giants had all gathered together. The faction of order. Who would have thought that they would consider such a trivial matter from the big picture? Then I'll leave the reception of the guests 3 days later to you all. In the Great Hall, Yin Nuashing stretched and walked down from the high platform. She grinned fiercely at Hui, who was slowly walking towards her. Do you believe that I'll bite you to death if you ask me to take your place one more time? Hui, I just wanted to say, cough. Feng, you're really evil. You deliberately delayed the image by 5 seconds so that those words would accidentally spread. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand dismissively. Only a fool would think that it was an accident. If they couldn't see through it, they would have lived for nothing for the past few eras. It was just a necessary threat and warning. The big picture, the big picture. Hee hee. Do you know that I hate the word big picture the most? That's why I don't intend to act according to the most foolish way of doing everything for the big picture. Either I preserve what I know of the realm of the gods before thinking about the big picture, or I break up and bury the entire void. Either way, I can't avoid the word destroy. What? You don't want to do anything and sacrifice anything, and you want to welcome a happy ending. It's just death. At most, we'll die together. Let's see who comes back to dig their graves first. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. That was really the domineering speech of the observer that they were familiar with. Lord Feng, the stars have quieted down. I Ching, who had been paying attention to the starry sky, suddenly said, it's like all the outsiders suddenly lost their strength. They stopped struggling all of a sudden. I can see many signs of life gathering together. I can also hear a lot of discussion. Do you want to listen? There's no need for that. We can more or less guess what they're talking about. There's no need to pay attention to that. During our absence, there were no uninvited guests, right? Yin Nuoxing shook her head and changed the topic. No, those guys didn't move. Green shook his head. Seeing him frown, he was also puzzled. Those bastards should be paying attention to the realm of the gods. How could there be no movement in such a big mess? Could it be that they judged that we wouldn't reveal any flaws because of this level of chaos, so they didn't come over? I Ching said. Hearing that, we pondered for a while. After thinking for a long time, he realized that his mind was blank. He could only smile awkwardly and look at Yin Nuoxing. Seeing that, the latter shook her head helplessly. I think that the distorted race didn't appear because they were afraid of being focused on, so they urged these outsiders to join forces with us. I've heard before that they are like a plague in the void. Maybe those guys in the void court have also fought with the distorted race. I Ching's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands at Yin Nuoxing. I'll go and investigate. There's no need. He's gone. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to say that there was no need, I Ching had already rushed out with a flash of light. His speed was so fast that even Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He could not help but smile bitterly. All right, he's really fast. Forget it. Let I Ching go and investigate. But even if they really have something to do with the distorted race, forget it. I'm too lazy to pay attention to it. It's not like I'm relying on myself to deal with those bugs. We'll have to work hard for the next 3 days. We still have to be vigilant in these 3 days. After all, there are a lot of uninvited guests in the courtyard. I'm worried that if we're not careful, they'll cause some strange trouble in this world. When that happens, we'll have to clean up the mess. Yin Nuoxing yawned. Let's take turns monitoring the situation. I'm going to rest for a while. Why are all of you looking at me like that? Halfway through his sentence, he opened one eye and saw everyone staring at his face with horrified eyes. Above him, they even took a few steps back slightly, made hand gestures, gathered energy, and vigilantly looked as if they were ready to die. He was also stunned. After he reacted, he waved at everyone and said, let's go, let's go. This little guy has become Maple's pillow. Don't worry about him. Everyone gasped in shock and looked at Yin Nuoxing with admiration. They cupped their hands and slipped out of the hall. After everyone left, Yin Nuoxing raised her head and touched her head. She touched her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing with admiration. After everyone had slipped away, Yin Nuoxing raised his hand to touch his head. As expected, he touched a ball of something and lifted it off his head without using any strength. It was the Holy Soul, immortal purple crystal. It had disappeared for a long time, and they did not react. Now that they saw it again, it appeared here as if it was natural, and it looked like it was full and did not want to move at all. God knows where it had run to just now. I I just realized that this little guy seemed to have disappeared. Strange, I didn't pay attention to it just now. Now that I look through my memory, I realize that it slipped out right under my nose. We scratch his head. I'm not surprised at all. Even I can't do anything about little purple soul's talent. It comes and goes like a ghost. Yin Nuashing shrugged helplessly. Little purple soul? Hui was slightly stunned. It took him a while to react. Oh, you've even named it. Are you really going to keep it? Do you think I'll just leave it aside? Yin Nuashing sighed in exasperation. He hugged the little purple soul that had yet to transform, as if he was hugging little Huan. However, the feeling was a little different. The little purple soul that had yet to transform was a soft ball. He had to be very careful when hugging it, as if he was hugging little Huan. It was different when hugging little Huan. That little fellow that was as fat as a ball could squeeze it with just a little force. Oh, it was very soft to sleep on as a pillow. Coming back to her senses, Yin Nuashing lowered her head and looked at the oval-shaped ball of soft mud in her hands. She could not help but say, "You'll be called Little Purple Soul. You'll live with us from now on." The holy soul of Amethyst Fairy seemed to raise its head. He could feel that there was a gaze coming from the soft mud and looking at him. After a while, it rolled around in his hand, as if it had agreed to it. Yin Nuashing could not help but sigh. The name had been tacitly acknowledged. This history, this time, after dozens of eras, had formed a circle. Everything had come to the beginning of time, the time when he and the little purple soul had met. Life is really a play. It's a play that plays out over and over again. The little angel stood not far behind the two of them. She could not help but let out a long sigh when she saw this scene. Hearing this, Siyu looked at her curiously. She thought for a while and went to Yin Nuashing's side. 3 days was not a long time. It would pass in a blink of an eye. Probably because there was an extremely terrifying threat hanging around them. The outsiders all over the starry sky had not rested well for the past 3 days. They were worried that they would be stabbed in the back when they rested. Many people had such thoughts. Many people just sat there and waited for the 3 days to pass. To them, the 3 days were as long as simmering soup over a slow fire. More importantly, they were the ones being simmering, so the wait was extremely long. By the time the sun and moon of the Pantheon world had finished their 3 rounds of dance, many experts were already paying close attention to the situation in the Pantheon world. It was currently the 3rd day, and the Pantheon world was once again completely surrounded. However, unlike the previous time, there were not many people with obvious hostility. Most of them had dark circles under their eyes and looked tired as they waited for the Pantheon world's gate to open. In the distance, a powerful team came. Everyone turned around and saw that it was the Void God Court and the other Void Gods. For the first time, they were walking together. It doesn't look like they came with the intention to fight. Even the Void God Court and the others have to bow under the pressure of the Celestial Realm. No wonder the Celestial Realm is called the #1 major world. The crowd only glanced at them, sighed, and made way. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Many people had fantasized about going to the Celestial Realm to fight, but they did not expect to come here at this time. They also did not expect to encounter such a situation at this time. The Void God Court and the other Void Gods teams came to a stop after a certain distance. 5 or 6 people walked out from their teams. The leader of the team was their leader, who had come in person. He did not bring too much so-called battle strength, but he did not lose his seriousness. Moreover, the leader did not hide in the black sphere this time. He faced the world with his true appearance, which showed that he was sincere, if he was sincere. When the moonlight completely faded away from the Pantheon world, a barrier suddenly appeared in the originally transparent region of the Pantheon world. It was surging with an unimaginable amount of energy. When the barrier that enveloped the entire Pantheon world appeared in its complete form before everyone's eyes, everyone grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had attacked it before and seen the barrier, they did not recognize how big it was at all. Now that they saw its true form and felt the unimaginable amount of energy contained in the barrier, they almost fainted. They kept asking themselves what kind of monster they had provoked these past few days. Not long after the creation's barrier appeared, it began to ripple like water. In just a moment, It completely disappeared into space and dissipated into pure energy. The realm of the gods had been opened, but the minds of the people standing in the sky were still stuck in the previous scene. It was not until a voice rang in their ears that they came back to their senses with a shudder. Everyone, the celestial realm has opened. If you want to come for a chat, please come to the place 3 days ago. If you want to tour the celestial realm, feel free to do so as well. However, I must remind you that after you enter the celestial realm, you will be in our alert range. If you have any ill intentions and are injured by the rules of the celestial realm, we will not be responsible. Now, please. Everyone's cheeks twitched violently. Punishment that covered the rules of the entire world? This method was too exaggerated. Buzz. While they were still hesitating, the Lord of Void Court had already taken the lead and descended into the celestial realm. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the others hurriedly followed and surged into the celestial realm. Originally, they thought that only some people could enter. So many people did not plan to tour the celestial realm. Now that they heard that they could enter but could not cause trouble, they all descended into the celestial realm. It was as if it was raining outside the sky. Even so, 80% of the people remained in the starry sky for various reasons. Unlike 3 days ago, when they had come to the divine realm with a strong purpose in mind, this time, many of them entered the divine realm with either a more relaxed or more serious attitude. Without exception, they all sensed the aura of a law that was several times, or even several dozen times, stronger than the aura of their own world. It was as if some kind of restriction had been activated. They definitely did not sense this aura 3 days ago. Quite a few people suddenly paused in the air and subconsciously pressed their chests. Even these origin realm beings felt a yearning that they had not felt in a very long time. A few thoughts immediately popped up in their heads, and some of them even drifted very, very far away. The Lord of Void Court and the others directly arrived at the Tribulation Cloud mountain range that they had been to a few days ago. When they saw that there was a palace here, they were all stunned. They all landed in front of the palace and looked around for a moment. Just as they were about to walk forward, the door of the palace opened from the inside. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at the door nervously. Then they were stunned. They did not know when, but a figure had appeared in front of the door. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. It was just that they had never noticed him. They had seen him before. That day, he had been standing beside another white-robed enforcer. "Everyone, please." Lady Green gestured for everyone to enter. Then, she turned around. Her robes fluttered as she walked into the palace first. Everyone hesitated for a second or two and looked at each other. The Lord of Void Court had already led his people into the palace first. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. This woman was extremely cold and decisive. She left as soon as she said she would, without any hesitation at all. However, there was indeed no need for any hesitation. With her strength, killing them was as easy as lifting a hand. She could have killed them 3 days ago. There was no need for her to wait until now. This palace had been moved into another infinitely large space within 3 days. At this moment, everyone followed Lady Green's footsteps. What they saw was not a hall filled with murderous people. Instead, it was a square. Horizontally and vertically, there was a golden pillar erected on the square every 100 meters. Several quartering-shaped objects rose from both sides of the square and converged towards the center. This square was a replica of the square that Yun Nuoshing saw in the origin world. He did not dare to make an identical one, for fear of causing trouble. At this moment, these 100-meter-tall pillars were filled with people. However, they did not look down. The stones under the feet of the Lord of Void Court and the others suddenly loosened and turned into a stone platform that lifted them into the air. On the highest ring in the center of the square, the guardian of the gods' world, Hui, sat there cross-legged, quietly watching them come before him. "Hello, outsiders." Hui waited for them to stand firmly on the stone platform before slowly opening his mouth. "I won't say the common words. Feng Ling is busy with other things at the moment, so I am here to receive all of you. Please forgive me. In order to avoid the trivial matters of the meeting, let's make everything clear once and for all. about what you saw that day, about the void, about the battle in the future, and also about the Order faction. All of these trivial matters are gathered together to form a single sentence. That is a matter that concerns our lives. So, let's put aside those unnecessary schemes. Until this very moment, we have never met each other before, so there's no need for us to talk about any schemes. Chapter 1363. If that's the case, there's no need for me to repeat my reason for coming here, is there? It's the same reason why all of you are kneeling here. Oh, that's right. All of you are walking on a tightrope in the dark as well. You should have come into contact with the dark side of the realm of the gods. Then, I wonder if you guys think that this appearance will be more familiar? The sealed house ablaze was completely isolated from the outside world. Yin Nuashing slowly walked among the 167 people kneeling on the ground. A layer of white light surged over his body and slowly dyed his clothes a snowy white. Almost all color had been lost, and the dazzling white light on his body could tear apart the darkness of the night. Even a different reason would suffice, wouldn't it? In fact, I don't need any reason to do anything to all of you anything. The gray-robed man was drenched in cold sweat, which poured down like a waterfall and left a puddle on the ground. He was scared out of his wits. He knew about the nature of the dark side of the house ablaze. Even though he was unwilling to come into contact with it, he couldn't persuade his eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother. Their methods were too cruel to him, and Feng Qinghuang was just one example, a living example. Rebirth Realm Prohibition, number 22. High-level life forms, such as Rebirth Realm, are forbidden from killing or hunting low-level life forms for no reason. Rebirth Realm Prohibition, number 23. High-level life forms, such as Rebirth Realm, are forbidden from using any extreme means to control or bind low-level life forms. Of course, there's more, but I'm too lazy to read it, and there are many loopholes. For example, these prohibitions are only effective in the realm of the gods. For example, if they're discovered by us. That's right, it's fine if they aren't discovered by us. But if they are discovered, you know the consequences. The Blaze Feather clan is a great clan that coexists in both alchemy and alchemy. It has existed for more than an epoch, and in the records we found, you captured no less than 60,000 inferior life forms under the orders of the three gods. You used them to refine medicine, test medicine, and refine them into medicine slaves. 43,000 of them died in the process, and the rest were used up while you were researching certain taboos, causing 166 damage to the laws within 150 million kilometers. The 26 prohibitions against Rebirth Realm experts were basically meant to protect those who had yet to reach the Rebirth Realm. After all, they had grown up step by step since they were weak. If the Rebirth Realm experts of the entire God Realm were allowed to do whatever they wanted, the world would have long since fallen into chaos. Furthermore, these were only superficial restrictions. For example, the 22nd prohibition did not prohibit mass slaughter, but if there were other reasons, such as someone who had broken into the Rebirth Realm and wanted to take revenge on some fellows, such as exterminating an entire clan or something, it was not prohibited. To put it bluntly, it was just a reason and a motive. However, the judgment here was not made by the person involved, but by the executors after they understood everything that was involved. As for the so-called prohibitions, they referred to formations, talismans, alchemy, and alchemy that required one's life and certain items to operate. In other words, they were considered evil by the world. However, in the eyes of Yin Nuashing and the others, the reason why they were considered prohibitions was because those people could not understand and properly use these extremely unorthodox and twisted things. They had no choice but to use extreme means to use them. This was because even if Yin Nuashing and the others wanted to use these things, they would still need to prepare in advance. However, they would not use their life and touch the prohibitions like Yin Nuashing and the others. They had plenty of ways to turn these unorthodox things into things that could be used normally. Throwing out these so-called reasons was just like the gray-robed man had said, to let them know what was going on. So, there's so many things in this world. It's impossible for me to manage all of them. Regardless of the slaughter you've caused and the sins you've committed, I have not taken the initiative to investigate and deal with them. It's just that you've run into the muzzle of my gun. The cause of everything you've done in the past has become the effect today. You found yourselves. Yin Nuashing walked in front of the Blaze Feather family's progenitor and crouched down to look at him. He watched as the progenitor's eyes widened in fear as he stared at where Yin Nuashing was. Yin Nuashing gently reached out and smashed the progenitor's head into the ground. Anyway, that's what happened. You should be glad that you didn't participate in this. Of all the things I know, if any of them were related to you, there would be another 167 people added to the list, or 4 or 5, or even several dozen people added to the list. Yin Nuashing turned around with a smile that was like a flower and looked at the gray-robed middle-aged man. There's no point in arguing about it. But according to what I know, other than the eldest, second, and fourth, there are some who participated in it. But there should be a portion of people here who are not involved, right? The gray-robed man trembled as he looked at the god's feet. He did not dare to raise his head. Yes, that's right. There are only 127 people who violated those prohibitions. So, what's going on with the remaining 40 people? Yin Nuashing waved her hand and threw out a white light that landed on the 127 people. It turned into a white light that enveloped them into a ball. Then, with a slight sway, she disappeared from where she was and teleported to where they should be. As for the remaining 40 people in the plaza, Yin Nuashing's observer form gradually faded away. The white light disappeared as well. So far, this is what I have to do as the enforcer. Yin Nuashing twisted her neck. What happened next is indeed related to you. Feng Qing Wang, that little girl. Do you remember her? Not only the 40 people who were lying on the ground and had stopped the cycle of death, but everyone else who was gathered here was startled. Their expressions changed drastically. I've been looking for her for a long time. Epoch after epoch, I've been waiting for a long time. Then, one day I finally saw her. But what I saw was a devastated look on her face. Yin Nuashing's smile became even brighter. I've just given all of you an explanation. Now, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Forget it. You don't have to say anything. I already know those things. So I'll tell you. You should be glad that you didn't participate in it. Yin Nuashing looked at the gray-robed middle-aged man and said softly. The gray-robed middle-aged man swallowed. So, whether it was the judgment or something else, this was actually his true purpose for coming here. He told them everything without hiding anything. He just wanted them to know. He was just venting his anger on them. So, I'm taking these 40 people with me. Yin Nuashing's voice suddenly became calm and even a little cold. The gray-robed middle-aged man sucked in a cold breath and showed a troubled expression. Because you're still a member of the Blazing Feather family. So, you don't want to give up. I can understand your thoughts. After all, there are 2 or 3 people who are slightly related to you. Yin Nuashing spread her hands and smiled faintly. Everyone wants to protect the people they cherish, and I'm no exception. However, I've already said that I have nothing to do with the enforcer now. I'm just a person who can't stand seeing her get hurt and came to cause trouble. None of these 167 people are innocent. Within the range of the rebirth state's prohibition, I can implicate another 100 or so people. After all, to people like you who knew about this series of events but still silently agreed to it, I have the right to bargain whether I'm an ordinary rebirth state expert or an enforcer. Do you understand? If you want to continue to cover up something and bargain with me, you'd better be mentally prepared. Think about the price you have to pay for moving your mouth. Yin Nuashing said coldly. Seeing that everyone was silent and embarrassed, she snorted coldly. I won't order the execution of these 40 people directly, nor will I send them to the nightmare boundary. However, according to my personal punishment standards, it won't be a good place either. Whether they can come back alive will depend on their luck. The gray-robed, middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. He raised his trembling hand and bowed solemnly to Yin Nuashing. Thank you, God, for your mercy. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and waved her hand. The remaining 40 people were also sent into the space. She waved her hand and said, Let's go. It's time to pack up. The people of Clear Cloud Palace nodded and opened a portal. They walked in one by one and left this place. Yin Nuashing walked at the back. When she was about to enter the portal, she suddenly turned around and cupped her hands at the gray-robed, middle-aged man with a smile. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the god who suddenly bowed in horror. The gray-robed man was so scared that he felt a chill down his spine. Thank you for taking care of Feng Qingwang all these years. The teleportation door quietly disappeared, but the last sentence was still lingering in the hearts of the people of the Blaze Feather family. Everyone felt confused and confused. The gray-robed, middle-aged man thought carefully about the reason behind this and smiled bitterly. So, in the end, it was because his merits offset his demerits that he gave up on the extra part. If all of them were villains, the Blaze Feather family would probably have been destroyed after a single judgment. He did not know if he should rejoice or feel regretful about this. In the early morning, the weak sunlight was caught by the dew in the air and fixed in the space. The light scattered on a small green lake in the pavilion. It went through the window of the bamboo mat and into the pavilion. The light fell on the bamboo mat of the pavilion and filled the dark space with warm light. Feng Qinghuang was stimulated by the light, reflected by the light. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyes rolled up. She looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Unexpectedly, she felt energized. She had been used to being awakened by the mental shackles every morning before the sun rose. Then, she would go to the medicine test like a zombie. Today, she was awakened by the sunlight. Did that guy forget about it? Or was it something else? Although she was still in a daze, her mind was active. Out of some unrealistic fantasy, she reached out her trembling hand to the back of her head and touched it gently. No, it doesn't hurt. The expected pain didn't come. Feng Qingwang was stunned for a while. She slowly stood up from the bench and pinched her own face. Ouch, it hurts. I'm not dreaming. The mental shackles disappeared. That means that person died? Feng Qingwang knew that the other party wouldn't let her go easily. The only explanation she could think of was that the ancestor of the Blaze Feather family had died. Only when he died would the mental shackles disappear. If someone broke the shackles, her mind would be affected and she would definitely wake up. However, she didn't have such a memory. Last night, she didn't wake up. It was the first time she slept so deeply. In the past, she would wake up in the middle of the night because of nightmares. Something is wrong. What happened to the Blaze Feather family? Feng Qingwang quickly pushed the bamboo mat away and jumped out. She didn't even bother to greet the old man in the garden. She rushed to the Blaze Feather family in the south of the city. She wasn't worried about the safety of the Blaze Feather family. However, she was too concerned about the current situation. She had to confirm it. Moreover, even if it was an illusion, she would only be tortured for being late. But if it was real, Feng Qingwang was silent for a long time. She didn't come back to her senses until she had reached the south of the city. She saw the magnificent Blaze Feather family. She hadn't figured out what she would do after the mental shackles disappeared. However, she could think about it slowly. She wasn't in a hurry. At the moment, Feng Qingwang was stunned. She stopped in midair and looked at the magnificent Blaze Feather family. Although the huge mansion had been cleaned up, there were obvious traces of damage. There were char marks. Also, only half of the most magnificent building was left. That half seemed to be newly built. In other words, the building had been destroyed once. It seemed that the Blaze Feather family was attacked when she wasn't there last night. She landed in the Blaze Feather family in a daze. The front door and the front yard didn't show any signs of damage. It was the same for the courtyard and other places. There were only faint traces of damage. The enemy was a powerful warrior who went straight for the root of the problem. They probably succeeded in breaking into the Blaze Feather family. Otherwise, why would the courtyard and other places be damaged? You are here. A voice rang out beside her, causing Feng Qinghuang to tremble. She hurriedly turned around and saw a middle-aged man in gray robes silently appearing beside her. His eyes were staring at her, with a complicated expression on his face. Feng Qinghuang didn't expect the third brother of the Blaze Feather family to come out. She thought for a while and cupped her hands. Greetings, Third Master. For what she could remember, the third-rank god of the Blaze Feather family had left quite a good impression on her. He had taken care of her when she was young, and there were people from his faction as well. However, he had lived in seclusion, and her impression of him had gradually faded. This was probably the first time they had met again after a few decades. The middle-aged man in gray robe looked at her and sighed. He waved his hand and said, "The Blaze Feather family didn't leave you a good impression. The eldest brother and the others have been killed. There is nothing for you to miss in this shabby place. Now that you have reached the realm of Divine Master, you can be independent. Go, leave this place and don't come back. Forget about this place." Feng Qinghuang's expression changed. Her hands were trembling because of shock and disbelief. Bound? He shook his head and walked forward. From his sleeve, he took out a luxurious box. He looked down and stuffed it into Feng Qinghuang's hand. "My child, it's over. Although I'm not in a position to say this. You're free now. You don't need to think about the mental shackles or that horrible thing anymore. Live your own life. There is a precious Dan in the box. Ah, I know you were scared of the Dan, but only this time. This is not a poison. It is a Dan that can give you a new life. It is a pill." When he mentioned the word pill, he saw Feng Qinghuang shudder. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was a sin. No matter if it was him or them, when the Blaze Feather family first took root, they were not like this. How did things become like this? Can I ask what happened last night? Feng Qinghuang asked in a low voice. You don't know? The gray-robed, middle-aged man was startled. Seeing her quickly shake her head, that expression didn't seem to be fake. That's right, if she knew, logically speaking, she wouldn't have returned to this place. She should have left with that deity. Was there something else behind all this? But it didn't matter to them. What they needed to do now was to repair the damaged Blaze Feather family. They didn't need to think about other things that were not important. Sigh. I don't know how to explain. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. He looked at Feng Qinghuang, who was still standing there, and said coldly, "That's enough. You don't need to worry about that. You should focus on your own future. Let's go. The Blaze Feather family is still under repair. It is not convenient for us to receive guests." The middle-aged man in the gray robe flashed and disappeared. A strong wind carried Feng Qinghuang and blew her out of the door. She was put down at the door gently. She came back to her senses and saw the door was closed. She felt strange. She had mixed feelings. She had been searching for freedom for a long time. She finally got out of that nightmarish place. But somehow, everything changed after one night. It happened so fast that she was not prepared at all. She carefully put away the brocade box and nodded at the closed door. She already knew who was good to her, who was bad to her, and who had ulterior motives. Now, everything had become a fact. She could begin to think about what she wanted to think about a quarter of an hour ago. Go to the south of the city. Go to the first mountain. If you're fast enough, you should be able to make it. The voice surprised Feng Qinghuang. She looked back at the Blaze Feather family and nodded solemnly. She flashed and rushed to the south. The mountain wasn't far from Taifang City. Because the distance and height were just right, she could see the whole city from the mountain. It would only take her 5 minutes to wake up. However, she had a feeling that she would miss something. Driven by that feeling, she burst out with an unprecedented speed. There was a magical power flowing in her body and forming a blurry shadow outside her body, which increased her speed by several times. Outside of Taifang City, Yun Nuoxing stood on a barren hillside, looking at the sun that had already completely emerged and was facing the direction of Taifang City. He seemed to be able to see a large shadow of the entire city under the sunlight. He stretched his back and let out a long breath. Turning his head to the little angel, and see you, he smiled and said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." "Eh, are you really leaving?" The little angel tilted her head. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Although he solved the problem casually, she thought that he should have taken the little phoenix of this era with him. Why did he leave without saying anything? Yeah. Little star, aren't you going to take Miss Feng back? See you blinked and giggled. Don't make it sound like I like to bring people home all the time. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at the two people. After a moment of silence, she helplessly shook her head. I just wanted to see her. Well, There's another reason, but it doesn't matter. The little angel looked at him as her golden eyes darted around. She teased him in his soul. Are you worried that you'll interact too much with her and bring her into this era when you're supposed to meet her in the future? Yin Nuashing blushed and turned her head to roll her eyes. She opened the portal without saying anything. This guy is asking the obvious. But little star, how do you know if you will meet Feng in this dream? You can't predict it, and you can't know what you should know. You also said that you are walking on the road of reenacting everything. Maybe this is also the meaning of the unseen. Although the way you met may not be like this, and you may not have helped her in the first place, but for the current reality, those are not valid. Yin Nuashing was silent. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching her. Her expression changed, and she turned around to directly crash into the portal. The little angel saw that she was about to escape. She stretched out her wings and rolled someone who was about to escape into her arms. She smirked. You can't escape. She's already caught up. Yin Nuashing covered her face speechlessly. Did you calculate it so you deliberately didn't want to leave? Well, who knows? The little angel smiled brightly, and everything else paled in comparison. She waved her hand and closed the portal, completely cutting off the thought of running away. Then, she gently pushed him forward. As soon as Yin Nuashing stood still, a figure in red suddenly landed in front of her. There was an aura quietly dissipating from the figure. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but open his eyes wide when he saw the aura. He said to himself in his heart, the spiritual shackles have been unlocked. The power of the phoenix has begun to come alive. The little angel giggled and pulled Siyu to the side to make room. Then, she held Siyu to the side and openly watched and eavesdropped. Yin Nuashing's eyes twitched. What kind of person is this? Feng Qingwang had already seen him on her way here. Now that she landed in front of him, she was stunned. She didn't know what to say or do. Senior, she clasped her hands and was speechless. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence. Those things are your, well. Yin Nuashing helplessly put one hand on her waist and shrugged. You can say that I did it, although not all of it was done by myself. Why? Feng Qingwang looked at him nervously. Seeing his helpless face, she quickly said, I'm not blaming you. You have helped me a lot. I'm very grateful. But I want to know the reason. Why would you do this for no reason? Well, if we have never met before, I can say that I am doing justice for the heavens. Yin Nuashing shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. Feng Qingwang smiled bitterly. He appeared in front of her during the baptism of the four gods and said those strange things. Then, he appeared here and dealt with the Blaze family. If it was a coincidence, if nothing happened before, she might have thought it was a coincidence. For example, her enemies came to find her. For example, her plan was exposed and she was attacked by the Alliance. She was just lucky enough to be saved. However, because of what happened before, she couldn't think of it as a coincidence. All right. Seeing her like that, Yin Nuashing knew that he couldn't fool her anymore. He coughed and said seriously, because I know you. Huh. To be specific, I know you from a certain period of time. I know this is ridiculous, but it is the truth. That is the truth. Yin Nuashing smiled and looked at the pair of pink eyes. They were the same color and the same beautiful eyes. His gaze became gentler. So, when I knew you appeared, I went to find you. When I knew what happened to you, I was very angry. I wanted to burn the Blaze family to the ground. That is the answer. She had never seen such a gentle look on his face. She couldn't help but want to believe him. But, I don't know you. So what? Yin Nuashing put his hands behind his back and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked at her and said, I know you, silly girl. Yin Nuashing's pupils quivered. His heart beat violently. He felt pain in his heart. This scene was so familiar, just like what Tian Xianin told him. I don't know you, but I know you, my brother. It doesn't matter. We can get to know each other again. It was almost the same. She said the same thing with the same mentality. So this was how Tian Xianin felt. She was willing to do everything for him, just like how he couldn't help but want to do something for her. It was the same. All the discomfort and awkwardness he felt at that time was just a matter of knowing each other for a few hours or a day or two. Other than the intimacy in his soul that was used as a distinguishing signal, the other party was basically a stranger he had just met. But to Tianxianin, he had lived with her for a very long time. Even the last memory she had of him, probably not counting the ancient times, was when they were shopping, chatting, and eating outside. It was just that her dear brother had hit his head and lost his memory. It was a strange and awkward feeling for him, but it was already a common occurrence for her. Do you still remember what I said to you? Who are you? Who do you think you are now? The spiritual shackles have been broken. You should be able to feel it, right? There's a new energy that has been sealed for a long time being born in your body. Yin Nuoxing quickly changed the topic. He smiled and extended his hand to her. Come with me. I will let you know the answer to all of this. Also, we can get to know each other again. Feng Xinguang looked at the pair of white and slender hands. She hesitated for a while. The little angel, and Siyu cheered her up for a whole minute. When Yin Nuoxing felt that his hand was not sore, but he was embarrassed, she reached out her hand and held the warm hand. She showed the most brilliant smile in her life. Yes, my name is Feng Xinguang. Feng Ling. You will know my identity later.